Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Che and Kruma, and we'll be joined with Lady Che here shortly. And we are also joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And our Sankofa brother, Sabaz Muhammad, our NOI brother, is joining us as well. Greetings, brother Shabazz, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori from the Mile High Income City. Thank y'all for joining us for Frontline Blacc News, Season 3, Episode 48, Part 3 of Frontline Blacc News. And on this episode, we will be discussing several things. We're going back local. It's been a while since we gave y'all an update on what's happening locally here in Denver and surrounding. So we got an update for you. Oh, yep, that's his YouTube channel. Yep. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to RBG for Life on YouTube.
Absolutely. Greetings, twin. All right, RBG, yeah, red, black, and green forever. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Twin Pyramid. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah. Oh,
Peace,
okay.
brother.
Peace.
All right. Always.
The first thing that we're going to be discussing is, for those that were not aware, last month, during Black History Month, even though we know Black History is 365, and this year 366 days a year.
Yes, sir.
Right.
One of our MLK statues was vandalized in Denver's historic city park. And it happened in the middle of the week, overnight. So nobody's seen anything, supposedly. But they got all these goddamn cameras, mind you, right across the streets of high school. You should be familiar with it, Shabaka, East High School. So
yes, sir.
Directly across the street.
Yes, sir. And I am familiar with the the city park there. And then also, too, speaking of vandalism of Dr. King, as you know, a couple of years ago in Los Angeles, in the Crenshaw district, some neo-Nazis that came up there and sprayed a damn SWAT sticker over the image of Kathleen Cleaver, you know what I'm saying, on a mural that they had up there on Crenshaw Boulevard. Okay, around 54th Street, which is not too far from Crenshaw High School where Ice-T attended. Okay, so I know that pissed Kate off. Okay, so what it is, ladies and gentlemen, this all-inclusive shit is an illusion, okay, and we have got to wake ourselves up, not so much here in the U.S., Brother Paris, but also, like you said, on a Pan-African trip, too, but the Africans have got to get back with the Pan-Africanism. You see what I'm saying?
Right, exactly, Shabaka. FBA can't be the only ones that's pushing and promoting that.
Yes, sir. It's because they got all them damn neo-colonialists over there pushing this bullshit, and then these fucking British, these goddamn French, the fucking Boers, okay, is going up there still reaping the benefits. Like some son of a bitch is gonna come up here and tell me, well, Elon Musk is an African. No, he's a fucking Boer, is what he is. He is not an African. Listen to the clip that I put up.
He's a Johnny come lately. He's just a man from the hillside and cave of Gill.
So
that's what he is.
Of an adult, so he descends from apartheid settlers.
Yeah, Dutch, the Boers, the British, Boers. Boer War. The British and the Dutch fought over the gold, after they had knocked off King Cetshwayo of the Zulu Empire, after the Zulu Wars in 1880.
Before we go off onto a discussion, I still had to get to the topics. So that's the first topic. So the MLK statue in Denver City Park has been one of the two. So it's two people that's involved in it. One of them turned himself in.
Okay.
So he's been arrested for vandalizing and stealing pieces from the MLK Jr statue in Denver City Park. He has been arrested. Then
has he been charged with a felony?
That part I don't know. We're gonna dive into that further when we get to the topic. But it needs to be treated as a hate crime. Definitely.
Right.
Of course.
First and foremost, because you do this in the middle of Black History Month, you know damn well this is a sacred a statue to our people here.
Right.
And you're so whacked out your mind that you just had to get some money for dope. So you just had to anonymously out of nowhere, nobody's saying anything,
Mm-hmm.
in the middle of the night,
Mm-hmm.
steal these the bronze army pieces that were on the back of the statue.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got caught trying to sell it.
No, man.
So yeah, we're gonna discuss that. Then the next topic is Supreme Court rules it is unconstitutional to remove a political candidate from the ballot at the federal level, including the states of Colorado, Illinois, Michigan, etc. So for those that didn't know, the dump, as in human shit, and we want
to make that perfectly clear,
it has been allowed to remain on the Colorado state ballot after numerous attempts of trying to take him off. The Supreme Court has ruled in his favor, and not just here in Colorado, but nationwide. So all those states that were trying to keep the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
Mm-hmm.
Also the ballot in the primaries, they have to allow him on the ballot now. And there was a lot of crackers mainly that was waiting on the dump to be allowed on the ballot. So now they can go and turn in, because tomorrow's Super Tuesday. So
Very well. You see, it's a chess game. You see how they did it?
Mm-hmm.
Just in time. You
Just,
see how they did it? So which means is
I still got the titles or the topics. Then the next topic is independent candidate, presidential candidate Robert Kennedy Jr. made an appearance at Jeff Fart's Cultural Center this past Saturday and ducked and dodged reparations and Black first questions and policy.
Mm-hmm.
And we got me and Lady Che made our long-awaited appearance together at Denver City Council in person, shocking everyone who was present, and we spoke major truth to power.
Okay.
Then we got
that's good.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston is hurting the Black community by implementing budget cuts. So we have cuts that are going to occur already happening to the youth program. So the kids ain't gonna have nothing productive or positive this summer. We also have the DMV shutting down for a week or two. All the DMVs in the Denver metro area, they're just gonna rotate them. So 1 week, this DMV is gonna be closed, and the next week, this DMV is gonna be closed, and so on and so forth. And all because of damn migrants. Because goddamn Johnston wants to prioritize these goddamn illegal immigrants over actual citizens. So we're gonna go over that, and then we got our unhoused neighbor news. And now, since we're under a full-blown invasion, we got the migrant news. We got our unhoused neighbor sweeps, because they're still sweeping our people.
Wow.
And the migrant sweeps. Now they're kicking them out their fancy hotels.
Good. What they need to do is take every last one of them goddamn migrants and send them sons of bitches right out there in that desert in San Bernardino County and cut the goddamn water off. Because that's what the fuck they're getting ready to do to us.
They said even if they deport them, Shabaka, Venezuela don't even want them back.
That's what I'm saying, Brother Jay. Oh, yeah, most definitely, RBG. Black power to you, brother, and thank you for joining us.
Hey, no problem, brother.
Oh, okay. All righty. Okay, see you in the chat room. But no, Brother Che, as we had theorized, man, about 3 or 4 years ago, is that they're going to take all the undesirables. Well, it's mainly going to be us, when Karen Bass, gets tired of the homeless, which is the majority Black population in LA, coming from San Bernardino, coming out of the Bay Area as well, too. And what they're going to do is ship everybody out here in the middle of that damn desert, man, you know what I'm saying, and shut the water off.
Yeah, so that's the topics for tonight.
Yes, sir.
Lady Chain has entered the building. Say hi, Lady Chain.
I really shit, I don't even know what to say. Sorry about the mess. Just got back.
We're back. Did you miss us?
We saw, Brother Shabazz was off camera or was on camera, so we decided to come on camera too. Just got back from being outside, wrecking hell, and I was like, "There's a reason why." I was asking Jenna, "Do you regret taking your old lady outside?" Because I've been on one since fucking like 2:30, like just seriously be one empowered, okay? No holds barred. Like, I mean, I was giving it to everybody. Seeing white people, white women, tourists and shit. I was like, "What you looking at? More gentrification?" And kept it pushing. I've been an ass all day. So, and I think I was like, "Damn, do you regret taking me outside?" Real shit, Jesse. Do you regret taking me outside today?
At one point I did, but now I do. I take all that back. I'm like,
dude, I was outside.
I'm so glad we were able to get out today.
Yeah, it was all over the city, a lot of sightseeing tour and everything. I was just kind of like, I don't get to go outside because I've been really sick, so I was like really impatient and uncomfortable. I was in a lot of pain, so I was really impatient. I just want to get everything done like ASAP right now, and shit just was not happening that way because that's an Aries thing, I think.
That's definitely it. Y'all are definitely impatient.
I was in a lot of pain, so if it don't happen within the moment of time I want it to happen, I'll give up and quit. You know? So I don't have time, like emotional time to waste on nothing. Plus, I almost kind of got like scared because they built the traffic downtown is so different now. That I was following Jesse and I was like, "God damn, I could have got killed right here on this corner."
Yep.
Not knowing which way to cross or how to read the crosswalk. Stupid, but the traffic is like in weird triangle dimensions and shit.
Yeah, for the bike lanes and all
really
that
strange
shit.
destruction of the streets.
Yeah, I just shared the Front Line Blacc news. I just shared it on Facebook.
Thank you, Brother Shabazz.
I want to say this.
You should
no problem.
To your audience, if you're on your YouTube.
Yeah, you should be able to share it to your audience, Brother Shabazz. I want to say this real quick. Over the next month or so, you're gonna see a whole bunch of not a whole bunch, but random acts of fundraising material coming out of me for our platforms and for the fact that over here, me and Jesse have to move, but we're raising money to keep our platforms going. It's not for everybody to really know, but when we do a lot of work, we want to produce more, but we can't do it with these platforms that are starting to raise their prices.
Yeah,
and we can't do it when half the crew, especially me, is sick, and Jesse has to be over here to help me, and Shabaka takes care of himself. You know what I mean? But he's not obligated to help us when he did. You see? So we got to keep it going in our little tight little circle, so that none of our platforms suffer. And so you're gonna see that. So anything anybody can kick down anybody's direction is always a blessing. We really are gonna keep doing what we do to make it happen.
Yep.
But it would be a blessing. And if you see any acts of, like, for me, I'm looking for like moving tangible shit, like moving supply stuff and stuff like that. But I'll take a couple of dollars because we're gonna put it towards the platform and the fact that we're gonna have to get a truck, which I didn't really think was going to happen, but we might have to actually do that.
Yeah, we're going to actually have to do
So over the next 2 months, family, just know that that's going to be a major push coming from all three of our platforms. You'll hear during Shabaka's, you'll hear it during Front Line Blacc News, and you're going to see it occasionally cross along the RVA. God for letting me have it if they let me get up a show once in a while. So, and you'll see it on all our public forums or wherever I could post it, because we are a tight-knit circle, and the unit doesn't function if one is off. You dig?
Yeah.
So we have to look out for each other no matter what happens. So that's very important. Our platforms are very important. We put a lot of fucking work into everything that we do, to provide a solid message. Like it, love it, believe in it or not, we live it, breathe it every day.
Right, not just February.
So not just February, and this is who we are after the cameras stop, and after the fucking radio show ends. We are the same way all day long.
Oh, we're worse in person.
It's worse in person. Yeah, it's worse. We talk regularly off camera and off the radio, so it's worse. Okay, we actually are tight knit circle of a crew, so we rely on each other.
Right.
And we love all our hateration, you know what I'm saying? Crumb bomb on us, talk about us bad, but please be sure to spell our names correctly.
That's
put some respect on it if you're shit talk. You already like a little respect on our way. We work hard for that effort for you to bad mouth.
And what it is not so much that we talking shit, is that we back up our facts. You know what I'm saying? We scribble our notes. A lot of work goes off into this. We do welcome, intelligent guests and contributors. But one thing that we are not going for, you cave individuals are not going to sit up there and tell me a bunch of bullshit about that. We ain't shit. You ain't gonna tell me that we did not circumnavigate the globe before a drunken bum by the name of Columbus, okay, who sailed with rats.
I got some fool try to tell me we didn't build nothing. I said, if we didn't build nothing, then why did the European talking about the European build everything? I said, if that was true, then why they failed so many times here in this hemisphere?
Yeah, and also too, sir, as Dr. Ashwa Kwesi had pointed out, when you look at the pyramids in Kemet, right, the Great Pyramid, which is the biggest one, sits dead center of the Earth's landmass, and if you multiply the height,
rooted to the planet.
Yes,
all the continents move around it. Africa, Al-Kebalon, Ethiopia is literally rooted to the earth.
Yes, sir. And then the Great Pyramid, when you multiply the height by the base, will give you the exact distance between the earth and the sun. Now, also, too, check this out. As you know, in the pyramids, they have certain holes in it or like little windows, and they line up to star configurations. You see what I'm saying? And then also, too, we was checking something out earlier today on the tube about the Bermuda Triangle. Okay, and that's heavy about the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, there's another one too, Shabaka. There's one up near the Great Lakes. It's a
No, I know what you're talking about, Shabaka. They call it the Great Lakes Triangle. Okay, because you had ships that disappeared over the Great Lakes. You had airplanes disappear over the Great Lakes as well too. But they kind of like keeping that
the triangle. It's just along ley lines.
Yeah, you see what I mean. And then too, another thing, that I saw these scientists say, although they're making educated guesses. Okay, could the Bermuda Triangle be a portal to another realm in the universe or another time dimension? But we'll save that there for another show. But we got an agenda for tonight. And also, too, by the way, on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Tuesday, it will be an open mic discussion for February the 5th, 2024. 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. in the Mountain, 8 p.m. in the Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. Calling 516-428-5996.
Shabaka, what's the topic? Because it's I want to say it's Black Women's Month, but it's Women's Month.
Okay, no, it's open mic, Lady Che, is what the topic is.
All right.
It's open mic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
It. Can y'all see the screen?
Yep.
Yeah, is that the MLK statue right there?
Yep.
So wait a minute.
Why the fuck Gandhi's there? I don't know why the fuck Gandhi's there. Gandhi should not be there. Fuck Gandhi.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, if you read about Gandhi and said what he said about Kafirs, man, in 1915, and it'll blow your mind.
It's our statue, right?
Yep.
Statue. I don't remember that piece being there. It's been so long.
You gotta look at the back.
Right. Well, real quick, let me just say this about the MLK statue.
Mhm.
Me and Shabaka talked about it the other weekend. I think it was on Grand Rising. I think me and Shabaka it was just us chopping it up about the statue, right?
Yeah.
And all the questions that you brought up, I had those questions, and I was irate. I was irate because I was like, this is just an act of terror. I didn't say it then, but I didn't say it then. I didn't even say but. What I'm gonna say is I didn't say it was an act of terror. I just knew that it was some other shit because you gotta wield that shit out. You see how high that is? Like no one's seen anything. That's just this is lies. And the fact that there's never a fucking crime solved.
It's literally a halo camera.
Is like
right there.
Ridiculous. Like I know how many cameras is in that area because I was outside. That's my I'm outside looking out and shit. So I gotta know what's going on. And I was just saying that I couldn't fathom somebody making all that motherfucking noise and movement, and that shit's heavy.
Yeah, it was like at least 300 pounds.
Snitchy, cool. Just point a motherfucker in the right direction. You know what I mean?
Bronze sculpture that Ed the White, who I met when I was a kid.
Right. And bronze is pretty heavy.
Bronze is fucking heavy, and I don't even know what the cost is right now for it. But if somebody's found to say something, if you don't feel like snitching, cool, just point a motherfucker in the right direction.
Yeah, he was an astronaut, and then
his
hobby or hustle was sculpture, welding.
It was left on my doorstep. I don't know who.
His trade was welding, so he went into welding, and he's a sculptor, and he used to have a museum in Park Hill.
And the thing is this is Denver, so we sit on one of the boards. This shit ain't gonna fly.
Hell no, it ain't gonna fly.
This shit ain't not gonna fly. We sit on one of the DA boards. This is not gonna fly. Like this is utter fucking anti-black fucking terrorism right here. I don't know what anybody
pretty
thinks.
Much.
It is. You destroy a fucking figure, a black figure meant to empower black people.
On Black in the middle of Black
History Month, air quotes for me. You know what I mean? It's a fucking act of terrorism.
Right.
Yeah, and it's a hate crime.
It's a hate crime.
Exactly, Shabaka.
It's
a hate crime. Another reason why we need to push for an anti-black hate crime.
Yeah,
right.
What they did for the goddamn Asians during the pandemic.
Me and Jesse had that out for our plans, right? When he was running for mayor. However, this is the thing. This is my thing, and one day I might get a chance to talk to someone like TBA or something, and I'm gonna run this by him on the backside. What make it happen when all these motherfucking black people here are on some cool shit, or they're bought and paid for, or they gotta submit to the status quo and the masses that runs the motherfucking political party.
Maybe
if that.
2 handfuls of black people out here that's on code,
and none of them are in the buildings really up there. I mean, I can't look at the gooses going over there where Clyburn
and
is.
3 of them are talking to you now because we got Brother Shabazz on the line.
Yeah, 3 of them, right?
That's in Denver. Shabazz in Las Vegas.
I'm in Sin City.
But yeah, in here, can you imagine how lonely this is for us to only have a handful of fucking codified
Black first
mindsets here in the city?
They must be crazy because we think like this.
Well, it's because we're not with this all-inclusive bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Okay, see, when you go all-inclusive, then they're gonna seclude us. You see what I'm saying? All-inclusive is seclusion for us.
Yep.
That whole campaign, me and Jesse, I learned so much. I learned something very serious. They're not just gonna let us build up to even get the substantial amount of fucking votes that we need, or even try to win with the way we are. They want a conversion. Or
first of all, they want us to pick a goddamn side with the parties.
Yeah, but they want you to.
But they know we independent, but they want us to run as either a Democrat or a Republican.
But they want you to submit to the motherfucking okie doke shit too. Like you gotta yes sir. You know what I mean? You gotta toe the line. Right.
We ain't the only line we towing is Black first.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
I don't know how to speak right.
That's Pan-Africanism on a global sense. I guess that ideology, see, it's an ideology, and that unfortunately has not permeated the mama land.
Right. Because you got all the neo-colonialism over there. You see what I'm saying? The only cat that I see coming close to Pan-Africanism, Brother Che, over there in Africa is President Museveni of Uganda. When the Biden
What about
regime,
no? You got Iman, you got Ihan and Chad. They just got a new prime minister or president in Chad.
okay,
Niger.
yeah, because Nigeria kicked out the French. They told the French to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, and then Guinea Conakry.
right.
The fucking phrase, either the French or the British took all the toilet paper out when they left.
Wow.
That's petty.
No, that's a human rights violation right there.
That's all right.
They was not happy about that, L. They said we taking everything out of here.
That's petty as a motherfucker.
They tore up the railroad tracks. They tore up the roads. They took everything, including the toilet paper, out that mud.
Okay, then that just simply means is that we got to rebuild it for ourselves. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay, and that is just like that bastard who owns the Washington Commanders is saying, well, if you niggas don't like it, go over there to see how bad Africa is. Yeah, saying if you don't like how we do it, then form your own goddamn.
I can't wait to get Maury on one of our platforms because he can get the first-hand account of what the Wakanda dream is, and it's not a dream because the mugs are not on code at all.
Man,
He literally said like they worship white people out there. He's in Kenya.
Oh
He's
man,
been out there for 4 years. Him and his family.
Yes, sir.
They done built a house, a whole compound with 2 apartments, and they releasing them out to black FBA women that moved out there recently. But we have to touch on, that's what the topic should be tomorrow. The black women that are getting killed in Gambia. So I was talking about Guinea Conakry. Just to the north of there's a river called the Gambia.
Right.
And there's a country there called Gambia, and there's a lot of black women that fell for that. Oh, repatriation. Oh, we going back to the mama land. We're going back to the mama continent. They ended up dead.
Interesting. Okay, now that sounds like the U.S. got a hand in it. That for real. That sounds like a CIA covert operation to kill the repatriation back to the continent. And keep in mind, it took them years, man, to divide and conquer us from the continent to here. Is because, as you know, Brother Che, we did a story or we commented on it, is that when people from Africa come to the U.S., they go through this indoctrination process, not to
otherwise they're not gonna get that visa. Otherwise, they're not gonna get that green card.
Yeah, exactly. You see, so therefore, there's your conspiracy right there.
But see, we fought for them, and I have to.
Right.
We had a discussion with Pops about this because Pops is a major Pan-Africanist. Like he really lives, breathes, and shits that every day.
Right.
For the past at least 50 years.
Right.
Like I said, he's been ready for the revolution for 50 years. You know who I'm talking about, Shabazz Sekou, the chairman.
Right.
He damn near got into a conniption. I thought I was going to give him an aneurysm because I told him, I said, Pan-Africanism is one-sided. He said, what you mean by that? I said, it's one-sided now, Pops. They're not letting in the riders. They're not letting in the Kwames no more. They're not letting them in. They're not letting in the Garbies. They're not letting them in. They're not letting in the any of them. The Nkrumahs, the Nkrumahs. They're not letting in the Nkrumahs. They're not letting in the riders. They're letting in the tethers, the coons. And
the ass scratchers, the yassa bosses.
See, here in the country, we check our coons and our tethers. We check them. But see, those in the diaspora, they don't check their tethers.
Right. Now, I'm wondering how in Azania is because Azania, what's the brother's name? Julius
Julius
Malema.
Malema. But see, there's like
Yeah,
12 political parties in South Africa. Like,
yeah, well, that is true. That is true. So if Mad
you're
Dr.
still the
King,
majority. Like, it's really hard for foundational Black Americans to fathom you being the majority,
hmm
but you're still being oppressed
right.
in your homeland.
Yeah, because it's being done through economics, and it's being done through the indoctrination centers of the educational system right there. Now, Brother Che, if you recall, and I'm sure Brother
And
Muhammad,
Julius
you're
Malema
familiar
just
with
recently
this.
said that they have not had no progress in 30 years.
Yeah, okay, it's because there was a movie called Serafina.
But I gotta play this clip, Shabaka.
Okay,
I
all right,
want to get to it. So I think this is
okay,
a couple. There was another one I wanted to play, but this one is real short. It's only 25 seconds.
okay.
Denver police are saying that they've arrested one of the men accused of stealing pieces of the Martin Luther King Jr. monument last month and then selling them for scrap.
So that was the back of it.
Selling
So
for what?
selling it for scrap metal. So this is the statue, the front of it. And as you can see, punk ass Gandhi is on there. That's Rosa Parks behind them.
hmm
And there's MLK Jr. at the top.
Okay.
Back of it, there was a plaque. This was a plaque right here. This was just a cinder block. There was a plaque there, and it was Army, Black Army plaque, and that's what they took.
hmm
That's what they do.
That's what they took.
I tell you,
Selling them
Yeah.
for scrap.
Oh,
47-year-old Robert
They said it was going to cost about $100,000 to replace it. And the Webbs, who are also a bunch of coons, were raising money to get it, fixed, get it replaced.
Okay, is that the family of Wellington Webb, the
Yeah,
former mayor of Denver?
The Webbs, yes, the Webbs. Wellington Webb, our first Black president, or
You
Black
mean mayor?
mayor, yeah, our first Black mayor, yeah, and then his wife Wilma Webb,
Okay,
and that whole family, pretty much the Webbs.
okay.
I was so disappointed this last time.
Oh God.
So disappointed. They really disappoint me.
Well, that is due to the lack of cohesiveness and all of
I
Pan-Africa.
gotta finish playing the video.
All right.
Robert Duran turned himself in last week. They believe he helped the other suspect, Herman Duran, damage those pieces.
So they're brothers or cousins. They're some kind of kin.
Right.
Damn.
Okay.
The two suspects are not related.
Oh, they're not related. Okay, that's but they have the same last name, but
What
they're
a
not related.
coincidence.
Well,
Okay.
that just means that their families was owned by the same slave trader. That's all.
These
These
are
are white
crackers. These are
Oh,
crackers.
okay. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, I figured that they would be cave beasts. Yeah. Okay.
That's what I was trying to find a clip of what these motherfuckers look like.
Okay.
But from what I seen on Newsbreak, they look like white passing Latinos,
Mm-hmm.
straight dope fiends,
Well, definitely
Right.
a little bit smoker.
like completely based out.
Damn.
So they thought they was gonna get rich quick. I don't know what the fuck.
Head case motherfuckers. Okay. All
But yeah,
right.
it needs to be prosecuted as a hate crime
Right.
because it's clearly a hate crime.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're probably usually try to bring some more attention to the Asian plaque coming up missing. You notice they were real quiet about that. The Asians ain't really been saying nothing about that.
Well, see, the Asians are very cliquish people. They keep all
Yeah,
that
but they
stuff clandestine.
they had a whole massacre here in Denver of the Chinese in the 1800s, late 1800s.
Well, you also had the Yellow Pearl crisis of in the 1850s in San Francisco.
Small, like they're That's it on
I don't know why it's so small. I'm on your.
And then
I
and
think
then also too, they're a very, very close knit community,
Scroll down.
and they keep everything they do clandestine. You know what I'm saying? And then also too, the Asians are over there getting all the damn land over there off the continent of Africa too for the silicon. You see, but what has happened is, here come the white man with his hypnosis, like Sister Mary McKeever said almost 70 years ago.
That's a cure.
See?
Yeah.
But there's another video I wanted to play of what these mothers look like.
Oh, you gotta refresh that page or something. Sorry, technical difficulty, family. We just want to make sure you can see everything. Well, the important parts anyway.
But Brother Che, and also too, Brother Shabazz, we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead as well too. And we also have a Facebook group by the same name, resurrection of the mental dead. Is because you got a whole lot of brain dead ass Negroes out here, and I believe and Minister Farrakhan had stated recently that I was surprised to see, because the minister, was in his 90s now, and the minister got up there at Mosque Mayam in Chicago, where he lectured from about 2 weeks ago, and he's talking about this crap with Ukraine and all that.
Has taken a big brass plaque off of the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial in City Park, and now Denver police are asking for your help.
Fox 31's Lisa D'Souza is on.
That's not the one I was looking for.
Okay, all right. So in the meantime, I'm gonna finish what I was saying. Is that
this one more recent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Pretty much, yes, sir. The minister has stated in one of his recent speeches, don't allow your children to go get over there and get killed over bullshit, with this Ukraine crap. You know what I mean? And those are the minister words verbatim.
Fuck Ukraine. The fuck, them motherfuckers are straight up neo-Nazis. What the hell? We look like.
Yeah. That's precisely my point. You see, that is precisely my point, Brother Che.
We're still trying to figure out what happened to the Africans that got caught up in that shit.
Yeah,
they still
exactly.
Camp said you never seen them after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So I hate to say, our condolences go to their families, man, but they're dead.
We never heard nothing else.
Nothing else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
it wasn't like Ghana or Nigeria were trying to get them back.
Right, exactly. Because Ghana and Nigeria, their regimes are puppets of Europeans. You see, that's the problem. See, that's the neo-colonialism. Okay, the colonialism is where it's flagrant and blatantly that it's the French, the Portuguese, the Spanish, the United States, but the neo-colonialists are the brain-dead Negroes over here like these ass scratchers and yassa bosses you have.
Recording where your guest just had terrible internet issues? They were
damn
blurry,
the commercial, damn the commercial, fuck the commercial, bullshit.
One of the suspects believed to be involved in the vandalism and theft of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Monument in City Park earlier this month turned himself in last week. 47-year-old Robert Duran was arrested on suspicion of criminal mischief. Police say all of the pieces taken from the monument, including
criminal mischief.
What the fuck is that? That's nothing.
That's 2 days in jail. You go to court, they're gonna dismiss this case, and he walks.
That's not vandalism or anti-black fucking. That's nothing.
Well, I agree with you, Lady J. As far as I'm concerned, these bastards committed 3 felonies.
Right. Easily.
Shit, I got that was like my first charge as an adult was criminal mischief.
I've been so bad I never even got a criminal mischief charge. Just went straight to fucking mischief.
They tried to charge me for vandalism, but they changed it to criminal mischief.
I mean, straight misdemeanors and felonies. I don't even know criminal mischief. What's that? That's like a baby crime, like a little kid crime, like you sprayed the
pretty much. Actually, Lady Che, you can compare it to a charge of having your little puppy dog pissing on somebody else's lawn.
Right, intentionally.
Well, it's a puppy. It doesn't know any better. You know, a puppy is a baby dog, as we all know.
They got a motherfucking
So,
Blacc out of a fucking statue.
okay, but what?
I didn't do 2 days, Shabaka. I did like a whole week, like a week and a half, and because they had me on like a 10 or 15-day hold.
Damn, boy, I ain't never gonna want to get arrested in the damn state of Colorado. Shit, because in LA County, you get arrested, man, you're gonna be seeing the judge within 2 to 3 days. 3 days if it's a holiday. You know what I mean?
This was at the
Lucky
old.
to get out of the weekend.
This is at the old city jail.
I was like, man, they get arrested
This
today.
is before the van.
I'll be out by tomorrow, if that.
Detention.
Yeah, and this is a slap in the face to us, you know what I'm saying, you know, as a people and what have you. So what has happened is
more money to the sheriffs. We have a good relationship with the sheriff because he's black and he grew up in black areas, and you know
he's
Denver,
really patient, man. Like
so small. Most black people out here know each other somehow, somewhere.
Yeah, but they don't.
So in other words, he's a straight sycophant, is what it is, like another Sheriff Clark in Milwaukee.
No,
he's really nice.
He's actually for black people.
He's really for black people.
Okay, then what he should start doing is that he should start initiating a campaign nationwide to go arrest all them goddamn murdering ass police officers that killed Trayvon. George Zimmerman. He should be going after him. He should be going after that damn Chauvin that murdered George Floyd. He should be going after them bastards that beat Rodney King to a pulp in Los Angeles.
How about the ones that killed Freddie Gray and
that
Sandra
too?
Bland?
Yes, all of them. If that motherfucker is so dedicated, he can impress the fuck out of me, man, by leading a drive, going against a federal hate crime bill against black, anti-black hate crime bill, and going to prosecute all them sons of bitches that got off those cases, that like little Tamir Rice, with Sandra Bland, and reopen it up, and you're reopening up the case.
That's on
is because
Biden. His DOJ can open up all that.
Okay,
like
but Brother Che,
federal, state, and
all of it. So, Brother Che, what I'm saying is, and I'm stating here on this public platform, with all these police killings for the last 20 years, you know, from Mike Brown and even before that with Clarence Deadweiler, that it is a major clandestine conspiracy by white supremacists to murder us via the police agencies.
That's why they exist.
Exactly. The slave patrollers.
Where you mainly find them is in our area, where we're located, where we're centrally located.
Sir. To quote the words of Malcolm, okay, and believe it or not, Brother Shabazz, I was at this speech as a 2-year-old child where Malcolm had said in Los Angeles, okay, you know, it is amazing that, you know, the black community has the highest amount of police, but yet, though, it has the highest crime rate. So the cops must be in cahoots with the criminals.
Yes.
Right.
They are the criminals. The biggest gang is the police.
Pretty much. Yeah, it is. Yes, sir. And in the city of Los Angeles, when they had Crash Community Resources against street hoodlums, their motto was, we intimidate those that intimidate others. That there's a gang mentality, man.
Mm-hmm.
Say, you know, so they claiming they set Crash.
Yeah,
you know, funded by the feds, the county, and the city of Los Angeles.
I have seen called "Do Not Resist."
Yeah, exactly. And all you got to do is go see the motion picture called Colors with Robert Duvall and Sean Penn. And they call Sean Penn Pac-Man, and Sean Penn was the typical LAPD Mark Furman crash officer. All the way down to the point where he had that man handcuffed in front of the Jordan Downs and he hit him.
We had a Furman as our chief in the past.
Mm-hmm.
They just circulate them around and they go on a run for like 5 years, like Alvarado did.
Yeah, and then also too, LA has a new police chief. He is an Asian. He's the interim chief until they find the a permanent chief. Say that again.
The border supervisors or border commissioners.
Oh yeah, the Los Angeles Police Commission. Yeah. They gave him.
That's what they picked.
Yeah, they picked the Asian, but he's an interim chief until they find a permanent replacement. And the only thing they're gonna do is hand stamp to make him the permanent chief.
Wow.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all. Let me finish the video. Hold on, Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
Additional bronze artwork were recovered after they were sold for scrap metal. DPD is still looking for another suspect, 67-year-old Herman Duran. Anyone with information is asked to contact Crime Stoppers.
67 years old.
What is your old ass doing? Like, what the fuck?
That's some drug addict.
7 years old.
Straight drug addict activity right there.
And this shit is not light.
Hell no.
It's at least 300 pounds. A bronze.
And I had figured, man, that the oldest dude, man, would be about 35 years old with this. But this dude is 67 years old.
And the other one that they said is not related is like 40 something. I was trying to see if I get a picture of these bastards.
Right.
Because we put them on the big screen like they do us.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Right.
Put their face all on the camera.
Like Dr. Rashad Ritchie.
I got
Yeah,
that
put
from
his license plate number. They put his address up there.
I got that from Shalahat Ali. She said that in one of the hidden colors. I think it was it the Rules of Racism, Brother Sebastian? It was the one that Paul Mooney was in. The one that we had screened at the we had screened 3 and 4. No, we screened 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the crossroads, and they cut the screen down.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Shahrazad Ali, she's happy.
But she's in one of the hidden colors, Shabaka. I think it's 3. Okay. It's 3 or 4 she's in. And she said something like that when she was talking about the criminal system. It was 2. It was 2 with Michelle Alexander, I believe.
Oh, okay.
The sister that wrote the age of mass incarceration, the new Jim Crow, or the new Jim Crow, and the age of mass incarceration, and the age of blindness.
Right.
So she going around showing y'all where it's at, or was at. But I wanted to see a picture of these bastards.
Okay, but for that mass incarceration, thank Bill Clinton, thank Al Sharpton,
Sleepy Jim Crow. Thank Sleepy Jim Crow.
Yeah, and Sleepy Joe as well too. They were all in cahoots together with that. Okay, now the cold part about it is that they're gonna waste all that time, take Slick Willie to impeachment because he had an extramarital affair.
They had did that down in Pueblo back in 2020.
What they do in Pueblo?
They vandalized some shit. This has been some years back now, back in 2020.
Okay, these same dudes.
Not them, but this is the type of shit that goes on down here because this is Klan Central.
Right.
They don't want to believe that.
Okay.
They don't believe any of that.
We're literally in the sundown town right now.
They don't believe that.
Right.
In 2024.
Oh yeah.
Aurora
is careful.
Yeah, we were Aurora, Brother Shabazz.
They used to lynch brothers and sisters out here. They're still doing it, but this is just different. They use the police now to do it.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then just like they told me in Placer County, California, you know, that it was a sundown in Brother Shabazz, Placerville, California is where they had the actual gold rushes. It's like about 22 miles, man, from Sutter's Mill, California.
I'm happy to hear that.
Here's the big
that
secret
title.
about women.
They are
we want you
pursuing it as a hate crime.
We even want you.
Okay. Get off the lady with your commercial.
I was there as city leaders discussed their plans to address the issue.
317 hate crimes were reported in 2022.
Okay, so the sister that's speaking, that's our council. That's my council member, Chantel Lewis. And next to her is that coon mammy bed wench, Meridian.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And next to her,
Don't even know. They can't
Tiffany,
say what a power fist is really for.
Crocodile. And next to her is Scott Easterman, who was the treasurer.
Don't get a white man the money. Or what they do, they get a white man the money, right?
And behind her, the white one with the goofy looking glasses, she is a city council at large, Sarah Parody.
She had her head down the whole time we were talking.
Oh yeah, we ran them out. They didn't even. I don't even know if there was anything up for public comment. I didn't even see the agenda, but they ran out of there so quick.
They didn't come back in till we left.
I shut that itch down. Chantel, who's speaking right now, she said, "Oh, hi." She briefly said hi and ran the fuck out.
I was disappointed. I was really disappointed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, Jesse, and ran the hell out. So.
Yeah, because we keep constantly putting out blasts that the place we live in is like
fucked off.
It's in her district, but it's not really her fault. It's just got to keep putting.
That's just what she inherited.
Right.
She wanted to be the councilwoman. That's just you have to deal with. Everybody wants to run for office until you actually get into office and you see how it is. So the sister been getting death threats and all kinds of shit.
So, yeah.
Wow.
It's not unusual.
No.
In the office?
I got death threats just running for office. We both did.
I got it after when Jesse's shit was happening, and then my shit, I was like, I really don't. I mean, if you're really ballsy, get with it, but I really don't see it happening. I see a lot of shit talking.
That's all. This is a bunch of shit talking, but I'm gonna let these so-called leaders, because it says Denver leaders, address rise and hate crimes after MLK statue was vandalized.
Denver City Councilwoman Chantel Lewis holds a news conference with other elected officials in City Park.
Oh, that's
early data in 2023 suggests that this year saw an additional increase, as many as 345 hate crimes.
The group is just feet away from the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. monument that was vandalized less than a week ago, with some speculating it was a hate crime.
Today, we really want to move we want to begin a movement. So you might consider the Rainbow Coalition. So this afternoon at City Council, sponsored by many reps that are here.
Wait until y'all hear what me and Lady Chase said in that
God,
chambers tonight.
We didn't even know. I mean, we were really.
Y'all, wait a minute. Is it great news? Great news.
You're gonna be so proud, Shabbat.
So we're looking for great news. Yeah. Great news. Great news.
That was pretty
cool. I like to check out.
We are calling for unity.
Lewis says the coalition would focus on building stronger communities by swiftly calling out hate.
This part
Look,
today, and every time that it's called out to this devastation that occurred at this monument.
Oh, this coon ass nigga. Oh, this is the gay coon nigga. This nigga super gay.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. Cross-dresser, huh? Okay.
That's crew right here.
He's not cross-dressing. He's
just super gay.
He's
like always been. He's not even in the closet. He's been out of the closet for since
I don't
GW.
know what's going on with him, man. But I know that the Nation Islam would not be having this.
Oh, you talking
about
brother
shoving ketchup up his ass, huh?
Wow.
Oh yeah, no, he's super gay.
That is sad.
That's not really
another brother shoving ketchup up his ass.
No, he's just regular.
This
regular
dude has been charged with some shit, and when it was posted on Jeff's shit, the person that posted it was immediately blocked.
Ooh.
And
like Jeff did me.
Yep.
Okay.
Man, whole crew is gone, Shabaka. We can't even be up there.
Oh, we still make our presence known. Like I told Cash Money today. He said, Where's Pops? Where's Sekou? I said, oh, he sent us in his place.
I was super hyped, man. Thank you, Boré.
Because he already know how we used to do. We shut that shit all the way down. They don't want to say nothing else after that. Mm-hmm. They want to adjourn after we say what we say.
Every time, man. Every time we get to speak, it seems like that. They come back flustered.
Yeah. And it's real interesting now because I know just about everybody that's on the motherfucking council.
Yeah, I was pretty upset. Well, I would say I was upset. I pay attention. I'm very observant. So I was like, this bitch mugging, this bitch don't look at me, this bitch laughing, all these white people laughing. I don't understand, family. When me and Jesse talk.
Well, we said there was nothing funny about what we said.
What the fuck is they laughing about when they look at us?
And I even told them, like, you can laugh and smirk all you want, but it's documented.
Like, what are they laughing about? Like, what is funny? Like, we was dressed right. You know what I mean? We was sitting to each other. We might be like, I might be whispering some shit or laughing with Jesse. Trying to talk. We was talking our shit privately to each other. Could have been caught on a mic. Who gives a fuck? I was saying it. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna take it back. I would say white tears matter and the fucking Kardashian and I don't know what else, right?
White feminazi.
I was saying all kind of crazy shit.
There's some white feminazi that got up there.
But the mic is right in front of me.
She tried to compare their struggle. I mean, and the women's struggle, the white women's struggle.
White women's struggle. Are they kidding?
Yeah, brother Shabazz. Yeah, that is a joke.
Privilege. We have the privilege.
You gotta be kidding.
Privilege. Then you know it's some fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but we recorded it so y'all can see it a little bit.
Yeah.
But we won't give too much away. But I was like, I ain't fucked up behind it. At first, I kind of felt like maybe I pushed the envelope a little bit because I kind of went like smooth the fuck off. But he knows what happens when he take me outside, dude. I won't control myself.
And then her going smooth the fuck off set me off. I was already on my level.
On my level, right. I wasn't gonna take it back because, you know, they let they let OTBs and everybody else and they motherfucker go the fuck off. Why can't we?
Well, we're the reason why there's a decorum.
Not to mention, how many times has everybody held up the motherfucking
the decorum rules is because of us. They only apply to us. They let them crackers, them illegals, those goddamn Palestinians, those damn Israelis say whatever the fuck they want to say, take as long as they want to take. But when our black asses come up there, oh, your time is up. Your time is up. No, but your time is up.
Try to talk me down. Try to talk me nice. You spoke already, Brandy. I was like, that's a fucking problem. That's a
after
problem.
like 2 months of not being able to speak.
Right, because they won't even acknowledge Zoom. They've been just taking over the chambers.
And they put us at the bottom of the list every time.
Sir, that there is an infringement on your First Amendment rights to address the public assembly or governmental body.
But these are the same ones talking about we got to protect democracy. This ain't no goddamn democracy.
Of course it is, and it's a demonocracy.
Demonocracy.
You know what I'm saying? And when you get
hypocrisy.
Okay, sir.
This bullshit ass video, and then we can talk about it.
Is on the third Monday of every month. On the third Monday in January every year, when we're here to celebrate the legacy of Dr. King.
But the leaders say gatherings alone are not enough.
That's the one that was working for Kelly Bruff, the white woman.
That's the one that got tokenized and never went to go get her bread and was sitting on the couch with a white woman and then flash dancing at the Concede fucking rally where that white lady hugged everybody else and not you two black motherfuckers that was over there riding so hard.
They was literally the only flies in buttermilk, y'all.
Black people
the only flies in buttermilk.
Right, allowing, pandering, taking this white broad to Kwanzaa, to motherfucking black church, to motherfucking black events, pandering this broad, allowing this broad to even go ahead and even utter the black national anthem.
Yeah.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome.
That white lady rehearsed that, lift every voice and sing, and it was showboating, and then like really pandering, and they was so happy to let this white bitch pander and tokenize. This bitch was wearing a black shirt and only acted as a third of a black woman. Right, and allowing this white lady to pat her on the head,
and then had the audacity to get mad at us because we told her go get your money.
Go get your money. I don't even like this broad. I said go get your money.
We got our money.
None of that, but go get your money. You know you're gonna be right there, fucking kissing fucking ass and acting like nobody else is accessible. The only motherfucker that actually was accessible is Jesse.
And you know what we did with that money? We spent it with black businesses.
Okay. Recycling
That's right.
dollars. Yeah. That's cooperative economics right there.
Yeah, I was like, man, I don't know. Jesse made it make sense for the household. But if you ask me, I was like, I just gotta think, man. You know,
that's the white woman that made it to the runoff with the white boy.
Right. After the white boy did the old swoop in, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't mean to say blood family. What I meant to say is, we are not wrong for calling this bullshit out. And they could talk as much shit as they want to, but they never say it in person.
Mm-mm.
And the opportunity is always there.
Always there.
Always fucking there. Because you say it to the right motherfucker. You say it to me. Essentially, when you talk to me, you say it to the right motherfucker. Because I ain't got no fucking. I don't have really anything that's really gonna like prevent me from, you know, like I don't really have anything
she has
to care
no
about.
filter.
Really, you know,
there's
like,
no filter.
I really don't. Like, you're not gonna threaten me with anything because I don't have shit. So what are you really gonna say, right? I can go to jail and be all right. I'll get right back out. I know how to get out. Not a big deal. But what are you gonna say for me telling you that you are some bed broken, bed wedge shit, some mammy shit?
Well, remember Jeff Fart muted her because she told Auntie he got butt broken.
Himself off. He was butt broken. And shake that shit up and go get his teeth.
And make sure y'all check out that documentary by Tariq Nasheed, Buck Breaking. Right. It's on Amazon Prime now.
And I told this brother said, I can't speak to you because you don't know how to spell right. I was like, I'll spell right when you quit being a mammy.
And get ready for that 8 a.m.
And I don't have to. Like, there's nothing wrong with just because I spell however, I talk however, there's nothing wrong with this up here. You know what I mean? If you can't understand me, okay, cool. I might slow it down, but don't get me to try to change and code switch when I really don't know how to anymore.
And we don't do that at all anywhere.
And none of that, but that shit is codes with the biracial fucking line of white supremacy that I kicked out my system. Yeah. So I don't code switch, and you're not gonna give me the smile in the face and say, "Oh yes, my son," or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna do it.
We don't play their game.
I'm not gonna do it. And this
we go out of our way to destroy it.
For what? And this is for show.
It's a show, but
you don't see these people anywhere else.
It's February, so everybody want to be black. Oh, we
lecturing, okay, lecturing at city council talking about. I didn't see nobody engaged. Whatever, bitch. This is the first time we've seen you in city council
ever.
You know what I mean? And then you got motherfucker looking like Rizza Islam. Except the plus size version, which will never happen, rocking a hot pink motherfucking cell phone in his hand. Since when they do that at the Nation of Islam? They don't. They wouldn't have it.
Ansar rolling in his grave behind that shit.
They wouldn't have it, okay? They wouldn't have it.
You remember Ansar Shabbat?
Oh yes, brother Ansar.
Yep.
Oh, rest in peace. That brother passed.
Rest in power, yeah.
Yes.
I heard positive things about him.
Brother Shabazz, that man was so nice to me, and I never had to like everybody say, oh, he'd make a pose or do whatever, right? He never had to do any of that with me. He'd actually just pat me on the shoulder and be like, "It's cool, come here, okay?" And he moved Jesse out the way so he could take pictures with me. He did. Just get out the way.
He gave me a ride home from Walmart too.
He's so nice, and he was funny,
and a final call.
And no, you cuss a lot, man. That man cuss a lot.
Yeah, he did.
He was a good brother.
Boy, I tell you, as a kid, I remember when it was Muhammad Speaks,
photographers
selling it on one corner, and the sisters were selling a Black Panther newspaper on the other corner down there in Los Angeles in the late 60s.
Wow.
When you see the brothers,
and the thing I distinctly remember about the sisters was the smell of the Afro Sheen, the smell of coconuts. Because that there's when they used to have the Afro Sheen that was out, and the sisters would be there with the leather piece on and the mini skirts and the black boots on. Hey, young brother, you want to buy a Black Panther paper? It was only 25 cents. And then across the street, it would be the brother there with the NOI, the bow tie, and the bean pies.
I see the brothers now on the boulevard, passing out the paper. I mean, that should still bring joy to my heart. Like, that's a good thing to see. When you don't stop seeing the NOI brothers passing out newspapers, then you know that there's no longer black people in that area.
Right.
Pretty much.
That's how I feel about it.
No, Lady J, you got a point right there because they used to be out there on the corner of 54th and Crenshaw, and they would stand there on the island where you make the left turn, but they put the metro rail through there, so they killed that corner. And 54th and Crenshaw in L.A., that was like a black Mecca marketing place for everybody. One brother was out there with the flag, NOI with the newspaper, brother selling the CDs, brother selling the incense.
Boulevard and MLK.
That's where they be at. Sometimes I don't see them. I'm like, you know, there's still black people here in this area because you see it NOI brothers, and not just one, but multiple, walking up and down, giving the paper out. You know what I mean?
It's literally a mosque. Blocks.
And
selling the final call.
Yep, just giving out.
And then also too, when Muhammad Ali was heavyweight champ, he would always hold up.
We gotta
he would always
finish this video.
Oh yeah.
I just want to give y'all context on the coonery and buffoonery you're about to hear.
I'm gonna start, man.
The ass the scratches, the bosses,
collective work together.
Martin Luther King said that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But we know that it only bends towards justice if we all come together to make it.
No. If you pay what the fuck you owe, that's the...
And Dr. King even realized he led our people into a burning house with integration before his assassination.
Okay, cuz I can't do it.
Remember, Professor Black Truth broke all this down.
Yeah.
They're a joke.
Yeah. Carry on.
It's so.
Is there anything that
I asked those present if they plan to help fund the more than $75,000 restoration effort.
Council, we're always scouring through the budget to figure out where we might be able to find some available dollars. I know other folks are working on GoFundMe.
I tell you go find the money. Take it from the goddamn police department. That's what the fuck you do. Take it from the goddamn police department.
I was gonna say the migrants, but yeah.
No, them motherfuckers do better yet.
We'll be here all motherfucking night.
Yeah. You right on that. Yeah.
Invasion, I would definitely say the police.
No, man, the city need to pay for that because they allowed that shit to happen. The police got to come out their pocket for not protecting the bucket.
Shit, fuck the police. From here to Greece, fuck the police.
Right.
I mean, but they let that shit happen. This is a crime that went unsolved for what, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So and just because a happy chance a motherfucker walked in and threw himself at the police.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this happened the same week of Malcolm X's assassination.
Well, we found
I think you're right, brother Che. Yeah, that day will be February the 14th. Wait a minute, hold it. Let me make sure. Wait a minute.
Roger?
No, yeah, I stand corrected. Yeah, that's Huey's birthday, so February the 17th. Yeah, the X-Man was assassinated February 21st, 1965. Yes, sir, that is correct.
And my grandfather passed that same day.
That was a hard day. That was a hard day for the household over here.
We still haven't been able to see his grave.
Right.
Wow.
So, that's the statue. So I'm gonna let this come. It's like 20 seconds left.
A state monument. So it is incumbent.
Okay, I say Yante.
Oh my God! Look how he's dressed.
Oh my God.
Upon the legislators in the General Assembly as they're getting ready to approach budget season, they should be earmarking this restoration project in the.
You see how he dressed? That's a disgrace.
Why you dressed like that? Cause you ain't got no job to make sure of that.
You're not no NOI member. What the fuck are you doing?
At all. They wouldn't. They what you're doing is
everybody want to black it up on in February. You see the mammy. Wherever I am is a black space. No, wherever you're at is a cone space.
Exactly. Well, fucking weirdo. That bitch is weird. She got the audacity to talk shit and cuss out Jesse and say "fuck you, bro" and all that extra shit. Bro, like first
she
of
wouldn't
all,
say nothing to our face.
First of all, you're not gonna.
We like
keep
literally
that
been right in this
anywhere.
broad's face, and she ain't said nothing to her.
No, you're right about that. If you out there representing, man, the RBG, man, the DPP, or the NOI, or any pro-black organization, you do not sit there and cuss out your own, even if they cuss you out. Sir, ma'am, have a nice day.
Over him telling the truth.
He got me blocked from the shit.
He was just telling the truth.
Ayante got me blocked from the shit because he said I was attacking Elijah McClain's mother.
Right.
And all I was doing
truth.
was telling her the truth.
Was the truth. That's
and
it.
she couldn't handle it. So now all of a sudden I'm attacking her.
Right.
Okay, but you know what it is though, okay, Brother Che, you know, the woman lost a child, just like when I met Paul Child's mother there. You know what I'm saying? And I saw her
mother actually fought to get her son some justice. This
Yeah.
woman, she
took the first of all, she
took the money. She took the hush monies first
took
of
the
all.
settlement first.
Okay.
That's all. And then went on this whole went on
this whole tirade,
which was already a fucking struggle to get fucking go to court. However, that's not the real principal point. The point is that the kid was how he was done was under white supremacy.
It was an act of terrorism.
Right.
I mean, and she denied that.
Yep.
That's what she tried to deny. And then
said I was hateful and bitter and all this other shit.
And it they don't like it's like that one.
She was on that forgive bullshit.
Or that black shit. That's really what that was all about.
Yeah.
You know, because he wasn't telling lies. It was white folk. They
and I didn't cuss at her. I didn't call her out a name.
No.
I didn't add homonym. I don't have to add homonym to you to beat you in a debate or argument.
Brother Shabazz, you seen that brother at the fucking Brother Jeff's Auntie, right? You seen him?
And he instigated the shit.
You see he never dressed like that, right?
Nah. Now all of a sudden he
just like he wasn't wearing a kente up until recent after I told him he was butt broken. And then he got some act right. And then he still got fucking
and Brother Shabazz, he remember my kente I got from Metro.
Remember Brother Shabazz not dressing like that. He was not looking like that. Now he's over there like the NOI brothers. I like to say he looked like a fat version of motherfucking RZA Islam, minus the hot pink phone.
Oh God!
And the gay stare.
Wait a minute, Lady Che. Hold it. You saying that RZA Islam, who speaks for Mars Mayam in Chicago off of 79th and Stony Island, is sporting a pink telephone?
This brother had a hot pink telephone. In his hand.
Wow.
In the chambers, I swear. Let Allah be my witness. I swear. He had it in his hand.
He had it on.
Okay. Just to give RZA Islam the last benefit.
RZA Islam didn't have that.
Okay, the last benefit of the doubt was RZA Islam with his woman or his wife by any chance and happened to have been using her phone?
No.
We're talking about this brother on the screen.
We're talking about him right
RZA
here.
Islam is a married man with a wife, and he got buried like under Allah. And he's a good motherfucker, smart and intelligent.
RZA Islam is heavy.
Yeah. He's all
trying to dress like RZA Islam.
Dress like him.
Okay, but you talking about this trick right here in this picture with the bow tie on with the white name tag.
Yes.
Okay, I stand corrected. I got you. Please continue. Phrase, Lady J, carry on.
Yeah, we're not talking about the good brother that's on the internet that was one of the 12. Remember, RZA Islam was one of the 12 motherfuckers that was like accused of being a misinformationalist. Remember? During COVID?
Yep.
He was one of the black people.
It was like 12 or 13.
Sister Vicky Dillon and like several other. Remember way back when COVID came out?
Yep.
About spreading misinformation.
Yep. And they still striking our channels.
They still did
behind those videos.
Those are some good. But those were some good works. Yeah. When we're talking about the way he's dressed.
Yeah.
That's
the
Nation of Islam. Okay. Look, this is Denver, right? But he never dressed like that.
Hell no.
Never.
State budget as well.
And it is something that
you seen that brother around motherfucking Jeff Fard's show and shit. That motherfucker's the school that was the
former school board director.
School board director, remember? He didn't dress like that.
The one that got tarred and feathered, and we were the only ones that came to his rescue.
He didn't dress like that.
When they were publicly lynching him.
Yeah, with the 6-foot motherfucking, indiscretions. We don't want to get into that because, God forbid him show anybody grace. He expected all the grace, remember?
Yeah. Well, we had that conversation about Wendy Williams yesterday.
Wow, this is some crazy ass shit.
We talk about this right here in the city of Denver. Go ahead.
We will not stand for as a community.
What community are you talking about, bitch? The coonery? The coon community?
Yeah. The what we
The ones that we're ostracized from.
The community.
The community. You heard it here first. Front Line Blacc News.
All right. Community.
Community.
Trademarking that.
Wow.
Community.
Yeah, community. Don't worry, man. I'll get it right. Basically, the community of coons.
Yeah.
And gentrifiers. You know what I mean?
And internationalists.
Simmer down.
Are things that you cannot take away.
Median Holmes says that includes the countless celebrations and memories made.
These fools was out in the cold like this.
It was
It was like 20 below.
Yeah, I mean, dude, nobody went to the parade. Well,
The parade this year, it was cold as motherfucker.
It was too fucking cold. Okay, below it was too fucking cold, and they were walking together. It was just tight. It was just really fucking cold.
Yeah.
It was snowing and everything. We stood home.
Here by hundreds.
Shit, I've been attending the parade for over 30 years.
Yeah, it's not like we didn't want to go or just didn't want to go.
Right.
It was fucking like below freezing or some shit.
It was 20 below.
Yeah, 20 below that day. It was fucking freezing. And the snow was coming down. It's like hard packed, or you try to walk with other people. And that's just a recipe for disaster. It ain't on a crowded on Colfax.
Yeah.
Right? It goes on Colfax, right?
Yep.
Yeah, good luck with that. You're just trying to get hit
But
by
I
a
remember
car
in
and killed.
2016, we redirected it and took it down 16.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of thousands of Coloradans.
That was tight.
The Denver Police Department's bias-motivated crimes unit is still looking for the person responsible for the
You just call it what it is. It's a fucking hate crime.
Bias,
Right.
bias motivated.
Bias.
Yeah.
Why did she say bias? She's trying to get
That's
intelligent with a big word or something? It's the
Bias.
hate crime.
It's the
Yeah,
broad
and they're trying to
ambiguous.
downplay it.
It's that broad ambiguous
Yeah.
language
What the fuck does that mean? Like
that
that's
Dr.
bullshit.
Claude Anderson is always warning us about.
They can't stand, man. There's no. This is why I get.
I remember that
can't
sister
be
had
so mad.
narrated a forum that I had.
Yeah,
there was
she's
a lot of
nice.
participating.
She's nice. She don't really do no weird shit. You know what I mean? She don't really. She does a good job.
Yeah.
She had that yellow fit, man, that I appreciate so much. She was wearing the one time the sister had a yellow dress on during one of the forums.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's a nice dress.
Yeah,
You know what I
she
mean?
was rocking that shit.
Dude, that's a nice sister. You can tell she a good soul. You know what I mean?
So, what are y'all thoughts on this?
I'm mad.
Okay, what my thought is on that, Brother Chase, to quote you, man, it is a damn disgrace, okay? It really is, Yeah, it's a damn disgrace, really.
Okay, so this is what the motherfucker look like. One of them.
Oh, hey, Jay.
Jay Millie's in the building. What's cracking, cuz?
We didn't even know you were right here. Oh, we see you. Hey, twins, still in here?
Twins still up in the building. Appreciate y'all staying up late with us.
Man, so I'm in rare form.
That's
all
one of the
day,
motherfuckers
guys.
that did it right there.
Oh, wow.
Jay Militant.
Can you see it, Shabaka?
Okay, yeah, just bear with me for a second, because what I'm doing is I'm putting up the advertisement for tomorrow's night show.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see if they decide to work. Wait a minute, man. Now here they go with this bullshit again, man. Oh boy. Okay, wait a minute. Shabakers. Hey, greetings to you, Jay Militant, man. How's Northern California, man? Because I'm hearing the weather's real rough up there.
Happy that you found it.
Yes.
So, Jay Militant.
Oh, I found the stash. I found the Ozy.
I just go. I ain't gonna be like she probably stashed it, cause he got caught slipping. So consequences had to be dealt. So I put it up, and then I got caught slacking looking for something I really needed help with, and he found it. It was like 2 weeks I had that shit put up away. I didn't touch none of it. I put it away though. And he's like, and he called me a bastard. It slipped out of the door. He's like, "You bastard." And I was like, damn, like for real? Like he's like, "You had me looking everywhere for it." That's fucked up. That's fucked up, James.
I have been looking everywhere for it. I was tearing my apartment up. You already know my apartment tore up already. I'm tearing my shit up like
he lost the weed in the crib.
It's around here somewhere.
He was caught lacking.
Where it at?
And you know, you
yeah, I'm thinking it fell out my bag.
Hey, possession in my house, possession is 9/10 of the law, right?
And I keep thinking,
that's the rules of the house.
She got that shit in here. I know, goddamn well. I brought it over there.
In my house, it's possession is 9/10
leave
of the law.
out of there. It's in there somewhere.
That's the rules. That's really the rules. Is that not the rules? But in my house, possession is 9/10 of the law. Well, he was caught lacking, and I picked it up and I put it away, and it was right by his head the whole time, right? And I would lay down, smiling, giggling to myself, right? Because it's literally under his pillow, right? And he didn't find it. So when I needed help looking for my IDs and shit, I couldn't find him. He was like, you know, shifting the comforters and stuff around. And then he's like, "You bastard, you had it the whole time." And I was like, and I started laughing. I started laughing, right? And I was like, damn, you know, like that. I was like, you got caught slipping. But in this house, the rules is possession is 9/10 of the law. That means you fucked up, you left it, it's mine now. You know what I mean? You don't get it back. Right? And I was gonna give it back to him. I was just gonna let it go like another week or so. And then when I was feeling he was continuously, doing, Jesse inspired things over here that made me happy. I was gonna toss it at him. You're like, "Hey man, look what I found." All of a sudden, look what I found. You know what I mean? Right? But he found it, and I was like, "Ah, damn." Well, that was fun. You know what I mean? That was fun while it lasted, because I was getting a chuckle every time I laid down. It was like right there.
It was right there the whole goddamn
the whole time. And I'm like, that's the rules of this house. Possession is 9/10 of the law. If you got caught slacking over here, I'm sorry about your bad luck. It's mine.
And I had asked her about it too. I said, "Did you find it in here? Did I leave it in here?" "No, man, I don't know where you put it."
I treat everything like the law. When you ask me questions, no.
What is that?
The answer is no. Did you see it? No. Do you know what I'm talking about? No. Did you see where it went? No. I treat it like the law. Like I'm getting questioned by the law. Like, no. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Why? I thought you took it. Maybe you lost it on the bus. I'm not. Go do your own light work. I tell her, go do your own light work. Like I would tell the law. And it was right here by his head the whole time. So could you imagine me getting my little chuckles off of it? Because I gotta amuse myself somehow.
Oh my god. Well, I'm glad we found it.
But truth be told, didn't that not start off the day as in a good way?
Yeah.
Man, I'm not wrong for it. I'm not gonna apologize.
All right, so gentlemen, what are your quick thoughts on this MLK statue being vandalized and it's now being arrested?
Okay, glad they got his ass, man. You know what I'm saying?
At least one of them. They got one of them.
Yeah, at least they got one of them tricks. You know what I mean? But the sad part about it is, man, is how they are. These opportunistic ass politicians are just using it for grandstanding, because it is a tragedy. And they just up there grandstanding, man. They don't mean shit by it, man. And they go coming up there trying to bump people's head for votes again because it's an election year.
So that gay ass nigga, he's running for office now. After I told his ass last year, I said, you can't say nothing until you run for office. You have nothing to say.
Who?
Stupid ass Hashim.
I thought is he still running?
Yeah, he's running for not Rhonda Field. Yeah, he's running for Rhonda Field's seat.
I didn't think. I thought
the office that she's running
worst
for.
Interviewing shit ever, man. The worst.
Commissioner, Arapahoe County.
The worst degenerate interview I ever seen in the newspaper ever came for that dude.
Fuck Hashim.
Wow.
You big. You were big dude, but you really soft. Like
not that, but the interview. Once I find it again, I marked it. I read that motherfucker.
And then had the audacity to have locks. Like You don't display no kind of strength and manhood whatsoever. So, Brother Shabazz, what are your thoughts
about the
statue?
Vandalism, the statue. Man, that gotta be so bold move. Do it on the Black History Month.
Yeah.
I'm not. We all see the pattern,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't see the act of hate crime, and he wants to pull it on. I mean, Black History just still the bronze.
Same week, and then check this out, y'all. That same week, an Asian plaque came up missing.
I thought it was before. Was it before the MLK one?
It was like either a week before or the week after an Asian plaque came up missing.
I thought it was
from the 16th Street Mall.
Right, and I was like, I mean, I don't have no feelings about them right now, except other than culture vulturing and shit. Other than that, I really don't have any real true feelings about that right this moment. I'm like, why is it not a fucking concern about MLK shit? Somebody tried to light his house on fire earlier this year.
Did y'all see them promoting stop black hate? Stop the anti-black hatred.
No, nobody's doing that. Nobody did that.
Like they was doing for the stop Asian hate.
Right. No.
Right.
No. None of that shit's happening.
Oh, yes. If they think they're so much better, let the Asian people defend themselves.
An Asian person the wrong way, they go, that's a hate crime. You assaulted me.
Yeah, but check this out, though. Asians, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, are very capable of defending themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
Take your ass over there to San Francisco and Chinatown and you tell me.
I've been there, Chewbacca.
Hey, Kane ain't no joke, man. You know what I'm saying?
I done hit a motherfucker with a piece of bamboo stick, man. That shit ain't no joke.
Yeah, I've been hit with one of those. That's no fun.
Oh, no, it ain't nothing nice.
Not nice, man. I recommend bamboo for ass whooping everywhere.
I know. I am a product of that. I had a whole bamboo stick break on my back.
Hey, Jay Milliton, yeah, he says that's right. And then what it is go get you a piece of ironwood, look at a few episodes of Kung Fu with David Carradine on it, and just duplicate the process again and again and again. Pull up some of Bruce Lee's Enter the Dragon, how he's working that stick, and duplicate that process again and again and again and again.
A black Kung Fu person myself, personally. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I just love
I took karate when I was younger. I got the green belt.
Well, that's still introductory, brother. Green belt means, man, that you're in the first phase, but practice whatever you learn with it every day, again and again and again and again and again. And the next thing you know, that shit is second nature to you. And when a motherfucker gets up there in your range, pow, ping, it hit all by itself.
Brother Shabazz used to be in the Crip part, practicing all kinds of Kung Fu.
We are alive doing practicing.
Yeah, but you see, and correct me if I'm wrong, brother Shabazz. It's an expression of the soul. Okay, if you ever read Bruce Lee's Jeet Kune Do, I had the book and it got lost. Okay, but what it is, it's an expression of the soul. Okay, you see, don't think, feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the time that you sit there and think, I work it this way, pow, ping, you just became a Vic. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And every blow with your hands and every kick, you use it with the harmful intent. This is why
you don't want to get
ways of peace before you have to put a motherfucker on his back.
Jesse broke my ottoman kicking the shit across the room the other day because we thought we saw a mouse friend. And it was like, and he had a reaction to like
I told you guys what you do with the mouse is you go down there, you get your baby black cat, so it looks like a little panther, and then he'll do the work for you.
They won't let me take one out
if it's
there.
a male cat, we're gonna name him Shaka Zulu.
Jesse, I told Jesse we were just getting a cat on my birthday. Like he gets
what you do, or get you a cat that looks like Sylvester.
Well, they got they got you can rent the cat for like a month.
No, you gotta have a house, man. I already looked at it. They told me no.
And then what you do is that you leave the cat alone, and he'll go on patrol. You see what I'm saying? And he'll pounce the mouse.
Right. I told him I was like, my birthday was get him a cat, right? Because he's good at. First of all, cats don't like me, and I think they do too vocal, and I want to kick them up across the
Okay, well, see, Lady J, here's the thing about a cat. See, the thing is you have to.
Okay, so I'm taking a ride to the east side.
Okay. See, the thing is about a cat. The cat is not your pet. You're his pet.
Right.
See, that's the thing about it.
Exactly.
They're divine creatures.
That's not like white supremacy right there.
Folks. Let me ask you this question. Ask yourself this question. Turn back with me to the hands of time. Why did Dr. Newton
worship cats?
Yeah, we know. I just
okay, but hold on. But what did Dr. Newton say about the black cat?
The black cat was not to be fucked with.
Never.
Okay, yeah. What did Dr. Newton say about
you
the
back
black
it into
cat?
a corner, it's going to attack.
Right.
And it's going to annihilate its enemy absolutely, completely, and unconditionally.
Yes.
No questions asked. Right. And I'm not against it. I'm just like, me and Jesse gonna share it. Jesse likes cats better than I do. He likes the vocal ones that talk back and talk shit. I'm more like shh, too loud. and I feel like my cat gotta have a bow tie and a belt. Because the motherfucker sleep.
But what the kitty's gonna do is gonna sit there, gonna go in, scan the place where he's at. Then the kitty is gonna see the mouse, okay, and then he's gonna pounce on it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, man, I'm all for that. Just don't put it in my bed.
Okay, with the cat.
You gonna bring you a gift?
You can bring you a gift.
Okay, but the thing is, like I said, when it comes to the cat, he is not the pet. You are the cat's pet.
Yep.
Yeah. I know that.
And keep you some tuna fish around because they love fish.
Man, I was on patrol like last week. I was over there cruising around the hood.
She was trying to snatch her up.
I was trying to find a loose cannon, man, but they weren't with it. And they were fat like a motherfucker. I was like, who feeding you, man?
No. You don't need a fat cat. You need a cat because see, the lesser the weight the cat has on it, then that's good for its agility and its pouncing. Okay, and I guarantee you, if you got that little mouse going around there looking like Tom and Jerry, okay, his ass will be up out of there within 3 days.
What Jesse need to do is take his ass to Dumb Friendly and use his clout to go get us some kittens.
I was trying to steal the cat from the garden, but he ain't trying to go.
Hell no, that cat was not trying. That cat sounded like a fucking old smoker. Like he was all rough and shit.
Well, maybe the cat put his time in.
Like that, he was loud.
Maybe the cat put his time in, is looking for his pension and retirement. You know what I'm saying?
Like I'm happy eating tomatoes out this bitch and chasing shit.
Yeah.
Don't take me out my garden. He was in his garden. He's cool.
Yeah.
And I was like, you don't think you want? No, hell no. That cat was not trying to get no living situation. He was not trying to get housed at all. He was trying to roam the streets like a tomcat.
Yeah.
And kick it in the garden and stop fucking animals and eat the veggies that are growing.
Yeah.
He was happier than clap.
Oh, so he's hijacking your produce, huh?
Yep. He was eating good.
Damn them damn squirrels.
I can't really be
squirrels are dangerous.
I'm be upset somebody fucked off my pumpkin.
Yes, squirrels are dangerous. And then I don't know if you guys have a lot of raccoons there in Denver, but you got raccoons all over Panther Town.
I like raccoons, man.
They're mainly on the west.
Which raccoon?
Yeah. Okay.
Which raccoon? The actual raccoon,
Yeah,
Yeah, the raccoon, the one that look like they got the little burglar mask on. Yeah. Don't ever try to pick one up because they got something for your ass.
Yeah, don't ever try to pick one up.
I agree.
Because you see, because in Panther Town, right, they got sidewalks that go up the hills that go through like foliage, right?
There's hills everywhere.
Yeah, and you will see raccoons right there, man. I was coming down one night, man, and I saw about 4 of them raccoons, man, and they got on their hind feet. I says, no, man, I get the message. I'm the fuck up out of here.
I had a baby raccoon one time in the nursing home.
Because he's in attack mode when he's on his hind feet. They got sharp teeth and they got sharp claws, and they can give you rabies. But just go down there, get a cat. You see what I'm saying? Post a cat up. He's gonna sit in the corner. He's gonna put his tail up and down and all that old type of shit. You know what I mean? And whatnot. And then when the cat gets up and starts going off into his stalking mode, okay, you see, then that's how you know he's focused in on the mouse. You see, and then he's gonna be sitting there. Then all of a sudden you're gonna see him leap. Mouse problem is over.
Yep.
Just like that.
Just like that, Shabaka. So moving along, we're on to the dump.
As in human shit, and we want to make this perfectly clear.
So the Supreme Court has ruled it is unconstitutional to remove a political candidate from the ballot at the federal level, including the states of Colorado, Illinois, and Michigan, etc.
Right.
So
as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's be real. Okay. The only thing that I could see that could derail the dump is if the Attorney General of the great state of New York gets in that bastard's pocket for the $562 million. Now, the flip side of that is going to be is that they're going to have all these fools come out here. They're going to support the dump.
I'll sit here right now.
Okay, now if you would have had the cat would have been in there putting the work in. See, the mouse would have got him. No, I mean the cat would have got him.
Oh yeah, the cat would have.
Okay, you got a little mouse trap for him?
Yeah, this trap, but they ain't working.
They were turned over right now. Oh God, clearly, slowly over this.
Okay, so now, if you would have had the cat in there, Lady Jane, the mouse would have been done. But see, the mouse would have been through. You see, if you would have had the cat right there at that time. But getting back to the dump, as in human shit. Okay, this idiot, ladies and gentlemen, is setting a fervor across the U.S. Now, the part that is really getting to me, okay, about this asshole is that you got all these brain dead Negroes out here figuring that the best thing to do is to go side with Hyde and Biden. What I say, being an old bastard, is to start building up some businesses, you see what I'm saying, and keep the reparations issue up in their face. You see what I'm saying?
Something tangible, Shabaka.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, keep it tangible.
Offering us nothing. Don't even need to go run to another plantation. Just because. If they ain't offering us nothing, we voting for the couch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the bill is now $400 trillion in tangibles. Next week is going to be $450 trillion in tangibles. Then the fucking week after that is going to be $500 trillion in tangibles.
Until we finally get to the amount that's truly owed, $906 trillion.
Yeah, there you go. You see, there you go. Right. In other words, what it is, ladies and gentlemen,
interest,
that the whole
interest.
all that. In fact,
ever had a loan knows all about that.
Yes, sir. And sir, had it not would have been for the slave labor, of those of us who was brought here in the hulls of the slave ships. You see what I'm saying? Sold in New Orleans, sold down in Charleston, South Carolina, Baltimore, Maryland, in the great state of Texas. You know what I'm saying? Up and down the mighty Mississippi. Do you know how fucked up the U.S. economy would have been then, man? Off that free labor. This is why you motherfuckers owe the goddamn tangibles. This is why you owe the fucking reparations. Because we built your goddamn country.
Right.
See? And then you're gonna go up there, and then not to mention the fact
to be proud of.
And then you bastards to take black girls up there on Black Friday, 13, 14 years old, and then go sell them to these rape and slave trading pedophiles. And we supposed to sit up there and say, "Yeah, we should love you, like this guy, yeah, bow you to bow."
I'm proud.
Bullshit.
Or Americoon. For at least I know I'm free.
Well, exactly.
Check out that reel. I got a reel circulating on Facebook. Check it out.
Oh, by the way, you need to pull that reel up by Uncle Remus from a Walt Disney flick called Song of the South. Show the part says, zippity doo dah, zippity day.
Wow.
My, what a wonderful day.
Oh,
I got plenty of nothing, and nothing is plenty for me.
Oh my God.
Talk about one brain dead motherfucker just sit up there that Hollywood would push that bullshit in the 1940s.
Is this falling apart,
and then,
so late.
and then if the U.S.
a Supreme Court decision that will,
I gotta play the video. We'll never get to it.
Okay, all right.
In fact, allow the former president to appeal.
First of all, I hate the fucking Young Turks. Fuck the Young Turks.
Oh yeah, they're full of shit.
But they're talking about this bastard being allowed to be on the ballot in all 50 states.
Yeah, they can't take them off. Yeah, I knew they were going to rule
here on state primary ballots. Now, SCOTUS's decision undoes a Colorado ruling that disqualified Trump from the primary ballot by citing January 6th riots as their reasoning behind it. Now, today's ruling comes one day prior to Super Tuesday, when more than a dozen states are set to hold their primary elections. Now, what was the reasoning behind their unanimous decision? The justices said the Constitution does not permit a single state to disqualify a presidential candidate from national office, ruling that such responsibility rests with Congress and not the states. And really the main argument that they're making here is that basically that states can make or cite the 14th Amendment in making decisions about elections pertaining to state and local candidates, but they cannot do so in regard to federal candidates or federal elections. That's really the job of Congress. That's the main argument that they made here, but they made another argument as well. The court warned of disruption and chaos if a candidate for nationwide office could be declared ineligible in some states, but not others, based on the same conduct. Nothing in the Constitution requires that we endure such chaos, arriving at any time or different times up to and perhaps beyond the inauguration, the court said in a 13-page unsigned opinion.
So it was unanimous. The whole Supreme Court voted unanimously in favor of the as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear.
Now, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, and our audience, inbox is here. Is anybody surprised that they would rule this way?
No.
Not in the goddamn least. Okay. So, hey, people, guess what?
So that means
Tuesday in November.
The way the woman was Jackson was in support of it. Sotomayor, the old Sambo put in was
Clarence Thomas, House niggas, yes.
Clarence Thomas.
Right, ass scratching, yes, Boston, being homie kind of niggas, yes.
The Me Too, Kavanaugh, he was in favor of it.
Right,
And the
folks, you know what the fuck I should have did? I should have went and took me $25, okay? and walked right over here to these goddamn casinos and said, you know what, that motherfucker ain't gonna be disqualified for shit. I would have won some money.
I mean, they bet on everything. We might as well start doing that. We start raising our money, start making bets. I mean, they bet on everything.
Hey, come out here to Sin City.
Bet on everything. I'm like, shit. They got bets for everything. I'm like, let's just take bets
Ma'am. Listen to me when I tell you this. This is Sin City. They got everything here.
The way things is looking, Trump gonna win by a landslide.
Sir.
Written in the car.
Sir. What we need to do is save up our pennies between now and election day, and I hate to say this, and put our money on the dump, as in human shit.
Cut the ends off.
Yeah, they say Biden, man, he might as well take his old geriatric ass, go get his diapers changed, okay, and let the old senile motherfucker sit down somewhere, man, and he don't even need to campaign. It'll be a waste of the taxpayers' dollars for him to campaign, because he'll be campaigning on the taxpayers' money when he fly that jumbo jet Air Force One. You paying for the fuel. When he sits up there to go talk, if he can make his fucking mind up, you pay for it. Every time they take the demented motherfucker over there to Walter Reed to check his sorry ass out, you pay for it. Black family, black people, we must face the fact that it has come now in 2024. We are all we got. We have to invest in ourselves.
It's FBA versus everyone.
Yeah, you see, and then as Brother Chase says, them brothers on a continent with that neo-colonialism shit, they need to get their head up out of their asses, because the dump don't mean no fucking good. Hiding Biden don't mean no damn good. And like the sister was saying there, in the interview, when you nasty ass Europeans came to our continent, you did not know how to wash your funky ass, and had to stand a distance of one city, and they still don't, and had to stand a distance of one city block to see why your funky, nasty, stinking ass was landing on the continent.
They bathe once a month,
and have whole TikToks about this shit, like it's a rip.
Sir, we made a huge mistake when them nasty, funky motherfuckers came there showing them how to wash their nasty asses.
We shouldn't have saved them.
No, we shouldn't. The bubonic plague should have wiped out the whole
Now, how did this case come to be? It's important to know
Europe.
about how it came to be. I think that there's this assumption by Trump supporters that it was the Biden White House or the Biden campaign that was egging this on. Biden has made a public statement about this in the past, saying that they should allow Trump on the primary ballots. But nonetheless, the challenge to Trump's candidacy was brought by 6 Colorado voters, 4 of whom who happen to be Republicans, 2 of whom happen to be independents. The Colorado Supreme Court found that Trump had engaged in insurrection when he summoned his supporters to Washington and encouraged them to disrupt Congress's certification.
I'm not gonna prosecute him on that, Jay.
Okay.
Jay said, so we know now how they're going to go. It's time. How it's going to go, I believe, when it's time to make the decision on whether he gets prosecuted for January 6th or not.
Right.
No, that's just it though, Jay. What they're gonna do, Jay, they already said this no good bastard could run for president in all the 50 states, and no state at the state level can't prevent him from being on their primary ballot. So
he's gonna pardon himself.
Right.
Yeah, that's all what he's gonna do. That's the only thing what this son bitch gonna do. He's gonna get up there, he's gonna pardon himself.
No.
And then and then what it is, black family, we should not be wasting our times, fucking around with this political process, because these Clyburns, these Tim Scotts, Barack Obamas, we gave them a chance, man. The Congressional Black Caucus, man, put the motherfuckers in a retirement home. You know what I mean?
Oh, they're already going there.
Okay, because it's over.
Stepping down.
Yeah, it's done.
The civil rights treads, as Professor Black Truth calls them, is going by the wayside.
Yeah, exactly. and later for these bootlicks. You see what I'm saying? To quote the professor, what it is, Black
Of
fam,
Biden's victory.
we got to get us some economical power. Fuck wasting your time on voting for these tricks.
We get our economical power when we get our goddamn reparations.
Oh, yes, sir. $450 trillion in tangibles.
I mean, we give them 1.6, 1.8 trillion.
Yeah. And then that,
it's all that spending power. How is that power if you're spending it with any and everybody?
Yeah, exactly. And then on top of it, Brother Che, that we built up the economical base to get that amount. That's what I was trying to tell old Joe Gibson. Then you want to come tell me about some fuck boys out of Greece, man? Get the fuck out of here. That bullshit's an insult to my intelligence. And it should be an insult to yours too, Black family.
Let me finish this video, y'all.
Okay.
That was what occurred on January 6th. But that wasn't an argument that persuaded the Supreme Court justices. At oral argument on February 8th, justices from across the ideological spectrum warned of troubling political ramifications if they permitted Colorado's top court to order the leading Republican presidential candidate off the ballot. Several justices suggested that allowing the state court ruling to bar Trump from federal office would throw the presidential race into turmoil and lead other states to try to disqualify Democratic candidates. Now, I can't wait to share the hysterical reaction by the likes of Keith Olbermann. That's gonna be a fun comedic relief moment on the show today. But before we get to that, Cenk, jump in.
We might have millions of people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need 1% of our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now. So understand what the decision is and isn't. So first, they did not adjudicate the insurrection at all. So they say, and not only that, they say the states cannot adjudicate it at all, and apparently the courts can't either. In criminal courts can't either. It has to be an act of Congress, meaning that if Donald Trump was convicted of insurrection after this ruling, I think he could still serve, which goes way too far. And that's why Amy Coney Barrett joined the liberal justices in a dissent on that part. So it's unanimous overall that Trump can stay on the ballot. But as far as how far-reaching this decision is, Barrett joined the others in saying, whoa, no. What do you mean that only Congress can decide this? What if Congress is deadlocked on partisan issues having nothing to do with it, whether an insurrection happened or not? So, and it also creates the issue of states then not being able to regulate their own elections at the state level, okay, on this issue particularly. Now, there's one more twist. I wanna read you this part of the decision, and then we'll talk about it. They say states may disqualify persons holding or attempting to hold state office. Now they say that, right? But it's not clear if that applies to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. But definitely not federal office. The states cannot touch federal office. In fact, they say, but states have no power under the Constitution to enforce Section 3 with respect to federal offices, especially the presidency. So it sounds like the states can adjudicate if you went down to January 6th and you were convicted.
You love pizza just as much as we love pizza. So we're bringing you our favorite offer yet. For a limited time, get a large one-topping pizza for $8.99, only at Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Convicted of insurrection and you want to run for mayor, right? Or governor, but they cannot adjudicate it if that same person tries to run for Congress or Senate. But on top of that, what it leaves unclear is, can the states take anyone off a ballot for any constitutional reasons if it's the federal office that they're running for, especially the presidency? And so they did not directly address that, but they left that door open. So and there are other parts of the decision that's even broader in terms of saying, the states might not have the power to take people off of federal ballots. So
I think that makes sense. So as I was reading about their reasoning and their decision, especially in regard to what states can and can't do, I couldn't help but think about why it's important to protect federal elections from state interference or interference in deciding whether or not the federal candidates should or should not be considered qualified for the ballots. I mean, think about the Civil War and what the Civil War was about, right? So would the federal government want to give the states the kind of power to make that type of decision about federal matters or federal elections?
Yeah, especially in regards to 14th Amendment Section 3. I get the logic of that particular.
Shabazz or Shabaki. Y'all remember when Nikki Haley was asked what was the cause of the Civil War?
Right. Yeah.
The Union?
No, the cause of the Civil War was slavery.
Yep.
It's because, see, what had happened was that the Civil War, 1860, they seceded from the United States is because
the Confederacy.
Yeah, because you had a lot of controversy dealing with the Dred Scott decision. And then on top of it, you had the abolitionist movement. But and I'm also reading up here on Frederick Douglass, who was around at that time.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to pull out, because this is a big book on Frederick Douglass. It's about 1,000 pages long. So I'm going to go through there and read his account, since he was a contemporary of that time, of the actual cause of it. But research that I've done is that you had an agricultural economy versus an industrial economy. Because keep in mind, it's very interesting that when the Civil War started, they finished building the Transcontinental Railroad from San Francisco to New York is because they put the golden spike up in a place called Provo, Utah in 1860. What a coincidence, huh? Then not to mention the fact that during that time as well, too, you had the Southern Pacific Railroad being built mainly by us from Atlanta to Los Angeles. See, they don't talk too much about the Southern Pacific.
No, they don't.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, it's because that's where you heard the old legend of John Henry. Okay, because we had a whole, exactly. I've been working on the railroad, and then on top of it, they had a lot of black free labor that built the Southern Pacific Railroad.
Yep.
See,
I let Jeek and that other broad continue with the bullshit.
All right.
Because think about what Anna's saying. What if South Carolina back then was like, yeah, you say insurrection, I say tomato.
Exactly.
And so these same guys who are part of the Confederacy, I'm going to send up there now. It's a state matter, right? And these are the justices saying it's not a state matter. But one of the things they emphasized, Anna, is that if states make different decisions, and then we got a hodgepodge situation, and this is a total mess. And so
I know of a Democratic primary candidate who's dealing with that. So some states decide to keep this individual off the ballot. Others decide to keep the individual on the ballot. So interesting.
Yeah, so let's take a hypothetical for a future run. Let's say that Arnold Schwarzenegger wanted to run next election cycle, right? And he's a naturalized citizen. He could easily take this case, and it's not a slam dunk, but it moves the ball forward for sure. And take this case and go, well, you guys just said that the states can't decide who can run and who can't. That doesn't mean that he wins. The Supreme Court still has to decide whether he can serve, but that would back up the Federal Election Commission that said naturalized citizens can run and basically shouldn't be taken off the ballot. So a lot of the state yahoos that make these decisions, they don't know anything about constitutional law. They're like,
super interesting and it's true.
Yeah, and they're like, I don't know. I heard in 8th grade that you shouldn't be on the ballot, so I'm going to take you off. This is the Supreme Court beginning to say, no, you don't know constitutional law, and that's not your role. Okay, put them on the ballot and leave it up to us.
Now, with that said, let's go to Blue MAGA. The ambassador of Blue MAGA, the top ambassador, is a man by the name of Keith Olbermann, who, believe it or not, at one time was a renowned cable news host and now likes to embarrass himself on a regular basis on Twitter. So he posted, following the Supreme Court's unanimous decision, the Supreme Court has betrayed democracy. Its members, including Jackson, meaning Ketanji Brown Jackson, Kagan, and Sotomayor, have proved themselves inept at reading comprehension.
So they're trying to say they dumb. Well, remember Ketanji couldn't even define what a woman was.
Right, and then collectively, the court has shown itself to be corrupt and illegitimate. It must be dissolved. Now, you're a bad motherfucker if you can get the United States Supreme Court dissolved.
You're appointed for life. Good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then the U.S. Supreme Court always contradicts itself. The legal system contradicts itself.
They gave Shabazz.
Look at the case.
Man, that used to roll around town with the "fuck the police" banner and sign up.
Right.
They gave him 12 years in prison just for making threats against a judge.
Yeah, that's about right. And then the cold part about it is
all he said was, I hope something happens to you. He didn't say he was going to do anything to them. He literally just said, I hope something bad happens to you. And they gave him 12 years in prison. And this is straight up cracker. His name is Grant, and he was part of the Occupy movement.
Okay, now imagine if that would have been a black person that did that. Now let's look at the case of United States versus Ali on his draft refuse.
We don't have time because I got to finish this clip and then we're going to move to the next topic.
Okay.
And collectively, the court has shown itself to be corrupt and illegitimate. It must be dissolved. So there you have Keith Olbermann arguing that a major part of our system of checks and balances should absolutely be dissolved because they had a unanimous decision that he didn't like. Insanity.
Yeah, so I think he's lost his mind.
Totally.
So a couple of things here. Number one, can't they read? Well, wait a minute now. Constitutional law is very complicated. And I could personally attest to the word equal being very much in dispute. Even though it seems like a crystal clear word, it is one that has taken thousands and thousands of pages of Supreme Court decisions to adjudicate what the word equal means. So for Olbermann to do sophistry and be like, oh, they can't read, they should be dissolved. That's childish. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, his main case is you got to vote against Trump because the democracy is on the line. And now he's saying, let's dissolve one of the branches of our government. It's a totally indefensible, just moronic. And when you're attacking the liberal justices, look, if there was a money in politics case or other cases where they said something egregious, okay, and I have that conversation. But in this case, they were unanimous for a reason, because no one adjudicated Trump to be an insurrectionist other than random Democrats in 2 or 3 states. That's not how the process works. That's not how the process should work. But guys like Olbermann, who are blue MAGA, have lost their minds. That's why you call them blue MAGA.
If you've been in a car accident,
fuck the commercial.
Don't call an attorney.
Fuck the commercial. Get the fuck out of here, commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the goddamn
Red MAGA thinks Trump won the 2020 election, et cetera. So they lost their minds in that way. It detached from objective reality. And blue MAGA is just as detached. The other thing that Olbermann is always crying about is, don't believe numbers. Numbers are lies. Only believe my emotions, right? And that is not a rational way to think. And he's become a buffoon, really.
Right, and the numbers
saying that, no polling matters. There's no such thing as science when it comes to polling. The data sucks. Numbers are for losers. Emotions, right?
Totally. I mean, look, I totally understand that commentary when you're dealing with one standout poll, but the results that are pretty damning for Biden in the general have been replicated in poll after poll after poll. At some point, you have to maybe accept reality. And that's part of the problem, Cenk. We have a growing group of people on both sides who just do not want to accept reality. And that makes everything so much more difficult. And what drives me insane is that the media has become super partisan. So you either watch left-wing media or right-wing media, and audiences have become so accustomed to hearing one ideological side that once they get any information that dispels preconceived notions, you know, they don't react well to it. And I think that's part of the problem. And so we obviously have our own political views and our own political, you know, preferences, but the facts are the facts. And we're not gonna hide that from you, even if it's uncomfortable to know what's really going on in the country.
Yeah, it's not that hard. I mean, Oberman was nominally in news before. I mean, so I guess at MSNBC he was mainly doing propaganda for Democrats, and now he's just mask off on it. But so I hate Donald Trump. I probably dislike Donald Trump more than Keith Olbermann does. That doesn't mean I'm gonna lie to you and tell you that he's losing when he isn't. Every poll shows him up by 4 or 5, and the Democratic candidate has to win by 4 or 5 in order to win the Electoral College. And I'm super curious what these blue MAGA delusional types are going to do when Biden loses. And at this point, if the election were held today, he'd get landslided. He would lose every swing state. So, right now, if you tell the Obermans of the world, they'll say, no, Nate Silver's lying, Cenk Uygur is lying. And Keith Olbermann literally did that on a podcast last week. Ezra Klein is lying, Bill Maher is lying, and he put me in that group, right? And they're all lying, they're all the numbers are lying, right? You look so deranged and desperate. So what happens when that desperation and emotional, instability runs into the fact that Biden lost, right, in 2024? If that's what happens, I mean, 2-2-2. I don't want Trump to win, but if that happens, are they going to go full MAGA? Are they going to be like, no, they stole the election. No, we don't accept it. Stop the steal. Continue the steal. No, we don't accept it. Oh, there's mules. There's 2,000 mules.
I don't know.
It's starting to sound like 2,000 mule territory.
It is interesting that, like, once you expand your mind and accept that there are people on the Democratic side who behave similarly to, the hardcore MAGA types who also refuse to accept reality, you kind of see the world for what it really is, right? There is no good side, bad side, people who accept reality and people who don't, meaning Democrats do and Republicans don't. You have a faction in both parties who have just completely lost their minds. And it is concerning.
And look, blue MAGA has a longer history than red MAGA, if we're being honest. And it's not as deep, right? Red MAGA wind up in La La Land, right? Just totally detached from facts. A bunch of them thinking Trump was still president or was going to be reinstated. These things are just off this planet, right? But blue MAGA has been insisting that Democrats who take millions of dollars in corporate donations don't get affected by that money at all. That they're angels and that their ideology and how much they care to do the right thing overwhelms the fact that they're getting millions of dollars in political contributions. And their voting record is identical to what their donors want. But they're like, no, that is a wild, wild coincidence. We never really explore that enough in mainstream media for sure. They never, ever talk about that, right? But that is a lunatic position. And it's held by a lot of Democrats.
Well,
the one thing I'll give the Republicans credit for is that they have let go of that lunatic position. Now, if you ask most Republicans, do your Republican politicians who take millions of dollars, are they honest people who are just doing it based on ideology? I think most Republican voters say no. They're crooks and they're taking the donation money, and some of them are on our side, but a lot of them are uniparty, not on our side. And that is actually closer to reality. So it's a mixed bag, as you see there.
Recordings just got. It's Dana from Stream. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now
when I hear
available.
that bullshit right there, I'm on the couch, man.
Yeah, that's why
I'm on the couch, man. Fuck both of them, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, it's a waste of my time. And I'm gonna say out there to our listening audience, it's a waste of your time. It's because Biden and Trump, both these crooked, no good bastards, are full of shit. They're two sides of the same fucking coin. I mean, man, who am I gonna go out and vote for? Here's your choice between an orange dude, man, that looks like a fucking raccoon, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay, or a dude who's going around there and shits on himself and has to wear diapers. So you got a choice between an orange raccoon and a dude who shits on himself.
Yeah, because he's a fucking geriatric and he's fucking got stage 3 fucking Alzheimer's and ain't nobody trying to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, see, Biden is incompetent. Kamala Harris ain't gonna do shit for you, okay? You know what I'm saying? Because she flat backed her way to the vice presidency. You know what I mean? Okay, Joe and the hoe gotta go. The dump as in human shit needs to be flushed. I mean, man, so you damned if you do, damned if you don't. I'm on a couch, man.
Well, what about the independent Shabaka?
Okay, the only independent candidate who I would vote for to run for president of the United States would be Jesse Paris.
Oh, thank you, Shabaka.
And other than that, the rest of these motherfuckers can kiss my ass. You know, call up the show tomorrow night. 516-418-5996. You know, put your hate mail in the chat room. You know what I'm saying? We'll read it. But like I said, I can't do it, man. Hell, I'm a old motherfucker my goddamn self. You know what I'm saying? I cannot. And I've done it for years in my youth. I cannot sit up here, waste my time with a bunch of bullshit, man, that's going to be blaring over the idiot box of some rambling, mumbling, senile motherfucker who's going to talk a bunch of shit that he don't believe in. And then you got a goddamn crook, a fucking rapist, a tax evader, you know what I'm saying, a shiesty motherfucker, you know what I mean? But the only thing I can say about with the dump, as in human shit, did for black people is that the dump signed the pardon post-ominously for Jack Johnson, and the dump said one thing that made sense to me. You would have think the previous administration would have did this, but the previous administration before the dump, he was more worried about a homosexual getting a dick up his ass, man, than the police murdering his own goddamn people.
Thanks.
I can't do it no more, folks. I'm sorry. I lived through tricky days.
Pan-Africanism is dead.
Yeah. You see, and that's the sad part. Pan-Africanism is dead, Brother Che, because we cannot be the only one on the square, man. The continent has got to get into it as well, too. But all of them is a bunch of goddamn puppets to these damn colonialists.
Yep.
The only motherfucker over there on the continent of Africa I respect, man, was the president of Uganda when Ohio Biden sent one of his fuck boys over there and said, you guys got to embrace LBG, and the dude bleeding out the crack of his ass is a woman's menstruation, and otherwise we'll kill you. And President Museveni said of Uganda, he says, hey, man, check this out. Here's your aid. You still standing here, man? We don't give a fuck.
Right. Yeah.
And motherfucker, you still standing here? And then Obama, you know, when he goes on his ancestral land, greeted by President Kenyatta of Kenya, and states, hey, Mr. President Obama, you know, your father's from here. Hey, man, we appreciate having you. This, that, there, the other. We need this. We need that. We want to work with you on this. What does Obama get up and talk about? Well, man, the dude getting fucked in his ass, he's in love, and the president of Kenya said, no, cat, we shutting you down. You got to get the fuck up out of here. Split. So his next stop was Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, where the women of Ethiopia are hypnotically beautiful. And the president of Ethiopia speaks to Obama on Air Force One. He says, hey, homie, we heard about what you did down there in Nairobi, man. Don't even bother landing that raggedy motherfucker right here. Come on, people. You know what I'm saying? You know, on the continent, you know what I'm saying? You know, you got all those damn neo-colonialists up there who are going to wind up embracing an alphabetized agenda too, Brother Che, yeah, because I came across something on that. You know, so I'm going to make a footnote on it, you know, for, you know, the podcast tomorrow night.
Passed a new law on that shit where it's at least 3 years in prison.
Okay, for two dudes to go out there fucking each other in the ass. Okay. All righty. Okay. I don't have a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? You know, hey, man, go get some pussy. You might find out if you like it. No disrespect, ladies. You know what I'm saying?
It's
shit. Yeah, no, I'm just being real, man. I'm an old bastard. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I cannot sit up here, man, believe the banana in the tailpipe. I cannot believe in, exploding cigars. You know what I'm saying? I mean, dog, I can't do it no more. This shit is insanity, man. Come on, black man and woman, we're better than this bullshit. Okay? It's straight out like Minister Farrakhan said, these motherfuckers are killing your babies, man, and we over here killing each other over bullshit.
You ain't lying, Shabaka. Brother Shabazz, what are your thoughts on this?
Of the politics?
Yeah. Or the politics?
Well, at least we know that Donald Duck is more bolder than Joe Biden.
Yeah, and Biden has kept black family the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that
perfectly clear.
His first term in office did not pass any legislation that directly harmed foundational black Americans.
Good point.
But you know who did?
Biden.
Oh, Biden.
Obama.
And
Clinton.
Biden and what gotta go?
And the hoe. Yeah, the hoe from California, yeah. Kamala. Yeah, the Frisco hoe. Gotta go.
Yeah. So, moving right along. Speaking of politics, RFK Jr. decided to pay Jeff Fart in the Free Coon Zone a visit.
I gotta see this.
Wow.
So shout out to Gerald, who's the only codified individual in that space. Shout out to him. He live streamed it, so we go watch some of the video of them grilling the fuck out of RFK about reparations and Black First specific agenda. All of a sudden, because they weren't asking these questions in 2020.
Right.
They damn sure were not asking these questions in 2016.
Right. Or 2012.
Or 2008.
Or 2004.
Or 2000.
Or 1996.
Period. Just anytime.
92.
1988.
43 years. Okay?
Same thing in 1984. The same thing in 1980 when that old senile motherfucker got elected to president, man, who was a Class B actor. And Nancy and I will do everything for the American people. And what did this motherfucker do, Ronald Reagan?
Was running the country the last term.
Yeah, he gave you the crack epidemic.
Yeah, remember say no to crack. Crack is whack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just say no. And look at our man. And what was the man's name, Brother Che? You said Operation Pegasus, Gary Webb.
Yep.
Metropolitan LAPD, which is LAPD's elite. You know what I mean? And he said that he was a dead man already. And how long was it, man? About 3-4 weeks later, they found him with 3 bullets in his head.
Facts. So RFK is here at the Free Coon Zone.
And he has Secret Service protection.
So he's here and he's gonna get questions. Jeff gonna interview him.
All right.
And let's see our terminology being axed all of a sudden. Just all of a sudden.
We got the students into Alabama. They did all the major civil rights issues in this house. So they home at that time in Hickory, Illinois, president stopping the mob.
I would not have a president that sounds like that.
Tell you about to have a seizure.
Right. Right. Oh God.
If you tune out now and don't read the comments.
Oh, there's a trigger alert. Oh. We don't have no trigger alert over here. You come over here, you just know it's Black first.
Right.
You have been born.
That's right.
RFK, you know you're big when they just hit you with those initials. RFK Jr. is in the free think zone. He's left the Democratic.
In the free coon zone. Ain't nothing free
Right.
behind that shit.
But however, though, I will say this here, though, ladies and gentlemen, I do remember the night that his father was killed in Los Angeles, June the 6th, 1968.
Yeah,
And
that was-
RFK, yeah, and RFK Senior, had he would have stayed alive, he would have beat Tricky Dick.
Mm.
Yeah, RFK would have he would have smashed Tricky Dick.
Wow. So he would have never had a war of poverty.
Exactly. And what had happened is, going back, turning back the hands of time. This is what happens when you're an old bastard, all these memories start coming to you. Is a classic line. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not seek, nor will I accept the nomination of my party to be president of the United States. And at that time in history, free Huey. Hell no, we won't go. Who's the heavyweight champion of the world?
The greatest, Ali.
Yeah. Hey, black is beautiful. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud.
James
By
Brown.
James Brown. Motown hits hitting. Smokey and the Miracles. The Temptations. With Cloud 9.
Yep.
1968.
That's right.
Yeah, let me see. Curtis Mayfield and the Impressions. Keep on pushing. Boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
Okay, Marvin Gaye.
What's going on?
Heard it through, no, that's
I
1970.
heard it through the grapevine.
Through the grapevine, 1968. Okay, Gladys Knight, 1968. I heard it through the grapevine. She made a record as well too. He'll say, and that there was a very, very turbulent time in our history, but us as a people,
The heart of the Black empowerment era.
yes, sir, that's exactly what it was.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
because,
Beautiful.
yes, sir, that's what you heard. Black
That's
power,
like this
black power.
here. Malcolm X was not a civil rights leader.
No,
Stop
so
saying that shit.
yeah, Malcolm X was a Pan-Africanist. Who we got a troll?
He was a Black nationalist, but yeah.
Yeah, Black nationalist, Pan-Africanist. Okay, the heavyweight champion at that time, who was undefeated, refused induction into the war in Vietnam. He was on a lecture circuit. He goes to the University of Texas. You dirty draft dodging nigger. The champ says, right. You black son bitch, right. Go do your part in the goddamn war, right. You're a fucking coward. Oh, the heavyweight champion is a coward. He says, well, if I'm all that, if I'm going to die, I'm prepared to fight one of you white boys right here.
Do I have any takers?
Hell no, he didn't have any takers. You could hear a pin drop in the fucking room.
Exactly. All right, so RFK is going to...
Yeah, and so much for that. I was just putting that out there, brother.
Which I
Brother
would tell
Che.
you would cause some consternation.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is upsetting the apple cart. It is burning bridges. I mean, when you talk about your family legacy and the inroads to power, you've probably been in those corridors for a very long time. Do you feel yourself being isolated now? And then also, we began the program
It's cracking up over here.
not being allowed to even have security.
Yeah, I mean, I spent 40 years of my life as the leading environmental lawyer in the country and attorney. I made lots of friends in the Democratic Party. I was deeply immersed in Democratic politics for all of my life, and a lot of those relationships now are gone. So I definitely burned some bridges, but you lose friends, you make friends.
Did you consider becoming a part of the Republican Party? I mean, if there's an option, and for some reason there just seems to be this two-party system, what's the difference between the Democrats, and if they lost you, would it be the Republicans' game?
If I did that, I would not be married long. My wife would leave me. So, no, I would. That wasn't really an option for me.
And why not? So give me an idea about the difference between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Like why not one or the other? You've already outlined why not the Democratic Party. How do we make a distinction between the two parties when it seems like maybe in many opinions they both seem to be going in the same direction?
Yeah, I guess part of it may be just a lifetime prejudice of thinking as the Republican Party is the party for Wall Street, as the party that was against, that was content to see the environment liquidated for cash, the party that had opposed virtually all the civil rights legislation that my father worked on.
I'm trying to find the Blacc specific questions.
And keep in mind, his father had authorized the surveillance of Dr. King by J. Edgar Hoover.
All of these facilities are put in those communities, and they are, belching out toxic contaminants, which are aggravating the chronic disease epidemic among Blacks. And then they're all food deserts. And they're eating food that essentially is poison. Now, I've also been at the spearhead of economic development of the most impoverished communities in this country. My father,
that broad and Bill's language.
God, man, he had all that background.
Oh, yes.
Impoverished communities.
Oh, yes. I'm not trying to be rude, but I got to head out.
We understand, Brother Shabazz. We appreciate you staying up late with us. You're always
no problem.
It's a pleasure, brother, for having you. Yes, sir.
Hey, no problem.
Bye, Brother Shabazz. We'll see you soon.
I'll see you soon.
Okay,
Stay black.
You too.
Always.
Peace.
Always. Okay, Brother Shabazz. Yeah, appreciate you getting acquainted with the brother, having him on there. But ladies and gentlemen, RFK Jr. Okay, he's going nowhere. Okay.
Nowhere.
Yeah, he's a train without steam. He's not going nowhere. What's gonna happen is, I hate to say,
When he was younger?
No, he's old as fuck.
I know. It don't sound like that.
Old as fuck.
Yeah, he's old as hell. It's because his father was killed over 60. No, his father was killed 56 years ago.
Yeah, but is he a heavy smoker in his youth? Or?
I don't know. Yeah, but he definitely had some type of problem, with his larynx and what have you. And I don't know if he was ill or not.
1964 through the poorest community in New York, which was Bedford-Stuyvesant in Brooklyn, and the most numerous, highest population. He saw something in that community, which is that although there was tremendous poverty, right, all the indicia of social deterioration, you had everything was happening in Bed-Stuy, but you also had a high degree of home ownership. And so there was a pride in the community. People were painting their houses, people were putting flower pots out, and there was a tremendous entrepreneurial energy of people trying to start businesses and work for the local community. So my father decided to dedicate his life to that community. And Arthur Schlesinger, in his book about my father's biography, says,
"Oh my God, I got
it was not home with his children, his 11 children, but the one place he wanted to be was Bed-Stuy.
I got
RFK's raised at Bed-Stuy. When my father was killed, I took his place on the board. And I've served on that board for 35 years. And what we did in that community is we brought equity into that community. We brought capital into that community, and we brought business training into that community.
That was from the private sector?
From the private sector and an NGO. So we were an NGO. We brought my father.
Non-governmental.
My father went out. He got the biggest business leaders in New York. Tom Watson is the CEO of IBM. Andre Mayer, who's the CEO of Lazard Frères. All these other businesses. What he realized in the Black community was very little accrued business knowledge. So if my father had tried to start a business, he could call one of his buddies from Harvard Business School and say, how do you do inventories? How do you do taxes and accounting and all this? And he would have gotten it. But in the Black community, there was none of that. And so people were kind of on their own. And that was one of the big deficits that people complained about. So my father started getting commitments when all these top Wall Street guys all spend one day a month there talking to local business people, I'll mentor local business people. I'll spend one day a week there. And he brought all of these business people in, and they started business. Today, Fulton Street in Brooklyn is a booming economic center. And when my father went there, when I started there, all the stores were boarded up. Today, all of them are flourishing. There's commerce flowing out onto the sidewalk.
Let me just stop you there for just a quick second. And I think you're making a great case for reparations. In terms of,
I'm happy to talk about it.
No, we're going to.
Now, all of a sudden, Jeff Fart want to talk about reparations.
What did he say? He said he don't want to talk about it.
He talking about now. I think you're making a good case for reparations.
No, but what did RFK say?
That's what we got to get to.
We'll talk directly about reparations, but you set up a great segue into reparations. I want to run an ideal by you that I've talked to many candidates about and some that are in federal positions right now. And again, we're going to bring in more voices, but this is a long form conversation. This is not a drive-by soundbite, and I appreciate you for being able to, make yourself available because there are other voices that are brought in. There are many other questions that I've got to set up in terms of the reparations and the access to capital and some of those things that your father and your family have been a part of. If elected as president, how would that be reflected?
The Kennedy clan was never for reparations.
We gotta hear it.
I see hyper gentrification of those neighborhoods, like everywhere I see where Black neighborhoods used to be, and there's been a great influx of capital and cash. I go there, and it's just hyper gentrification. Talk to about gentrification and reparations.
Yeah, so the Resurrection Act community preceded the gentrification, which is now starting to happen. I think it's ethnic cleansing because it was really insulated by history and by a very, very vast Black community in the area. But you're starting to see it, and that's going to be a problem. That that's a whole new set of issues. In terms of reparations,
he definitely dodged the question.
I completely endorse the moral case for reparations. The problem is this: that under the Harvard case, which is John Roberts' decision, the Supreme Court decision, about admissions to Harvard, it is now clearly unconstitutional to award reparations that are race-based. So you can't give
clearly unconstitutional to give reparations that are race-based. Yeah.
Yes.
You just said that. I'm repeating his words. They had ruled that reparations that are race-based are unconstitutional.
That's why we're stressing one of the reasons we're stressing the lineage so heavy.
Right. Okay. But you see, but here's a contradiction. Okay, that thoroughly pisses me the fuck off. World War II. You intern Japanese citizens who were born in the U.S. and you put them in internment camps far away from the West Coast as possible. You interned them in Idaho, Nevada, Eastern Washington State. They were only there 6-7 years at the most. They got paid.
Yeah, I think they were only there for 4 years.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it was from ever since the early 1942 when Pearl Harbor got bombed by Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now there's even a section of the city of Los Angeles. You're gonna love this, people. That's been there ever since about 1940 something. It's called Little Tokyo.
Yeah.
In the city of Los Angeles, north of Skid Row.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It'll take you right into Little Tokyo.
Yeah.
You drive, what is that? San Pedro Street. You go due north on San Pedro Street, man, going towards City Hall in LA. You're right there in Lapdog headquarters. You're in Little Tokyo.
Mm.
See? And they've been there since the 1940s. Now, the part that kills me, people, and we need some hate mail. We're going to be talking about this here on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced as well, too. And we're going to continue to talk about it as long as you got this goddamn hokey ass circus. This circus called the 2024 presidential election.
Yeah.
$450 trillion in fucking tangibles, and I'm sitting on the goddamn couch. But the Kennedys right here, okay, who black voters went out and voted for in 1960 for his uncle, right? Because traditionally, black folks, yeah, and voted for his.
Yeah, his uncle. Yeah, his uncle. Yeah.
Yeah. JFK is this man's uncle. Blacks were voting for RFK until he got killed, particularly after Martin Luther King got killed. Everybody went Democrats because you got to remember is that Martin Luther King got killed only 2 months before this man's father did. Yeah, almost to the day. Yeah, Dr. King got assassinated April 4th, 1968. Robert F. Kennedy Sr. got shot June 6, 1968, after he won the Democratic primary in California at the Ambassador Hotel that they tore down in Los Angeles, and now you have in its place Robert F. Kennedy High School.
Okay.
Okay, because because one of the few times I was in Los Angeles recently is that I says I want to go see the Ambassador Hotel off of Normandy and Wilshire Boulevard in LA. And I couldn't find it, but then I'm looking at this job site, and I see a sign up there, future home of Robert F. Kennedy High School. So I put 2 and 2 together, is that this is where the Ambassador Hotel was, and they built Robert F. Kennedy High School in Los Angeles right there. Okay, but the cold part about it is, once again, RFK, gave J. Edgar Hoover, all that juice to spy on Martin Luther King. Now, another thing that happened in 1966, the patrols started.
Yep.
Point number 7.
We do the whole history right now, Shabaka, because we gotta finish this interview.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Finish the interview. Yeah. And I was just relating through what I've lived through. That's all.
Oh yeah, we appreciate it, Shabaka.
You could technically, under some earlier Supreme Court decisions in the Japanese cases, you could technically make the case for reparations, for legacy-based reparations, that, if you can show that you had an ancestor who was a slave and you can collect some amount of money for that, the economic deprivation to that ancestor. But I think it's not as clear a showing for as much money if you could show the targeted, Black communities targeted in Tulsa and throughout Jim Crow, throughout the South, and many, many other places. Tulsa was not the only Black Wall Street.
I got an idea.
So
I got an idea, but go ahead.
Finish what I'm saying.
You got a stolen
I
idea.
don't tell anybody that I'm going to do things unless I know that I can do it. And in order to make
More
that
than likely
happen,
stolen from us.
you would need to get it through both the House and Congress. I don't see that happening. I think that that's a heavy lift. But I have other ideas about how to achieve the same thing.
Give it up. Let's see it.
Okay. And it's the same thing we did at that side, and we call it target community repair. And what you do is you take not just Black communities, but other communities of poverty as well. The Blacks are most impoverished.
Blacks.
These communities.
Anybody referring to us
You
as
give
Black
opportunities for the biggest problem of Black community is lack of equity.
can't do it.
If you don't have equity in the home ownership, and home ownership was systematically targeted, particularly prior to 2008. We saw home ownership decline nationwide in 2008 because these, exotic instruments that Wall Street created, like balloon loans. But those instruments were tried out in Black communities for over a decade before. They were tried out in Black communities first, and those communities were systematically trained. If you don't own a home, a bunch of things happen. One, you don't care about your community anymore. Because, if you own a home, you care about your police, you care about your schools, you go to the PTA meetings, you care about transportation, the appearance, you care about your neighbors. But also, you have an entree to the capitalist system because you can borrow money, you can get a second mortgage. So if you have an entrepreneurial impulse, if you want to build a bowling alley or a bar or a barber shop, or a sporting goods store, you can do that. And that's what we want people to do. But you can't, in those Black communities now, there's very little homeownership left. The other thing is they're starved to capital. And even if you did have reparations, Black communities have no place to put that money.
Well, let me just tell you.
Oh my God, 20 Black banks left in there.
Hey, man. Hey, bruh. That's what the fuck I'm saying. You see? See, brother Che, this motherfucker right here just proved our point right here.
Mhm.
So therefore, Joe Gibson and Yasser bosses and idiots out there, he just told you. John F. Kennedy's nephew just told you he's not in favor of reparations for your black ass, okay, being the victims of brutalization, hatred, that of our ancestors, okay, then not to mention the brutalization of the Jim Crow era, not to mention George Stinney, the Scottsboro boys, Emmett Till, okay. I mean, it goes on and on and on. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And then you get these goddamn single fan ass scratching Uncle Tim Scott, brain dead Pianki motherfuckers. Oh no, man, we don't need reparations and all that. Oh, just like the and then
any reparations, you can sign your damn check over to me.
yeah, exactly.
Number.
Yeah.
And we go from there since y'all defeat us.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, then not to mention when we try to become self-sufficient with the Black Wall Street that I had visited, Brother Jay, and you can feel it still in the air. Okay, just like what happened with Rosewood. Okay, just like what happened with the race riot of 1919 in Chicago, Illinois. You see, just like what happened with the Black Panthers who were exercising their constitutional rights and they were labeled terrorists for exercising their constitutional rights. Okay. Okay. Then when Dr. Newton had started the patrols, legal patrols, protecting our people against police brutality, the dude who his uncle was the boss of, who was a homosexual, closet queen, him and his fuck boy, Clyde Tolson, the biggest threat to the national security is the organization of Negroes.
Hold on, I'm going to switch places with Lady Che.
Yeah,
I'm starting to doze off.
You gotta get up early.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Where's that video, cuz?
Which one?
The video of our work today.
It's on my thing. I can transfer it over. I just gotta find it.
We're gonna breeze through it real quick, family. And then Shabaka,
yeah.
Yes, are you staying for the rest of this video or whatever? Because I can run it from here. I'll be up for
okay, let me see what this dude has got to say. I could give you about another 10 more minutes because let me see, it's going on 17. Okay. All right, and we got 3 hours in, and we definitely appreciate all our listeners and what have you. We appreciate our haters as well too, because we take your negative energy and then we change the polarity on it and turn it into positive energy. So, we appreciate our haters as well too. Okay, so go ahead, Lady J.
All right. To Jesse. Jesse got to switch this. Just send it to me and then I'll get it. I'll get it cracking.
Okay.
1 second, family, so that I could switch over. I'm just getting my stuff together for the RVA while I'm sitting here, and I'm just like shocked. I'm just completely shocked.
No. I am not shocked at anything that he said in regard to the reparations. Okay, it's because see what has happened.
I'm just like, is anybody really paying attention to half the shit that's going on in the city, let alone that we had this motherfucker here and nobody even knew about it? That nobody knew about it.
Now that's interesting. Hold on, Lady Che. You got a point on that. It's because he still does get Secret Service protection for the rest of his life. It's because he is the nephew of the president. Okay, he is also the
at the free. That's what I'm
No,
saying. I'm not saying Shabaka is like
yeah.
nobody knew he was coming into town, but he ends up at the Coon Zone
Yeah.
of all places.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of
Coon Zone. Oh yeah, that's very suspect. Okay, now, what also makes me suspect of Jeff Fart, you are a fraud and you are a fucking agent.
That's right, Shabaka.
And I said it in Jeff Fart, F-A-R-T. Your sorry ass is welcome to call in tomorrow night, sir, 7 p.m. in the Mountain Time Zone at 516-418-5996. And I'm making it plain to you, Jeff Fart, I don't respect you.
And neither do we.
Okay, and I'm making that plain. Now, you don't like what the fuck I said on your platform, so your little bitch-made ass is going to sit up there and block me, man? Fuck you.
Right. Yeah, Shabaka was the first to get blocked.
Yeah, Shabaka was the first to get blocked. And then me, and then pretty shortly after that, it was Jesse.
Yeah, right. And then, not to mention, too, is like I said, is that what are you ass scratchers are going to do for the black community? See, he didn't like that. And Jeff Fart, you are worse than an ass scratcher now. You're a bootleg coon, just like what Professor Black Truth says. And motherfucker, you are welcome to call 516-418-5996, and I put the wrong fucking number up here in the chat room. Hey man, could you could you make the correction for me there in the chat room?
Yeah, we already
516. Wait a minute. Hold on. Whoa. What's our 516? What's our phone number, man?
516-418.
Right. Yeah. 418. Yeah. If you could make the correction in the chat room for me on that. You know what I'm saying?
It's on the bottom. It's scrolling on the bottom of the screen right now, but I got to.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I fucked up. My apologies. Well, this is what happens, folks, when you become an old bastard. You know what I'm saying?
It's fucking in the nighttime. I'm sure we got the pass on it.
Okay, so let me finish this.
Okay, and it's just sad, man.
Here's my request for you, and I've asked a few individuals to look at this. Most folks agree about we would like to study the situation. That's what I hear most folks say. Yeah, I'm for reparations, and I'm
Those are people who don't want anything to happen.
Exactly. And so here's what I'm asking.
Study what, Jeff? Fuck a study.
Oh my God. Like
there's nothing to study.
So they fucking study. Study what? Jesus Christ, that you don't have enough information? There's not enough information. It's fucking dumb, man. This is so stupid.
For RFK Jr. to think about. Black folks, right now, while the studies take place, we are exempt from federal taxes. We get full-fledged health care at the highest levels, and we can go get education at any place that we want to sign up and get admitted to in terms of being able to access education. And that's all while the studies are taking place. You join me on that? Yeah, you join me on that.
That's a great idea, but for the same reason that reparations are not going to be passed constitutional muster, though that idea will not, you cannot get that past the Harvard.
But they said we couldn't abolish slavery. Like there were slavery was an integral part of the economy, and there were advocates who said that they were going to abolish it, that it was morally incorrect and for whatever reason, and they fought, and there was an abolitionist movement and all those different things. I think the people are looking for those who are finding a way to make things happen, as opposed to saying,
I will
can't
tell you
happen.
how to make it happen.
The doll has control of the mic.
It's not a constitution. The Supreme Court has interpreted the Constitution to say that you cannot make race-based awards of federal benefits that are race-based. You can't do it.
And does that mean because of who we've elected and who are in the Supreme Court seats?
It's because Donald Trump appointed 3 members of the Supreme Court.
Oh my God.
Who, with Clarence Thomas, who
Clarence
was where he is today because of race-based
right there.
Well, you see, this is what makes this shit here the biggest contradiction gone. is because down there in the South, when you had John Lewis went up there and got knocked in the head at the Edmonds Pettus Bridge talking about he was looking for good trouble, got his head bashed in, stretched out, knocked the fuck out cold. And he don't deserve reparations, and we don't deserve reparations. With Emmett Till and the Scottsboro Boys, the Rodney King case, the O.J. Simpson case.
MLK Jr, one more question. Well, several more questions.
We definitely didn't know.
For over a decade before, they were tried out of Black communities first, and those communities were systematically trained their equity. If you don't own a home, a bunch of things happen. One, you don't care about your community.
Vicky Dillard.
We love Vicky Dillard.
Along with Michi X, David Banner, and I think, was it Omar?
Man, what the fuck is going on right here?
Were responsible for bringing the Black First agenda to Denver. But we were already talking that stuff with Sankofa years before that.
Because, if you own a home, you care about your police, you care about your schools, you go to the PTA meetings, you care about transportation, the appearance, you care about your neighbors. But also, you have an entree to the capitalist system because you can borrow money, you can get a second mortgage. So if you have an entrepreneurial impulse, if you want to build a bowling alley or a bar or a barber shop, or a sporting goods store, you can do that. And that's what we want people to do. But you can't, in those Black communities now, there's very little home ownership left. The other thing is they're starved to capital. And even if you did have reparations, Black communities have no place to put that money.
Well, let me just tell you,
there's only 20 Black banks.
I understand that, but here's
even if you had reparations, Black communities, no place to put that money.
It was called the Freedmen's Bureau. Y'all motherfuckers stole all the goddamn money and used to correct the goddamn federal.
And started the Federal Reserve. Yes, sir. You're absolutely correct on that there, Brother Chad. Stand corrected. Yeah, you're right. They stole the freedmen's money and they started the goddamn Federal Reserve with it. Yes, sir. You are absolutely correct.
That's why still to this day we keep our money anywhere but in a bank.
All right, I just got to hear what he says real fast before we get into it because it says so quick. Just got to make sure I heard what I heard.
And I've asked a few individuals to look at this. Most folks agree about we would like to study the situation. That's what I hear most folks say. I'm for reparations and I
Those are people who don't want anything to happen.
Exactly. Yeah. And so here's what I'm asking for RFK Jr. to think about. Black folks right now, while the studies take place, we are exempt from federal taxes. We get full-fledged health care at the highest levels, and we can go get education at any place that we want to sign up and get admitted to in terms of being able to access education. And that's all while the studies are taking place. You join me on that? Yeah, you'll join me on that.
What I would say is that's a great idea, but for the same reason that reparations are not going to be passed constitutional rights, though that idea will not, you cannot get that past corporate cases.
But they said we couldn't abolish slavery.
I just gotta say this: that man don't speak for us.
That must have been stupid. That's Ian clapping.
Jeff R. don't speak for us. What he's speaking,
exactly.
He's not even on our best interest. This is, I mean, look, don't believe me, man. Just say, I'm on some other shit, right? Let's just say hypothetical. Let's just pretend, right?
You're trying to jump ahead.
Hold on a second. Let's just say, don't believe me, right? Don't believe me. I'm lying, right? Just say that, whatever. But just go back at least 3-4 years and watch every motherfucking episode and watch the wishy-washy motherfucking backwards fucking instigating bullshit that he does. And
become a Patreon
and
bullshit.
And just watch what happens. Not to mention, just watch that whole year of fucking the Jesse Paris fucking campaign and the motherfucking shutdown. Just watch. Just fucking, if you don't believe me, don't take my word for it. Look it up. Right? Like Jason Black said, look it up. Right? Because he don't speak for us. That man is not speaking for us. He it's like it's a combative blackness once in a while. You know what I mean? It's like however the wave is flowing. Yeah. Okay, so what now I'm listening for something very serious, because I mean, if I was gonna have anybody speak for us right now in our city, it probably would be the sister Vicky Dillon. Yeah. Right? Because she's on point. She's codified. She's on point. You know, she does shit with the new black media. That is the new black media here in our state, right? So, and we always constantly sending, like, you know, that we think about this sister highly, right? She's put in her work. Here, she's here. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's not like, you know, we recognize other sisters and other brothers that do the work. She's here. There's not that many here in our city, in our state, right? So we got to recognize that. And so, I mean, this is the lady that bangs the gavel.
Come on, talk black to me.
You talk black to me, like what I say. He speaks black to me. Shout out to Vicky Dillon, because you know that's Sister Vicky Dillon. The fucking the gavel raps, hand claps, and gavel raps. You know what I mean? Like the war room. Okay, that is Sister Vicky Dillon, right? The sister with the curly braids. Okay, so we know who she is. If I was gonna say, oh man, she can speak for us, yep, we gotta just give it up. Let Sister Dilly go ahead and speak on for us, because we right here, and we gonna just go ahead and keep following this trend of new black media shit. You hear me? Because we will keep following the trend. But this man right here, he don't speak for us. He like an enemy to the state. How many times have you heard me say it? Me say it. Don't let the shade deflect the motherfucking message. I'm codified. Yeah, motherfuckers are enemy to our people. When I say it, it's because that's what I've seen firsthand. Not because I got a fucking a second, third opinion. First motherfucking hand, and how politely asked with, you know, polite words and pleasantries, like, may I please have an appointment? Can I please come in? You know, this. Like, if you're trying to drum up numbers, controversy is your thing, you might as well get the diamond in the rough. I'm right here. I have a whole plan, whole workout. But what does this person say? He laughed at us on our black first thoughts. He laughed at us talking about wanting to have a whole black cabinet. He laughed at us. And then they try to ride this way. Because we got receipts. This isn't like just made up shit. So he don't speak for us. What he's asking about, what he's talking about, is because he heard it over here. Or they all grift over here listening to shit, we know. So they heard it. And then they kind of like, you know, picking on what parts to listen to, right? But no way does that motherfucker speak for us here. B1, FBA, don't let the shade deflect the message, even a fucking 50.5% of fucking FBA rate, right? Okay, he don't speak for us. He don't speak for us. He don't speak for FBA. He don't speak for Freedman. He don't speak for us because he's not on the shit 24 motherfucking 7. It's a fucking it's a convenience fucking thing. How the fuck we not know RFK was here? That's what I'm saying. And how the fuck he get over there of all places? He could have did an interview.
There were, like, slavery was an integral part of the economy, and there were advocates who said that they were going to abolish it, that it was morally incorrect, and for whatever reason, and they fought, and there was abolitionist movements and all those different things. I think the people are looking for those who are finding a way to make things happen, as opposed to saying, well,
I will tell you how to make it happen, but it's not that way. Because that way, you know, it's not the Constitution. The Supreme Court has interpreted the Constitution to say that you cannot make race-based awards of federal, you know, benefits that are race-based. You can't do it.
And does that mean because of who we've elected and who are in the Supreme Court seats?
It's because Donald Trump appointed 3 members of the Supreme Court, who, with Clarence Thomas, who was where he is today because of race-based affirmative action program.
think that
and they threw it out. And John Roberts, they're Trump appointees who said you can't do that. So it's unconstitutional. That means
based on the configuration right now of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but changing a Supreme Court decision like that is more than getting rid of those judges. You may be able to do it if you appointed 3 liberal judges. If you appointed 3 liberal judges, you may be able to do that. But,
Vicky Dillard and then also Anubis, would you grab those seats? We're going to continue. We're just planting some seeds and having a conversation. RFK Jr., one more question. Well, several more questions. Would you support me?
Not really a slight on her.
Not a slight on her. How the fuck you not know? That are just humanitarians. Would you join me in a call for a ceasefire that's taking place right now in Israel and then also Palestine? Where are we at? Can we get a ceasefire?
The brother leading the show.
No, I mean, I am against the Ukraine war. I've been against it from the beginning. The war in Israel, which is horrible, and I have a lot of friends who are Palestinian. I have friends who are in Gaza who I'm actually supporting.
I just want to say this. I gotta say this real quick. Nothing I'm about to say has anything to do with the sister. Okay, I'm really merely pointing out the cultural center. Okay, and how I feel about the cultural center. It has nothing to do with the sister. The sister could do interviews wherever the fuck she want to, when she want to. I mean, she does. She picks and chooses. That's her thing, right? But she could go wherever she want. She feel like she has something to contribute or do something with the question RFK. Man, cool, go for it. Like what I'm about to say has nothing to do with or is even in that direction of the sister, because nothing but love and respect, right? However, this one, the host of the show, okay, and that's where our vitriol comes from. You know what I mean? That's our anger, our frustration, because he does fucked up shit to us, right? However, how did we not know? That's what I'm saying. How did we not know? Which I feel is kind of fucked up, because we should have known. Not because we were gonna go crash the fucking the event, because we probably wouldn't have and we couldn't have, but just to fucking know, you know what I mean? Just to know, right? That both people, are who they are in their own right. But the fact that the RFK Jr. is here talking about shit during whatever, and she was here to fucking, I don't even know. We don't even know. We're going to find out right now. But she was here, like, here in the city in 5 Points. Like, that's fucking epic. Not that, she don't really travel around, but goddamn, that's fucking epic. How do we not know? Meaning, how did the fucking signal boosters not know? Because we're banned from grifting the spot, and we're banned from participating in conversation. However, there was no mess, like even reading the newspaper. I read all the way 2 weeks back. There was no notice anywhere saying that RFK Jr. was even going to be in the city. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Not that the sister came down from her home to come down here, to see a fucking ghost town. Not to say that. I'm saying there was nothing in the newspaper, news break, the news that said he was even gonna be here before. You know what I mean? So I'm finding out right now as you're finding out. Jesse gets found out a couple of days ago, and I'm just like, what? In the cultural center? How the fuck we not know? Like, that was another part of my community statements. You know what I mean? Like, this is like a serious thing with us and him. You know what I mean? And in person, it's not like that. You know what I mean? In person, it's like, hey, how you doing? Oh, how your old lady doing? Like, this type of shit. You feel me? So I kind of feel like we couldn't have done it. We weren't gonna crash the motherfucking event like secretly might want to, but goddamn, like, this is some shit. This is some shit that nobody knows about, and what he's saying, no one knows about, right? So now we gotta do our due diligence and fucking shame the motherfucking shit, shame RFK Jr. for fucking whatever the fuck he's talking about.
Financially,
for fucking inciting
and I've met with all the Palestinian leadership in the West Bank and elsewhere. But Israel is fighting a defensive war. it was attacked, in a horrendous way. It was attacked not just on October 7th, but for 16 years before that. Hamas was sending 2,000 missiles a year onto civilian populations that nobody cared about in Israel. 2,000 missiles a year, 30,000 missiles, and 10,000 since October 7th. There's no country in the world that would put up, if Mexico said we're reclaiming Texas and then send 30,000 missiles onto San Antonio and Houston, we would be in there in 2 minutes, and then send, people across the border to murder Americans, babies, mothers, etc. We would go in there, we would remove whoever did that.
No ceasefire.
I would not, I would have managed this completely different.
But no ceasefire.
I'm not going to demand a ceasefire right now.
And just from the humanitarian standpoint, because we opened and we talked about Dr. Martin Luther King, and he talked about the militarism, the materialism, and the racism, and it seems that every answer is a heavy-handed militarism approach. How do we reconcile this advanced militarism? And just for those of us who say, politics aside, the lives that are being lost, can we put the guns down and find a better solution, a human solution, not a political solution, not a state solution, but what is it that your administration would advance in terms of putting life and humanitarianism over war and bloodshed?
Well, I would end the warfare states. Now, we have 800 bases abroad. The Chinese have 1.5. The Russians have 1.5.
Yeah, just went right past.
We spend more on our military than the next
Right
two
into war.
nations combined. I don't believe that any war that we fought in the last century, with the exception of one, World War II, was a justified war. All the others were wars of choice. World War II was justified because we were attacked. And, Hitler was doing what he was going to do, including killing every Jew in the world. But the Jews now in Israel, was from the beginning, from the moment it declared independence, was attacked by the 6 Arab nations. And there's been, since then, Israel's fought 7 wars for survival. It's fought 5 military actions.
Who cares?
Nation, because there were Christians.
Like the way that this is flowing, and we'll bring in some of the community voices in our state. I don't know if you followed the Elijah McClain. Got your position on that. And again, you're here with our community. It's great having these conversations. So there's no rush. So if you're having angst about the rush of this conversation, here's a president.
No, I don't have.
Not you. I'm saying in the crowd. Like I'm saying. We're not in a rush. This is what he's doing, and we've got a couple of hours. Like we've used some of that time, but I know that the first part of this was a conversation.
They are constantly involved in these bad encounters. The second group is young police officers who are
Black Lives Matter and mattering.
Yeah, I mean, when we spend a lot of time in Black communities, and one of the biggest issues is these encounters with law enforcement, and it's happening all over the country, and it's ubiquitous. If you ask what the model for what I think would work to clean this up is that I think police chiefs have to be held responsible. That a police chief who has these incidences occur under his watch or her watch should be permanently banned from holding that post. That's the way to fix it, because this can be fixed. A lot of this violence is wink and nod. There's a huge presence in many of the police force in this country, probably most of white supremacists. People know who they are, and they don't get rid of them. There's also, we know, there's 2 kinds of police officers that are responsible for 95% of this violence. And one is these bad apples, people who are, you can look at their record and they're constantly involved in these bad encounters. The second group is young police officers.
Yeah, start with the Los Angeles Police Department, motherfucker.
They're frightened, and they don't know how to de-escalate.
What could you do? What would you do as president? And that's not.
So my face is just, I'm
Well,
just baffled.
the president doesn't have absolute control over this because these are done by the state and municipal and local issues.
You would appoint an attorney general, et cetera.
I would appoint an attorney general that to prosecute every case of civil rights violation and to do it very vigorously.
Is that like for not taking responsibility for anybody in the United States? Like, I mean, you know, so you as the president, like, don't you have like, you know, responsibility over the United States to say, hey, look, man, executive orders for the federal level all the way down.
Yes, ma'am, Lady Che, you're absolutely goddamn right on that. You absolutely are correct on that. Is that the president could sign an executive order and say, you know what, you goddamn rogue ass cops, the next motherfucker you go out here and kill and he's unarmed, man, now throw your ass off in jail.
Right.
Period.
Isn't this like
no bail?
Like
no
bullshit.
motherfucking, and what's that bullshit that they got? Okay, because they used it in the Rodney King trial. The qualified immunity. No, you don't get no goddamn immunity. You're supposed to be a fucking police officer and uphold the law, and you're gonna sit up here and you're gonna go murder somebody and they unarmed. No, motherfucker, you belong in jail. Period.
But Shamaka, isn't this what RFK Jr. said is like kind of like bullshit? Like, I felt like this is the whole thing you just said right there was like there was nothing he could do.
No, he's full of shit. Okay, is because if he becomes the president, right? Okay, he could sign an executive order on that. Now let me show you something about the presidential executive order. Okay, it's because in 1992 when a party went down, right, in Los Angeles on April the 29th, okay, and George Bush Sr. Okay, he had stated that you know, he sent an international guard, and he told the U.S. Department of Justice to go pick up Stacey Coon, Lawrence Powell, Theodore Bracino, and Timothy Wynn. Okay, and he did, and they did pick them up, and they got convicted in the federal trial. So when that shit had went down the first time, when they first showed that video in 1992, no, I'm sorry, in 1991, when Rodney King had got beat down, you know what I'm saying? He should have immediately had sent the FBI in there and say, hey, place the motherfuckers under arrest, you know, for attempted murder under federal statutes. Because that's what that was. Is because, see, when these police officers swear they oath, you see, they swear to the U.S. Constitution and to the state constitution and to the city charter in which they're being employed. Okay, so therefore they violated that oath. Okay, Rodney King, he was speeding on the what is that freeway right there? He was speeding on the freeway, and he got off on Osborne near a place called Hanson Dam that sits on the corner of Foothill and Osborne in the city of Los Angeles, right by the freeway. And you know, there was it was the 210. Wait a minute, it's the 210. Okay, so therefore, the only thing they were supposed to have done was taken Rodney King to jail. You see, it was a hate crime, and it should have went federal. Now, Jay Militant is right on that. That's exactly what they did with Rodney King, was a fucking hate crime. Okay, because you got the damn police helicopter shining a light on it. That's why it was lit up. It's because when that ghetto bird comes in Los Angeles, that light there turns the whole fucking neighborhood into high noon. I've been up under it a few times. All right, and Coon is sitting there supervising, you know, this ass whooping. Okay. And then he shoots him with a taser 3 times because Coon discharged a taser into Rodney King's body. And from what I understand is that only the paramedics were supposed to be the only ones able to remove those prongs from you under medical attention. Coon pulls the prongs out, reloads, hit him again. Pulls the prongs out, reloads, hit him again. And in the meanwhile, he's being hit 52 times with a baton. Now, something is wrong. If you got to hit this man 52 times to effect your arrest, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, or what you're doing right there is attempted murder, and that's exactly what the fuck them bastards should have been charged with in the first goddamn place.
I know that's right. Yeah.
And just like what Jay Militant says, oh, I didn't know you was out of South Central, Jay Militant. All right, yeah. And them birds at night shine. Yeah, that ain't no bullshit. Plus loud as hell, waking everybody up in the hood, man, at 4 o'clock in the fucking morning. You know what I'm saying?
I've been in my travels, man, and there's been times where I've been from like
and the LA County Sheriff, Lady J, out there in your neck of the woods of East LA, they got them too. You see, so that shit there with Rodney King, it was bullshit. Okay, every last one of them bastards should have been convicted, and the charges that they should have been hit with should have been attempted murder. What did they hit them with? What was it, Jay Militant? Some bullshit about violating his rights under the color of authority or some shit like that, man. You know what I mean? I got family out there. My stepdad was from Inglewood. Okay, all right, gotcha. Okay,
like I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've been through Inglewood. I know exactly where Inglewood is.
Never
Okay.
is Ice
That's
Cube
out by LAX.
the fucking Gilberts. Never is Ice Cube playing ever. When I see him, I'm like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, and then too. So they hit the man 52 times. Okay. And you would figure after the motherfucking 10th blow on to Rodney King, you know, they just would have went on and put the handcuffs on him, but they kept beating him and they kept beating him and they kept beating him. You see what I mean? So, you know, it was illegal after that point. And then when the damn jury out of Ventura County says, oh, no, those cops are not guilty. Rodney King got what he deserved. Hey, the party was on April 29th, 1992.
Yeah. So okay, so right there, so basically we just heard a whole bunch of bullshit. I just want to make sure, and I knew that he acted like he couldn't do not a motherfucking thing if he was the president. I just want to make sure that that's how I heard it. That's how I took it.
No, ma'am. As the president, okay, Bush Senior, who was the president at that time, he could have easily ordered the federal military to go in there and arrest them assholes the next same fucking day. Say, no, we're taking this case to federal court because see, this is extraordinary circumstance. So they went to the damn state court, and this is why everybody got pissed off with the O.J. Simpson case because they were saying this, you know, these niggas is upset but still behind Rodney King, so it was revenge. You see what I'm saying? That bullshit. You see, Lady K, as you know, anytime that you have a famous case in the county of Los Angeles, it turns into a goddamn circus. All the way from
years apart was that shit.
What, Rodney King?
Rodney King and OJ.
Okay, that there was 30 years ago. O.J. Simpson case was 30 years ago.
Apart from each other.
2 years.
It's 2 years, right? It was only 2 years?
Yes.
Okay, like how could it be retaliation? Wait
a minute, I stand corrected, Lady Che. 3 years.
Okay, 3 years. How could it be anything like that when you got so much other atrocities happening in between? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, right, exactly.
This shit don't even make sense. Like, it's stupid. It's fucking stupid. Like the shit they come up with, like, there's so much other shit that happened in between those 3 years, right? It's like, come on, stop it.
Yeah. Well, see, Lady Che, as you know, that any time that you have an infamous case in the county, in the city and/or of Los Angeles, it's gonna turn into a fucking circus.
This shit's all right. Let's play on it for a minute. You still okay? Shabaka? Because I'll let you out. It's up to you. I'm gonna let it play for a second and see where it goes.
I think police chiefs have to be responsible for that. You know, a police chief who has these incidents occur under his watch or her watch should be permanently banned from holding that post.
Freeze that. I got something to say right there, Lady Che. Okay. Now, when the Rodney King case went down, hold it. When the Eula Love case went down, right?
Yeah.
When the Rodney King case went down, okay, hold it. And then the case of the homeless woman who had the screwdriver, her name, I forgot her name. when she was shot and killed for pushing a shopping basket, right? The woman is elderly. She was drunk. The poor thing only weighed like about 130 pounds, right? So a crash unit pulls up on her, which is Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums. Okay, pulls up on her. 6'2" white cop tipping the scale at 233 shoots and kills this woman because he says that she had pulled a screwdriver on him and he was in fear of his life. You coward motherfucker. Okay, because if he would have took his nightstick and disarmed her, I could have seen that. Or if he just physically would have took the screwdriver from her, because the woman was no threat to him. She's under the influence. She's homeless. She's pissed off. She's probably unbathed. Okay, quite irritable. You know what I'm saying? You know, so these assholes in the city of Los Angeles, their police agency, see, they don't view it as that. The goddamn Los Angeles Police Department is nothing but the motherfucking Gestapo of Nazi Germany.
Right.
Period. Right. And I will argue and I will debate with any motherfucker. And the number to call in is 516-418-5996. Okay. Yeah, they can call me in 12, let me see. They can call me in 17 hours. OJ thing started in June of 94 with the white Bronco. Now, Jay Militant, glad you brought up the white Bronco, Jay Militant. Now, in the OJ Simpson case, okay, Willie Williams, who was the chief of, Willie Williams, who was the chief of the lap dogs at that time, okay, he holds a news conference saying that OJ was supposed to come in and turn himself in at 12 o'clock and that OJ Simpson is a fugitive at this point. This bullshit goes on citywide television, if not nationwide television, where you got 12 lapdog cars chasing OJ on the goddamn freeway. Yeah, and people's up there on the side of the freeway holding up signs, go OJ, go, and all this old shit, right?
Right.
And the motherfucker wasn't doing no more than 40 miles an hour.
Right.
It was doing no more than 40 miles an hour in the raggedy motherfucker. Then he gets up there on a damn radio. He's on the phone talking to the newsman while they showing him, oh, no, I gotta go blow my brains out today. Blah, 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 blah. That shit was hilarious. That shit was stupid. Not only was it funny, Lady J, it was stupid.
Right. Right.
But then they take OJ down there to the glass house, and from what I understand, and you're familiar with the glass house, right, Lady J?
Yeah.
They tore it down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they tore down the glass house. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So they take OJ there to the glass house. Okay. So then here you see it on a headline of the LA Times the next day. You see it on Newsweek magazine. Time magazine. They got OJ Simpson's mug shot up there, you know, lapdog number, you know, all this, that, there, the other, you know what I'm saying? Talk about the making of a fugitive and all that. OJ was Nicole and all this old type of shit. I mean, it was all, and don't get me wrong. And don't get me wrong, I'm sorry the lady lost her life. The same thing with Ron Goldman, okay? But OJ ain't killed that broad.
Hey,
okay.
In a fit, they must have quit.
Yeah. Johnny Cochran. And then shortly after that OJ Simpson case, Johnny Cochran comes up dead. Hey, that's how they do things there in the City of Angels. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of it was funny. Okay, now here Jay Militant is saying it was funny how Jason, his son, was right there waiting. Now the question, what did he say to his son when he pulled up to his house? Yeah.
What do you think, Jay?
Okay. Because when OJ pulled up to the house, the lapdogs surrounded the house over there on Rockingham. Yeah, that was the name of it. The street that he lived on was Rockingham up in Bel Air, I believe, okay, which is a section of the city of Los Angeles. So his son walks over to him, he pushes his sons away. All right, so then OJ gets out the car, you know what I'm saying? The lapdogs, and it's very interesting that the lapdogs did not pull no guns on OJ, and this is a murder one suspect. Okay, now Had that would have been any other motherfucker.
Oh man, he would have been God. He would have been God.
No. The chase scene on the freeway wouldn't have happened, Lady Che, because the lapdogs would have lit that motherfucking car up and flipped it over, spike stripped it, probably bombed it like they did the Move House. You see what I'm saying? No. See, to quote that guy who was the coroner, since Thomas Noguchi had either retired or died and he wasn't the coroner, or Henry Lee, who was the coroner, examining all the evidence in the O.J. Simpson case, you know, on those swatches of the blood pants and all that. Something not right. Something not right.
Stupid.
No, that's what he said. He got up in the goddamn courtroom and said that. You know what I'm saying? He said the swatches here, this is over here, this is out of place. Something not right. It was also funny. Okay, Jay Militant says it was also funny how it was reported plenty of times Jason didn't like Nicole, but
they said they separated, like it was getting off her shoulders.
Okay,
Like
now Jason. Okay, now they was trying, and from what I understand, they was even trying to blame it on Jason a little bit. You see what I'm saying? Okay, keep in mind though, is that whoever did this case, okay, they walked away from this crime scene fucked up themselves, is because you had the blood all over the place, right? Okay, and Ron Goldman's hands were busted up real bad, so he fought with his assailants, and he weighed 175 pounds. Okay, there was no bruises on OJ. You see what I'm saying? And then keep in mind, OJ had bad knees at the time. You see what I mean? Okay, and OJ was only weighing like about 218, 220 at that time. But this dude, Ron Goldman, okay, his hands were all busted up. You know, so which means is that he was throwing some hands with his assailant. So which means is that the assailant who killed these two people would have had some type of mark or injury on him. Now, another thing, Johnny Cochran says that he can produce 4 witnesses that witness, you know, 3 men, okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, Jay Militant is saying something. And he says he believes it was Jason, OJ's son.
Somebody was during this trial.
Because Jason had keys and they were the same build. Okay, so you got a point on that there, Jay Militant. Okay, but Jason did not have no body marks on him, is because Ron Goldman was throwing hands. He fought with his assailant, and his hands were busted up. And plus, with him fighting for his life, that inner strength would have kicked in. So the motherfucker, you know, who did this, he did not walk away unscathed. Now Johnny Cochran says, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show testimony, is that there were 3 assailants coming out of the 8. Wait a minute. It was 824 Bundy Drive. Okay, it was a gated community. Yeah. Okay, and he says they never checked Jason. Okay, all right, but testimony was from some witnesses that Cochran is going to say is that he's got witnesses that's going to testify. They saw 3 assailants. They were running, and one of them was being carried. Now get this. Here, Jay Militant. 2 of the witnesses came up dead, and the 3rd one disappeared. Yeah. Now you tell me. They never showed up in court. You see what I'm saying? Now you tell me. Now, the thing that I would have to say if I was sitting on that jury, I would have just said, well, due to the racism and hatred of the LAPD, okay, I wouldn't be surprised if they fucking did it. Okay. Then you had the business there with Mark Furman, okay, who worked Crash, Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums, and Mark Furman was recorded as saying, well, when we interrogate niggers, quote unquote, we take 4 niggas. We beat the first nigga. We beat the second nigga worse than we beat the first nigga. We beat the third nigga worse than we beat the second nigga. And the 4th nigga is going to tell us what we want to know. And the 5th nigga is going to confirm the story.
I'm a fucking police in LA, man. No.
Hey, Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums. Now, what the fuck do you do when the gangsters have badges? Okay? Now, here's one for you. Now, I witnessed this bullshit myself about Crash. Down there, Lady Che, you know where 7th and Alameda Street is in downtown LA, right? You know, by the produce markets and stuff like that. I'm walking down the street. I see this dude drunk. Okay. Foreman sat on that stand with no emotion. Yeah, you're right, Jay Militant. Okay. So now get a load of this. Okay. Dude drunk crossing the street.
This shit was mind blowing, that trial, dude. I was like,
Oh no, you ain't heard nothing yet, Lady Che, about Crash. I'm about to tell you. Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums. Mark Furman, that's what he was, right? Okay, I'm seeing this dude drunk crossing on a red light. You know, he's crossing the light. He's going against the light. So there's a bus honking a horn at him, and this dude is so fucked up is that he is cussing out the bus, not the bus driver, but he's cussing out the bus. You get me? He was good and fucked up. So the bus finally gets around him. Then the crash officer comes around the corner. They said, "Hey, get your ass out the street." What dude does? He tells him, "Fuck you." What did that man do that for? So the crash unit, they just casually pulled over, got out the car, pulled a 9mm on this man, and kicked that man in the balls and left him stretched out there in the middle of the goddamn traffic and got in their car and drove off.
Damn.
Oh yeah, it was fucked up.
The lapdogs are good for motherfucking ugly ass shit, man.
Yeah.
I've seen it firsthand myself. I'm like, ugly ass shit, ass shit. They don't have no fucking problem fucking anybody up.
And then keep in mind, Lady Che, you're familiar with the Eula Love case. You're familiar with the Dead Wilder case. You see what I'm saying in Los Angeles. You see what I'm saying? So the reparations is not just for the goddamn slavery, that too, but the brutalization of the post-slavery South, the Ku Klux Klan, lynching black men, cutting their damn Johnsons off, putting it off in their mouth, like the heavyweight champion said in 1974, before he went and regained the crown. No, we are not brothers. Brothers don't go hang brothers. You see what I'm saying? They cut their private parts off and put it in their mouth.
Yep, nope, he did say that. He did say that.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And I remember, Lady Che, when he said it on the news back in 74. It was 2 days before the fights. You see what I mean? Before the fight, him and George Foreman. You see? You know, and then the cold part about it is the practices that the lapdogs had did during the O.J. Simpson case is another reason why Christopher Dorner went off on them. Because they have a systemic premeditated plan and hatred to degrade black people. Because they had a police chief by the name of William H. Parker, who they named Parker Center after. You know what I'm saying? That used to be called the Glass House. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're familiar with the Glass House. Okay. So
what did they do? What did they turn it into?
No, they tore down the Glass House and they built a new LAPD police headquarters building right across the street from it on the south side of City Hall.
Okay.
Okay, so you know where you're at now, right? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So the new lapdog headquarters is over there off of 2nd and Los Angeles Street, Lady Che. Okay, and it's upgraded. Looks like a damn prison, you know.
I bet it do.
Oh yeah, and
two more minutes, and then I'm gonna play the video for a little bit.
Huh?
Two more minutes. I'm gonna play the video.
Okay, yeah, and then after I say this here, I'm gonna go to bed because I got to get ready for tomorrow night. Okay, so therefore, you know, you got the systemic racism, you got the redlining, you got the Ku Klux Klan, you got slavery, you got Jim Crowism. You know what I'm saying? $434 fucking trillion in tangibles, and cut the goddamn check. To quote Brother Che. See? And on that there, Lady Che, I'm going to bid you a good night from Sin City.
All right, good night. Thank you, brother. Thank you for hanging out with us. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, it's gonna be a live little show. Because just FYI, family, you don't believe it. Go back at least 5 months, man. It's been like live on a cracking every fucking Tuesday. Blog Talk, Shabaka's Black Experience it has.
Oh yeah, and have all our haters call, you know.
Moment
Yeah,
where
so I'm gonna call up Joe Wilson show, fuck with him, call up some more of these racist ass
man,
bastards
we
that I
never
cussed
jealous.
after
You
that.
going over there
Yeah,
too.
Jay Militant. Yeah, it's time for me to call it a night. Yeah, okay, but you know how we get out.
Going over there, man. We're gonna ride with you and just keep it.
Yeah, you know how we get out. Okay, Jay Militant, if you can make it, brother, you know you're more than welcome to call in, man. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna be reading all our hate mail, and our usual assholes will call in, and then of course, you know, we always welcome our well wishers. You know what I mean? And it's a black first agenda. Everything else is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Cut the goddamn check. $450 trillion in tangibles. Land, labor, capital equipment, meaning shit to build shit with. You see what I'm saying? Land, you know, to live, to produce. You see what I'm saying? Technology, you know, shit to countermand this artificial intelligence bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, Jay Militant. He says we're friends on Facebook now, so it's on. Okay, Jay Militant, cool. So you will see all the posts that we put up there for it, brother. You know
Live
what
and
I'm saying?
live over there.
Yeah, and let everybody up there in San Francisco call in, Panther Town, you know what I'm saying? Hey, coast to coast, worldwide, call in a number 516-418-5996. Press one to speak live on the air, and we'd be happy to have you. All right. Okay, so I'm bidding y'all. I'm bidding y'all a good night from Sin City.
All
All
right.
right. Take care.
Peace. All right, so Jay, you want to pop up, man? I'll toss the motherfucking link down there for you. Just let me know. I don't expect. I don't know if you want to or not, but if you want to, it's all right. But let me get into this video real quick. So I'm still kind of fucking pissed off. Like, best believe this motherfucking shit got to get shopped around. And I want everybody to know that this is motherfucking propaganda bullshit. I'm so fucking mad. And he don't speak for us. Gotta say that.
White supremacists. People know who they are, and they don't get rid of them. There's also, we know, there's two kinds of police officers that are responsible for 95% of this violence. And one is these bad apples, people who are, you know, you could look at their record and they're constantly involved in these bad encounters. The second group is young police officers who are not getting training. And they get frightened, and they don't know how to de-escalate.
What could you do? What would you do as president, and that's not being done?
Well, you know, the president doesn't have absolute control over this because these are done by the state and municipal and local.
And you just heard Shabaka say that they do, that he could, you know, he act like he can't. Yeah, no control over nothing going on in the fucking United States.
You would appoint an attorney general, etc.
I would appoint an attorney general to prosecute every case of civil rights violation and to do it very vigorously. But I would also, beginning, you know, a lot of these police departments get federal monies, they get federal awards, so there are ways the federal government can control them. And what I would do is the same thing I would do with schools. I would put principals in charge of the schools and give school choice, so that if the school's not working,
like, what the fuck? He's all over the place. Oh my god.
School, you know, the principal is Eldridge.
I know what I would do.
It doesn't quite make much sense when we see how strongly you are on so many other issues.
Okay, now we're gonna get to the good.
What would you like to ask and bring into this discussion with presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr.?
Indeed. Thank you so much for coming. I would like to talk about the Holocaust briefly, the Black Holocaust.
Yep.
The most devastating human tragedy that's ever existed. It's lasted longer than any other, going into 500 years. It has neither ceased nor desist, and we have not received reparations. And just up from chattel slavery, convict leasing, and all of these other injustices, and under the heel of Jim Crow, our people went to Germany to fight Hitler to deliver some of the juice from his hand, only for them to turn around and call
First of all,
someone else.
oh my God.
There is a multi-volume book that talks about the secret relationship between blacks and Jews, because
Oh,
we know it's one of the most damning and devastating effects that we've experienced.
Look at his face, like he don't even want to hear it. Look how he's sitting, like he don't even want to hear it. Look how he's like, what? Like he don't know what the fuck is going on. But look at this, like he about to fall asleep, like he don't want to hear it. Like she gonna speak on some long-winded shit when she actually talking some real shit. That's a real thing. We call it a Black Holocaust because it's a real motherfucking situation. And it happened on our soil. You know what I mean? So it's a real situation. And he look how he look all disrespectful. You know what I mean? Like, how disrespectful. I'm gonna just go let play for a couple, like 2-3 minutes, family, 4 minutes, so I can stand up and adjust myself. I'll go off camera, but for like about 3-4 minutes, but I'm gonna let it roll. I can listen. I'm like right here.
Slavery had to do with members of the Jewish community.
Yeah.
This is important to understand. Why am I bringing this up? Because our perspective of the world is unmatched in every way. So when we talk about something being a genocide, something being a problem, I think our opinion should matter, and it should be listened to very closely. In terms of reparation, the emphasis should be lineage-based. I am not only a media personality in alternative media, independent media, but I am also a spiritual teacher. I've had supernatural encounters since I was a child. And so the thing that I'm having here, even with you here, sir, is prophetic and was prophesied years ago. And I must tell you, what I'm saying to you is not even an opinion. It is something that I want you, with respect and great humility, to remember. There is an unseen government, and they're actually using you as well as your family. And no matter who's paying you, which is suspect right now, and no matter how your positions seem to be divergent and doesn't quite make much sense when we see how strongly you are on so many other issues of justice. But when it comes down to the issues of reparations, and when it comes down to this notion of ceasefire, which is absolutely nothing at all, and your extraordinary and misguided defense of Israel, it is a serious problem. I want you to understand that whatever you decide to do, whoever it is that's backing you, and whatever your thought process, no matter what you think about it, you're supposed to represent the people. And the majority of the people are telling you, no matter what you think about Israel, we say no. And we want to hear you say what we say in the majority. So whatever you individually think should not take precedent over the majority of us. And especially when you see folk like us talk. That should hold greater weight because of our unique position. Let me say this. Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever, that considering numbers, nature, and natural means only a revolution of the wheel of fortune, listen, and exchange of situations among possible events, that it may become probable for supernatural interference. This was from Thomas Jefferson. He understood that the hell that they brought us the foundational Black American who's responsible for the creation of America, based on our Black blood that was shed on our nightmare, this American dream to which many flee from around the world. He said, and he knew that there was going to
Oops, that wasn't me.
So there was nothing.
But real quick, I'm getting a signal from the back also. Vicky, you have a question?
I don't.
No question, it's coming.
I'm going to finish my comment. How many do I have? A few seconds left?
Sure.
Thank you. No question. And the reason there's no question is because
that's right.
You, and
I'm so happy.
Your promise exchange you were supposed to have with Max Blumenthal, who is the foremost authority on this notion of Israel. And I've noticed how you've come down when it comes down to reparations. So it's not my job to try to ask a question about this. I want you to remember what I say and consider the things that I'm saying. I'm almost finished. Reparations is lineage-based. Oh my God. And so long as we can prove that our ancestors were enslaved, that should be the emphasis. Lineage-based reparations. Yep. Lineage-based reparations is a debt America owes. It is not you being altruistic or philanthropic. Right. It is owed, and America must pay her debt. And I should say this. When I talked about the interconnection between the spiritual aspect of Thomas Jefferson, he understood that no matter what you try to put forward, whether it's vaccines, whether it's the economy, whether it's the drama between the political parties, It is interconnected to the fact that you've not dealt with the original sin.
Yep, she giving them
So
that.
you're gonna have hell in every area in America and around the world if we don't get justice. You understand? My last point.
She said alternative media, but
Judith,
really that's for the that's for the
Judith,
layman, you know what I mean?
Former Israeli consul. And the meeting was recorded. I did multiple broadcasts.
Uh-huh.
You can Google it, it'll pop up.
Yeah.
She said a few years ago, as an Israeli government official,
look how you look.
The problem with Israel is Black American youth. No congressional hearing was had.
Look how you look.
You find out that the issue with the police department, many police officers in the United States are trained by the Mossad and Israeli soldiers. They come here and they fly over there. And they have actually traced credibly some of the training to some of the actual injuries and murders of our people here in these United States of America. And $4 billion every year since Israel's existence will be a hell of a down payment for reparations. So I would say that to you, brother, and I would say to consider that America has no choice. And perhaps you were called for such a time as this, because you have a level of energy that has to do with justice and this unusual grouping of the danger that you go further than you do right by us. So this resistance, last point that you have with reparations, this resistance that you have, if that isn't dealt with, you're going to run into problems in more ways than one.
Thank you, Vicky.
So let me address a couple of things that you said. One is, I don't think my job is to do what people want me to do. I've never believed that. If that's the kind of leader that people want, then they should not fulfill me. I'm going to do what I think is right. And everything I do, everything I've done throughout my career has shown that. You know, nobody liked what I was talking about.
Are you ignoring this situation?
Did not want that.
Oh my God, he ignoring this shit. Like, how the fuck is he gonna do what's right?
I'm going to do what I think is right. And I would point out to you that during the civil rights movement, that the Jews in this country, and particularly the leadership of the Jews, were at the forefront of that movement and were embraced by Martin Luther King, embraced by the other leaders of the movement. 3 Jewish boys, Goodman, Shorter, and
somebody hit him with the hard facts, man. You can't be lying under Martin Luther King and shit. You know what I mean? That's always their go-to.
Great risk and suffered.
Laying underneath them over picking and choosing, you know what I mean?
In terms of genocide, I spent 20% of my career working for American Indians who suffered the equivalent.
Oh, you see right there before we even get into the bullshit. Like, he just totally dismissing fucking foundational Black Americans fucking actual fucking claim right there. Like a lineage-based claim, an actual serious fucking thing. He's just dismissing it and like, you know, going around it, like not even tap dancing around. He's just going into other shit. And what the fuck the Native Americans gotta do with us when we Jesse just highlighted, it hit me to some shit fucking yesterday that was ridiculous. I was like, what? Huh? You know what I mean? It was on the show too, and I was like, God damn, man. You know what I mean? So I can't even remember what the fuck he said. I have to go back and like write it down. It was so fucking insightful. So no, this is Aboriginals and shit that were already here. You know, when we got here, when our descendants got here, whatever. Like that's a separate issue. And they're not talking about the fucking $5 pretendians. We're talking about Aboriginals. Okay, let's talk about Aboriginals. But he's talking about the fucking $5 pretendians. You know what I mean? That have been given land, fucking money. Okay, monies. Everything that we haven't had. They got reservations. They got reservations. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? We ain't got shit. And it is constantly like, oh my God, like I'm so fucking disgusted. My stomach hurts. I want to hit something.
Probably 100 million of them were killed, and the rest of them, the remnants of those populations,
exactly.
confined to reservations.
Like get on some I'll toss it down there.
That also is an original sin of our country, and I've worked.
I know how to manage motherfuckers who come up here, so
get them every form of reparation that I can.
Cousin,
I've seen the limitations of some of it. I've seen the effects of cash reparations compared to investment in infrastructure, and I've had a lot of, I've fought for that very hard. And as I said, I believe in the moral case for reparations. What I said to Jeff is that I think politically, although the lineage-based reparations constitutionally would pass muster, I think politically getting that bill before cut through both houses of Congress would be impossible. The only thing,
according to California, it's looking like, I did the math, it looked like 8 to 10 motherfucking years. And that 3 of them is because Gavin Newsom's in the motherfucking office. I mean, I wrote on their shit too. And I wrote on Amend the Media, but I was really discussing it with them motherfuckers trying to pass bills and give us nothing burgers and fucking symbolic gestures and fucking try to teach the white folk fucking the plight. Like, come on, man, this is fucking ridiculous. How it's always education. Like, that's already here. Like, what the fuck? If everybody really want an education, go get one. Like me, I can't get one, so I'm on YouTube University. Motherfucker, I'll find a way to fucking educate myself. I'm not fucking playing. This is not a joke. This is like you teach them, and then it always slips in the little keywords like financial literacy, financial education. Like, you got to teach the black folk how to manage their own fucking finances and money, but you ain't trying to financially educate anyone else. Was the Indians getting financial literacy courses? Because if they were, what the fuck happened? Because I saw a lot of motherfucking drunks and fucking shabby ass motherfucking dry ass land and no growth. So, I mean, can we talk about that? Can we really discuss those type of things? I mean, while they're over there fucking nitpicking and fucking blood drawing and shit, can we really discuss that type of shit while they got reservations and fucking and they drinking their face all fucked up and shit? They fucking smoked out fucking whatever, living in shabby ass fucking conditions on purpose. On purpose, not growing fucking nothing on their lands, lots of land. Like, really? And then have the audacity to talk about, Native Americans, they were enslaved too, and you deserve more. Like, are you? Oh my God! Like, calm down, Brandon. Calm down. Calm down. Like, it's fucking like.
What people will do is they'll say, let's study it. And that is just a formula for, kicking the can down the road. And not.
Check it out, family. Also, too, one thing, don't get discouraged. We knew it was going to be a marathon. We knew it was a sprint. We knew we were going to have to stay consistent, really stay consistent. We knew that they were going to do this brush off bullshit, especially during election season. We knew this. It's impossible. I don't likely see this getting passed through. Whatever fucking else bullshit they want to talk about. There's 14 bills ahead of this. Let's start with educating everybody on what's really going on with, with what happened with black people in the Americas and slavery, et cetera, et cetera. Man, come on, man. Come on. How much more motherfucking education do you really need to know that this shit happened and it's old? There's 2 motherfucking constitutions. Like, literally, you know what I mean? They're motherfuckers are old. Like, it's old. It's not even a question. There's nothing to question. There's nothing to study. Like, in fact, I would just go on just the basis of how long have you been black here? Like, what is he, 56, 60 right here, this brother? Like, I mean, I'm 43, and don't let the shade deflect the message. I'm 43, about to be 44. I think I've seen a grip, plus learned a lot. So, I mean, how much more motherfucking proof do I need that the shit happened? I live in a fucking sundown area. Don't let them fucking say that it's not, because it is. Yeah, don't let it say that they still don't profile motherfuckers as they're driving down the street, but yet let motherfucking Hispanics at the like why is this carniceria popping off every motherfucking day when nothing else is fucking moving around like that? Can we just ask these real questions? It's just supposed to tell me what else is fucking going on. It's not a bar. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Can we just turn the other cheek? Like, no, man, come on, cuz this is stupid. Like, this
what I'm doing
really makes you
what
wonder.
I propose are things that are actually going to help the Black community.
as Montague takes that seat, just and they switch questions. What are your thoughts on mass incarceration in the you know?
Even the host didn't even address what she was talking about. Like, what kind of host are you? She made some very valid motherfucking statements. Can you at least acknowledge that we're in a fucking black Holocaust and we've been paying the black fucking tax?
The overpopulation of profit in the prison.
I'm against private prisons, and I would repeal, if it was up to me, I'd repeal not only the 1994 crime bill, which created the super predator provisions and created mandatory sentencing, that created 3 strikes you're out, but also, which was authored by Joe Biden, but also another bill by Joe Biden, which was the 1986 drug bill, which
I think they're switched there. I got everybody going like this. You see them going on there, and we got a couple of minutes. Like, give us a hard time, a hard stop, or whatever, because.
Let me just say this: the '86
probably because they're trying to save his white ass.
100 times the sentencing for crack cocaine as for powder cocaine. Over an 8-year period, double the number of Black Americans.
We're lucky that he recorded it.
I think Black Americans have been let down and betrayed by political leaders in the Democratic Party
all over the city.
For almost all of my lifetime. I think if you look at my family history and the commitment my family made to this issue and the commitments that I've made over 40 years when I was never running for politics, it was just something that I did, not only in my environmental work, but in my work in Bedford Stuyvesant Restoration.
Real quick, does anybody know really, honestly, did he fucking make a commitment to do right by
the American United States
family,
had the worst health outcomes in the world.
sorry,
We have 16% of the COVID deaths in our country, and we only have 4.2% of the world's population.
the internet, the
demographic that died the fastest, the most.
tell you that I think it was a mouse.
I'll tell you why for a couple reasons.
Who knows?
I tell you this, in Haiti, you remember the beginning
But I
of the
apologize.
pandemic when Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates were saying, "Oh, Haiti and Nigeria are going to get."
He avoided everything. He did not answer it.
Oh, guess what?
Your opinion. Why is it always so uncomfortable when we have these real conversations? Like, we're just talking.
Population died from COVID, and they had a 1.3% vaccination rate. The college placement rate, a higher graduation rate than Summersville High School, which is
He basically rewinded what he said real quick about whatever, like.
I think blacks have been, Black Americans have been.
That's how he talks about black people. It
happened with marijuana, with cannabis sales. I don't want cannabis to be taken over by the tobacco industry or the liquor industry or, the drug industry. I want it to stay in the hands of small entrepreneurs and build, Main Street businesses from it. And so anyway, that's.
I think that legislation was really passed based on the heavy incarceration of marijuana and cannabis. And so now it's good to hear that you're even thinking about that at the federal level. I'm looking at your team and I really enjoy the conversation because even though it's some people think it's uncomfortable, it's just a conversation. And we're given some great, access to a presidential candidate. So I think you should give a round of applause for that. I mean, what other candidate has sat here for this period of time and has taken every question and has given historical perspective and is trying to, at least give his point of view. That's what I appreciate. That's what I respect. And I'm just looking at the team in terms of time limit, because I want you to have a closing remark and to tell folks why your candidacy is important, the time we're living in. We haven't even had a chance to talk about, the rise of the constricting of ordinary rights for individuals. And so if you just have a shorter answer and a quicker question, we can get to that. And I'm looking at these individuals to just see.
I'll just make a statement.
I'm sorry. So bitch, let him answer.
I apologize.
About that belly.
So for me, a lot of I think blacks have been Black Americans.
Back though, kind of disconnected the Ethernet.
Almost all of my
Let me
life.
tell it.
I think if you look at my family history and the commitment my family made to this issue and the commitments that I've made over 40 years when I was never running for politics, it was just something that I did, not only in my environmental work, but
little eyeball and
working for Simon's Restoration. And you will understand that you have somebody here, a candidate. Well, no matter what you do, this is going to be a priority because this is the vision that I have of what America is supposed to look like. Is the same vision my father and uncle had and Martin Luther King had, which is a vision for everybody.
Hey, rely on that.
Our black kids are not forgotten in their neighborhoods. And what I really want to talk about is education, because that is what we have to stop.
Will you talk about that education for a moment?
Yeah, I mean, and here's what I would say. I grew up at a time when there was tremendous anti-Catholic prejudice in this country. So my uncle was the first Catholic.
This has nothing to do with like the same type of black prejudice and black racism, anti-black hate, anti-black racism that he's about to talk about. Okay, and I heard this somewhere else, like on another thing that he did. I don't remember where it was. I gotta look it up, but I watched it on YouTube earlier today, earlier yesterday. As I was like, oh my God, and I just rolled my eyes. I'm like, that has nothing to do with nothing, right? Because neither the two can even be compared, okay? And I'm just gonna let him say it, and then I'm gonna give my thoughts on the subject real quick. Because as you can see, whoever's managing RFK Jr. is like, we were very clear, whatever the fuck. Like he's just not in control of himself. He can't just say, look, this is important. Like, you see what I'm saying? If you were going to be the president, you really wanted to really speak on some shit that actually affected us, you would try to make time instead of being rushed off, right? I mean, you'd be like, look, I'm in control of my time. You know, if you want to go, fine, I'll grab a car. Shit. Leave somebody behind or fucking whatever. Dip. Peace. This is important. I made time. I'm here. You know, something like that. But apparently, you know, motherfuckers got to be handled. So he's no different.
President, and during that time, there was an upsurge in the Ku Klux Klan. They were burning crosses. I was getting called names when I was a kid. Mackerel snatcher, which is a slur for Catholics, mix, all of these other names. It never bothered me because I had confidence in my future. I had a good education. I had a family who loved me. I knew I was going to.
Basically, privilege.
Okay, so when somebody would call me that, I would think that guy's got a problem. Well, I don't have a problem. I'm not going to internalize it. That's what we want Black kids to be like. We want them to have that.
I'm just going to sit here quietly for like a second. Like, see, he's serious. You know what I mean? He's fucking serious. Look what family he comes from. And he's being serious right now. But not only that, I've heard the same motherfucking little speech that he just gave at least one other time in a different fucking area. And it was a black setting for what it looked like. I gotta look it up, but I don't feel like it. So it isn't that important because he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything for us. He didn't even acknowledge it. Oh God, it's trash.
Resilience, and the only way they're going to have that is if they have a good education. The only way we're going to get a good education in this country is with charter schools and school choice. Every Black parent should, if this.
Riddle me this, family. Like you don't have a choice where you can send your fucking kid to school if you want to. Riddle me this though. How long do you think they're gonna push this education on Black people? Because the Black people need education. Like, we're the only motherfuckers in the free fucking United States or the world that needs fucking education. I'm just saying. How long do you think they're gonna push that? Like,
schools failing them, they should be able to take the money.
Asking for a friend.
And go to another school, but not public school. Charter schools or public schools. In New York City, we have the Success Academy, which takes by lottery. It has 20,000 Black kids drawn by lottery. They're not kids who are special or chosen. They're drawn by lottery. Success Academy now has a higher college placement rate, a higher graduation rate than Somersville High School, which is the best public school in New York State. Oh, it has nothing to do with culture. It has nothing to do with race. It's nothing to do with poverty. It has to do with quality schools. There's a really great guy, Black American professor at Harvard.
I'm moving along.
So, there.
Okay, let's see.
Population died from COVID, and they had a 1.3.
Is this?
Population died from COVID, and they had a 1.3% vaccination rate. They didn't have any vaccines. They had 1/200 death rate. So somebody needs to explain that Africa as a whole had 320 deaths per million population, 1/10 of what we had here. Why isn't somebody explaining to us what happened? Right? So somebody needs to explain that Africa as a whole had 320 deaths per million population, 1/10 of what we had here. Why isn't somebody explaining to us what happened in America? And there's two reasons. Well, there's three reasons. One, bad management. Denying people access to drugs that were actually working in order to funnel them into the vaccine corral. Two, because in Black neighborhoods, the hedge fund bought all the hospitals and closed them. There was no community hospital. So if you're a Black elderly person, you get into a hospital, it's owned by a hedge fund. They get money if they diagnose you from COVID. They get money if they treat you with intubation. They get more money if you die than if you live. And they get more money if they give you remdesivir, which will kill you, invariably. The children of that elderly Black person could not get in to see their parents. So there was nobody looking and saying, wait a minute, what are you doing? Can you try something different? Nobody talking to the doctors, nobody knew. They were just told your parent died. So all these things were happening at once, and that just crushed the Black community in COVID. It was, Anyway,
The Blacc Community of
You're going to change
you
that.
got to do that.
We want to thank you definitely for being here and sharing your opinion. Why is it so
Tragedy if you are
when we have these real
try? That's just my opinion. Like that's how I feel.
conversations? Like we're just talking. I get it, it's a time thing, but
he's got another thing over at Denver right now. That's the only thing.
Everybody, I want to say thank you again for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You guys stay right there. Again, it's a great pleasure. I want to just take a quick moment and ask that Anubis, come over here for me, right? Come over here, like Anubis. I want you to come over here, and then again, a round of applause, and thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. And what I'd like to do, Anubis, we scratched the surface and seemed to get a little.
I don't know why you just didn't ask Sister Vicky Diller to get up there first.
Something. But anyway, what you think about that?
Do you see how disrespectful he is to the sister? Like ignore that. Anyway, talk to me, brother. Like you such a.
I think when you have individuals of this magnitude going for the highest office, in the U.S., there's time is always going to be a factor, and real conversations, they take place around the dinner table. They happen in your spaces and things of that nature. So, they're a little more restricted. But, I think it was a great conversation. I believe there were some things said that,
but still, again, with that hesitancy, there were a lot of businesses and jobs and places that were forcing the hand of people, saying, you can't choose. And so people were coming to me.
That nature. So, they're a little more restricted. But, I think it was a great conversation. I believe there were some things said that, the other two candidates, the top two candidates would not have, had the goal to discuss. They would,
and we're going to talk more about that. So, Monica, what were your thoughts of the conversation? What were you going to ask?
I actually was glad that you asked about the vaccination piece. Because
when he gets up,
go into, I've heard a couple of discussions of his where he had talked about vaccines, his position on vaccines.
I don't know what time we got about it.
Just kind of want to know what he would be pushing.
Let everybody else do it.
If he were to get in office, partially because I've been an herbalist in the Denver metro area for over 15 years, and there's a lot of Black Americans that have kind of decided they want to be they want to have more responsibility over how they heal. They're kind of breaking the mold. They're looking for alternative ways. And real conversations, they take place around the dinner table. They happen in your spaces and things of that nature. So, they're a little more restricted. But, I think it was a great conversation. I believe there were some things said that, the other two candidates, the top two candidates would not have, had the goal to discuss. They would have reflected.
And we're going to talk more about that. So, Monica, what were your thoughts of the conversation? What were you going to ask?
See, and this
I actually was glad that you asked about the vaccination piece.
Monica's our friend, so how come we didn't know? Like I feel like I mean, it's probably not intentional, man, but it kind of feels intentional because we should have known of all things, especially like with Jesse, man. We take this shit politically kind of fucking serious. What we're saying, all the shit we're saying, and what we're doing, take it very fucking seriously. Especially when like somebody who's wishy-washy and a fucking how we feel about him. This is our opinion over here at the Front Line Blacc News about the cultural center, etc. And those within the cultural center that are there, that do this type of nonsense, why did we know? Why didn't anybody know? And I mean, I guess because literally, I me myself personally don't tap into fucking bullshit like this. I don't even like. I can't even stand watching it because I get this upset. Like I get riled up a little bit, like a little bit riled up. Like hell no, like oh my god, I'm so fucking upset. You know what I mean? Because it's serious. It's not a game. This is a conversation dinner table. Who has a dinner table anymore? Like I mean, I wish we all sat around the motherfucking dinner table. This shit's so fucking weird nowadays. You know what I mean? Who's doing that? Like, can we please see what it looked like still? Because I kind of forgot, you know. And to blow off the sister, Vicky Dillard, who actually does the work of the black fucking media. It kind of is fucking offensive. Kind of feel like he should be fucking ashamed of himself. But again, like we've been saying this, it's not like this is coming from the perspective of what we've seen with our own eyes, experience with our own selves. You know what I mean? And I'm sure. I mean, if I get a chance to ask her, I'm sure she probably feels equally, if not somewhat similar. You know what I mean? Because that's a powerful voice. If you get a chance to have somebody, have that sister speak. I mean, she's been speaking all over the internet. She's just on 19 Keys the other day. So, like, it's a serious thing. It's not like fucking not something just to like especially when you come all the way over to 5 Points to motherfucking ghost town, to fucking gentrified motherfucking area. You don't barely see any black folk anymore. You know what I mean? And to this motherfucker spot, you know what I mean? Given who he is and what he's been doing, you know what I mean? And how if you ask regular people what they really feel, they'll probably tell you how the fuck do they feel like this. You know what I mean? Aside from all the ass kissing and wondering if I'm gonna get in trouble with the cultural center, we gonna get in trouble with Mr. Fard. Like the one when that fucking gets out of your system, you really speak the truth to be like, hell nah. You know what I mean? It's disgusting.
Because that's the direction I wanted to go.
But Montague's the homeboy. He made me some stuff when my lung busted. And I'm glad to see him over there. Like, guess whenever you can get a chance to get on a platform and speak your mind, I guess, we can't be disturbed or hating on the fact of who's the guest. You know what I mean? Because we didn't know or whatever. Like you got an interview, you got to get on there. Cool, you get to speak your mind. Cool. It's him and the nonsensory shit. The nonsensical stuff. It's really upsetting because some of these people deserve better. You know what I mean? Let me see where was that. Apologize.
I've heard a couple of discussions of his where he had talked about vaccines, his position on vaccines, and I just kind of wanted to know what he would be pushing as far as legislatively, if he were to get in office. Partially because I've been an herbalist in the Denver metro area for over 15 years, and there's a lot of Black Americans that have kind of decided they want to have more responsibility over how they heal. They're kind of breaking the mold. They're looking for alternative ways to heal. So a lot of them come to me looking for, what plants grow locally or grow in our Rocky Mountains.
Hey, does great work.
When we talk about the notion of anti-Blackness, right? So,
is that where it gets complicated?
No, it's very simple.
It's simple for you and me. Then is it simple? What what is it, Then, about the conversation about actually just having these conversations of pins and needles sometimes?
Yeah. So, well, I just want to first just shout out the folks that put this together. I know it took a lot, and then it got
Man, I'm pretty sure that's that Midian, fucking the chick we was just calling a mammy fucking a few minutes ago, or I was calling her, I was talking shit. That's because she did something. You know what she did. You know what I mean? It's repetitive. It doesn't end. So I mean, I say it's if the opportunity presents itself again. You know what I mean? But she don't come with that energy when she sees it. And also the fact that you're like, hey, you don't start nothing, won't be nothing. But if you really feel some kind of way, you say so. I myself don't like shit happening in front of me. So if it happens, some fuck shit happens in front of me, I can't control myself. I'm not gonna control myself. I don't say I can't. I have excellent control. I'm not going to, because I don't think that now's the time to control yourself. Now I feel like it's very important to say exactly what the fuck it really is, what's going on. Nobody has to like it. I don't care. It's the truth. The more we placate and just like don't get active and cause some nonsense out, then the longer it festers and it continues to grow like a motherfucking infection. So it sound like this broad, try to send some gratitude and show out and shit in front of like I said, the sister's a big name. The sister's a big person. Like, not a big person. She's quite petite and very, quite petite. But she's a big, factor to the new Black media. You know what I mean? And she's everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but she is everywhere. You know what I mean? So, and there's not a lot there. Like when you go heavy like that, she's not. She's like a. You love her or you hate her. People have really taken some ugly stances. I myself have always been a fan, so I'm a fan of another sister too, another couple sisters that most people don't really dig. However, I stick with what I know first, and loyalty's always been a big thing. So, I've been listening to Sister Vicky Dillard longer than the other two sisters, and once they started to get on her, that was it. I was like, man, I can't. You can't. I can't. You know what I mean? I gotta make the defining lines in the sand of who I like it, what I listen to, and who I choose to follow and signal boost and share their materials. I draw defining lines. It can't be coerced into some other shit. That gullible stuff, man, that was when I was a little child and it was for the birds. You know what I mean?
I think that when we talk about conversations, the pins and needles, all the panic that all of us saw,
there is no panic, family. Like if you're panicking right now because you're feeling your essence, the universe is speaking to you, your antennas are rising, you're getting constant downloads. What the fuck is there to be scared of? You worried about losing your job? Should be always keeping your resume, tight. If you're worried about losing your housing, you should be always looking out. Like, man, I'm on pins and needles about that too. But I never expected something to like what I'm going through happen. And it wasn't even on me. It's not even on me. It has nothing to do with me, really. It's everything to do with the shithole, that I was fried. No big. You gotta deal with it. Not something I can't fucking handle. You dig? However, you should always be prepared for the fucking worst case scenario. Why the fuck are you on pins and needles? That's something that I feel like only coons can really say they are pins and needles. These conversations are heavy. They tackle some serious issues. Are you serious? This is reality. Like you could tell they're not even remotely aligned with what we're talking about.
I think that what we all have to decide collectively is when we're coming into spaces like this, are we here for dialogue? Are we here for conversation? Or are we here for debate? And there's a difference in all.
Like, you're here to question. That was a political candidate asking for presidential vote from whoever, whatever. And he came into this motherfucker, however he got into this little fucking area, right? Because, oh my God, however he got in here, he's asking for the vote. You know what I mean? He's basically asking for the vote. He gave nothing fucking tangible. You're supposed to fucking question everything. Why can't you question him? Why can't you educate him on fucking the plight? You know what I mean? Why can't you? Why, like, what do you mean debate, dialogue, or conversation? This is the conversation portion. The dialogue. What dialogue? You're supposed to ask him motherfucking questions. And you're supposed to hold him to it. Like, keep him on fucking task. like the sister was doing, and he evaded that shit. So what the fuck is mammies? I swear to God.
All three. And so I think that when we talk about the Black experience in particular, I think every liberated Black person, mentally liberated Black person, has a question about reparations. All of us do. We have plans, we have strategies, like we have.
There isn't a question. It's not even a question. It's not a question. It's motherfucking simple. I mean, like, is anybody paying attention to the last fucking 2 years? Just in California alone, and the fucking nose, and fucking symbolic motherfucking nothing burgers.
Notes that we're happy to give over to people that have pieces of influence, but
there goes the butt.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. today was not going to be able to give us something revolutionary because that
he didn't have fuck revolutionary. He didn't even have nothing remotely consistently fucking tangible. It was just empty. Fucking nothing. No, nothing. He gave us nothing. Not a fucking nothing.
That wasn't the tone that was set. That wasn't the scene that was set.
He knew what he was coming into, because you're going into the cultural center. There's nothing but Black art all over that motherfucking place. There's Black music playing. Motherfucking frankincense burning. I mean, you obviously know what the fuck you're getting into. Surely he asked questions, and surely somebody educated him about who this fucking person is, and what the fuck he's going there for, and who else is going to be there, and what type of questions they really want to talk about. And he has some sort of Black handler. Surely there was a fucking dialogue there, because this isn't the first Black space he had attended. So what the fuck is she talking about?
I think that's the reason why we heard so many things conceptual. There was a lot of entry points in the conversation through story, lived experience. And so I don't think that today was really an opportunity for us to hear practical ways that Black people would see a different reality.
First of all, if she referring to what the sister said, she need to slap herself at least 3 times on the tray. The sister was saying something very fucking serious. There is such thing as a Black motherfucking Holocaust. We have been playing the fucking black tax. It's a real life motherfucking situation. She's saying the fucking truth. Should be lineage based. There shouldn't be, you know what I mean? If you want this, you need to get on this level. It was basic. It was fucking like elementary, and that motherfucker looked bored and like he didn't even want to hear it. So that's what really happened.
Under leadership of RFK Jr.
What did you hear? And again, we're just going to have a brief conversation or a long conversation, because Anubis and Montague, Medellin, and Community candidates are.
See how you left Vicky Diller out? Because you see that that's
looking for our votes.
Yes, facts.
And so for those who are willing to come forward and solicit and have ideas, whatever they are, like me, I'm not in a conversation as in terms of wanting to convince you. I want to see who you are and what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I would encourage people, when you're thinking about politics, go talk to people who are running for office and see if they have earned your vote.
Yeah.
Like if you're in the world, if you're here to or around and you're here to, say, I want you to be this, I'm not gonna make you that. I'm gonna find a candidate that is that, or I'll be the candidate. You know what I mean? Or I'll nurture a candidate.
Look, this is all I gotta say real quick. This is my own personal opinion, okay? Brandy Marie Major's opinion, Seduction Doll's opinion, Lady Che's opinion, okay? My own personal opinion. Look, if there's a candidate, I put myself out there. I really did. I put myself out there just on the premise of Cornel West, okay? Not just because he was Black, just because I really liked what he was saying. I understand you got to cater to motherfucking inclusivity sometimes, most of the time. I liked when I first heard him. I really was listening and reading between the lines. He was talking to Black folk, okay? Now, when I said, hey, man, if you do, and I was in a, shout out to Tim Blacc. I was in Tim Black's chat, and I was just typing away, and it was really like in caps and real loud, and you know what I mean? I even messaged him, because we, Jesse sits is junior chairman of the Unity Party here, right, in Denver. So I was like, man, if he come here, can I please get an opportunity to ask the questions that we're asking as FBA, as foundational Black Americans, looking for the right answers or the right candidate from the right president, not subliminal motherfucking symbolic shit, right? I'm very much on code. I'm very much in the loop of what's happening. Okay. Like you can't get it past me. I know exactly what to ask, how to ask, what kind of answers I'm looking for, what kind of answers we're actually looking for, because I watched it several times. Shout out to Teslin. You know what I mean? I've seen several interviewers. Shout out to Sister Vicky Dilly, her interviewing like a candidate like Marcel Dixon and stuff like that. Shout out to Marcel Dixon. You know what I mean? So I've seen how it works. I've seen it. Plus, I've occasionally dabbled in an interview or two whenever I get the opportunity. Okay. So I know what I want. I know what I'm looking for, and I know that if it wasn't perfect, right? And I said, if he wasn't perfect, he just need a little brandy razzle dazzle. I was willing to go that far and put in that work for a candidate to be well rounded for FBA, right? To do the work of FBA, not because I'm a fucking authority, because God forbid, I'm, you know what I mean? Only like half, okay? God forbid. I'm just saying. I pay attention and I listen and I'm a forward thinker, but I'm actually really, really fucking cognizant of what's happening, right? And I listen and I pay attention. I just don't follow anything, right? And not only that, but I am an actual free thinker. I actually could think on my own and I actually could think about shit thoroughly, okay? Well, don't just, sometimes I'm just like, it seems like I'm all over the place, but I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not. Especially when it comes to something so fucking serious, right? Because, contrary to popular belief, I put myself out there in really ugly ways, right? Because it means something. This means something, right? So I was like, if you're really about when you come here, I'll help you on your campaign, whatever it takes. Help you working on your website to get your messaging, correct to speak to, whatever. I even sent them a private message just to reiterate that prior to seeing him, okay, on the fucking on Tim Black's show, okay, several times. Seen him several times there, right? I messaged him. I can pull it up right now, okay, real shit. And then when we had a meeting with the Unity Party, because just since he's junior chairman of the Unity Party, right, I was even in there asking his handlers these motherfucking same various questions and seeing how what the temperature was, with the Caucasians, what the temperature was to handle it. You understand what I'm saying? Because I don't want to get behind any presidential candidate that isn't going to do right. This is a serious fucking thing. And we're at a serious time. So, you know what I mean? You're not gonna do nothing specifically for foundational Black Americans. You're not gonna fucking do no executive orders. You're not gonna do right. You're gonna fucking really, really fucking put in some actual executive orders, actual fucking crime bill, acts of terrorism, anything in the fucking benefit. Who's wasting their fucking time, right? So it's a serious thing, right? It's a serious fucking thing. It's a serious thing. I felt like, they like whatever this broad is about to say, it sounds some old fucking mammy shit. It's stupid because she wasn't asking no questions. Nobody's asking him any questions. And they let him slide. They let him slide, and there's nothing difficult about any of the basic shit that he was even being asked. Anything, nothing. There was nothing hard about none of that. So you shouldn't, as a Black person living here in the city of fucking Denver, you should not feel no boiling water nowhere or a sense of panic when you go into certain forms, whatever. That's just some weak bullshit right there.
So what I was hearing from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a critique about why he's not a Democrat. I wanted to hear what that was about. I heard some very, very telling, intimate stories. That's why I was allowing those stories to go on, even though it cut into time. Those were the types of historical narratives from a firsthand standpoint, you just not necessarily gonna get anywhere. You know what I mean? Like my dad,
his privileged Catholic fucking nonsense, man, is nothing in comparison to fucking any fucking black atrocity. Nothing he fucking said could compare notes. What do you say? I knew where my family was, I knew what kind of life I was gonna blah 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 blah, and that's what we want for the black children. What? To be resilient. That's that same old bullshit, man. Come on now.
My other uncle, this one did more legends like,
why should I vote for this individual? Is there a black agenda attached to it?
Oh, let's not talk about the fucking black agenda in the cultural center, okay? Because we already know if you're on point with the new black media, we already know where the black agenda comes from, right? I'm not even gonna go say just look it up, right? And then when Jesse ran on a black agenda, I know because I did the work according to what was already present from the new black media. Look it up, okay? I did the work. That's how come I know, right? And what happened? It was laughed at. If I gotta fucking pull the video, I will. If you don't believe me, I got the fucking video, right? He's like, no, there's no possible way. And just like he wasn't even acknowledging. And then he shamed him. He shamed him for fucking a whole fucking political season. Okay? It was so fucking, and not only did he shame him, he put all this other shit up against him. So I got the receipts. You really don't believe me? I got the fucking receipts. And not only that, I got the fucking flyers and everything I fucking worked on for the whole time he was running right here on my motherfucking desktop. Right here on this motherfucking computer. Right here. I got it right here. So it's not a lie. It's a fucking serious fucking factor because it takes like 18,000 people to run one fucking individual when they're running for office. And there wasn't anybody but just me and him. Why? Because this individual shit did that. Made that happen. It's not a conspiracy. It's a motherfucking fact. Okay? I mean, I could pull it all the way back. Is there animosity there? No, we got over it. We're over it now. Okay, we're over it now. Now we're at the "we told you so" stage, but we're over it now. We had to let it go. Okay. However, I could pull it. I got the video. I did the work. I spent hours and hours and hours. I come from the street. I don't know nothing about nothing, but I learned. I had to learn on my feet. While he's trying to get a leadership course in, trying to do everything, take care of a fucking sick, very sick fucking mate, and try to run for office all alone. And I'm sitting there doing the back work, not that nobody else's motherfuckers were doing because they had money and everything. We had nothing because we weren't like treated like we're not part of the motherfucking community. When I went in the system in Curtis Park, right? And I was out in the street, right down the street, living in a motherfucking tent by the library, by the Caldwell Library, and I heard everybody's motherfucking secrets as they walk up and down the motherfucking street for fucking 5 fucking years. They shut the street down to get me, okay? Every time they arrest me. So, miss me on that bullshit. They act like they don't know who the fuck I am when they used to walk up and down the street in motherfucking dresses and do the most of the little backpack and machete. Come on now. Probably the only ladylike motherfucking little girl, young woman mobbing up and down fucking the east side of 5 Points by themselves. Solo dolo. Dress shoes and motherfucking a little backpack and a machete and a fucking mission. Real degenerate activity, man. I was in the system. Probably in the system. Okay, so don't tell me. Now they just see me sick and fucking disabled. And they act like they don't know, okay? I know everything about all this shit. So that's how come I'm fucking adamant about getting in their motherfucking ass. They act like they're fucking so fucking perfect when I know different. And you go outside and you ask the streets will tell you the same motherfucking thing, that I'm right and they're wrong.
Yeah. Right? Because everybody else has an agenda and everybody else's agenda is addressed. Right? So as a collective, as Black Americans, foundationals, or,
I'm just going to say this. He got that from the new black media, aka us signal boosting over here because this is Denver, right? So we know they're grifting, and they know that they took that. Like, look, we've been saying, I'm gonna say we, yeah, I'm gonna say we, me and Jesse, predominantly Jesse, for the most part, because you know Jesse has that political networking. Okay, I'm just outside, and I get live and I fucking co-sign everything, right? And I do it like 10 times harder. somebody gotta be the cheerleader, right? Okay, so I'm there. I'm convinced I'm right there, right? So he got that. They got that from the New Black Media, where we got it from, and from us. Okay, signal boosting, right? And really pushing it and saying it like we're not black, we're foundational Black Americans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? We're not just Black Americans. You know what I mean? We're on this process right now. We're heading in a direction, a steady, consistent fucking direction. Don't believe? Look it up. I'm not gonna keep leading you to the motherfucking water, right? So whatever the fuck they're about to say, just know it came from over around here where we got it from the New Black Media, and we signal boost and keep pushing the motherfucking message like wildfire. So I find this really fucking upsetting and offensive.
Come from the diaspora, you know, we got to really start to think about how we are moving in the political space. And if there are questions about certain things, we're not going to, within a certain time frame, like let's get off this time frame thing, right? It needs to get done. It doesn't matter how long it's going to take, right? So we're going to keep pounding the pavement about reparations until it's done.
I want to ask Theo to switch seats with Monica for just a second, because this is a powerful conversation or moment in time. You know, this is a moment in time, and this conversation would not even have taken place without Theo.
Theo, let's give it up.
And so the voices that you were hearing, you know, like you wanted a cross-pollination of different voices taking place. It's really interesting to me, Theo, in terms of you have a relationship, or you know more about how the sausage is made on this in terms of what's going on. Theo, what are your thoughts?
Well, I said authentic conversation. I brought the most authentic people that I know. You see what I'm saying?
And yet, while this is happening, nobody told Jesse, right? Because whatever is about to be said, you know, yes, I'm not even going to take away from the Sister Vicky deal. Not at all. But, you know, we're right here. This is like, I mean, literally, it's Godmother and Godfather's barbershop is literally across the fucking street. Still. Okay, this is roots right here, okay? So, not to take away from nothing, not to take away from anything happening, but like, how the fuck, right? If somebody you genuinely, you know, you put the most sincere, genuine people right here, but you can't call your boy. I'm pretty sure I know who it is. You know what I mean? Pretty sure, but you can't call Jesse. You can't talk about it. Jesse, who talked about the fucking Black agenda here in this very fucking space. Talk about reparations here in this very fucking space. Been going so motherfucking hard in this very fucking space, and been like, you know, basically like talked shit to and shamed and fucking whatever, you know what I mean, in this very fucking space, okay? You can't let him know, including when everybody try to pick off his motherfucking brain when they want to do round table fucking reparations conversations prior to the new administration. Like, for real, behind the scenes, and nobody could talk about it. And I got live then and shut that motherfucking wave down because it was like black and brown, and all this extra shit. And I'm like, why give it to anybody? Because why give any of the work that we've been working on, like bills and policies and shit like that? So I guess that's what I do now. I just know how to write them. And who knew? You know what I mean? I'm fucking from the street. Who knew that's what the fuck I was doing, right? With who do we give it to if everybody's on some other fucking coon shit? But he couldn't make a phone call. He couldn't send a message say, hey, bruh, we're gonna be in the cultural center. RFK Jr. is there. We're gonna be talking about reparations and black, reparations and the black agenda and what's really important to black Americans here in the black Denverites. You want to be part of the conversation, go ahead and creep on by. Real shit, like.
I have never known Bobby to be a deer in a glass cage. He sat here and took the full brunt of it together and had a response. He's not somebody who can't take crossfire when it comes to debating. But if I am going to be authentically engaged with the campaign, I gotta be honest with my community. Bring a guy around. Here's what I think is most pertinent about Robert Kennedy's candidacy. I never agreed with the candidate all the way on anything. Who has the greatest potential likelihood, mathematical certainty of throwing a spear in the gears of the two-party duopoly?
It's not our pick.
Let's not check.
That's the question. It will.
Meaning,
okay.
There are things that we will not agree on when it comes to coming to the center. There's people in the campaign that's right out of the Trump world. There's people in the campaign who are Bernie Sanders progressives. I am me. The first meeting I had when I was actually in the Kennedy estate, I said, so here's what they're going to ask you. You are not used to the Black community being a single issue voting block. Times they are changing. I told him right away. You will not be able to play your saxophone.
What does he mean, man?
You will not be able to pose on the cover of Ebony magazine with Michelle Obama.
What does he?
I said, this is tangibles time.
Oh my God.
And so I am in the position where,
Jesse's not a
unlike Donald Trump or Joe Biden, I've got this man's phone number.
Of course you do.
There have been times that it's been hard to stay.
Of course you do.
He knows that.
Like, real shit, man. Like, I call Jesse
Mr.
Tangibles, right?
Reparations closer to anybody's pocket or save one Gazan child's life.
We heard it from right? Even though Tariq, she likes to say he's not the leader and all that good shit. And we'll let him rock with that, whatever he says, right? But secretly we know where we got it from. We know where we got Tangibles from. Right? So if you're on your shit, you know exactly where the fuck that came from. Right? And I like to call Jesse, Mr. Black Denver Tangibles when he was running, because that's what he kept saying the whole fucking time. Man, you don't believe me? I got the footage. Like, it's a real serious issue. I don't tell lies, especially not something so serious, because I would hate for that to come back. I mean, I say a lot of motherfucking ugly shit, dude. This is one thing I'm telling the truth about, right? That's what I call them, right? Not because everybody has to have a motherfucking person that represents the interests of Black people, especially in his own motherfucking city, right? So, and especially that listens and listens so intently to the new Black media, right? So we heard Tangibles, right? We know where it came from. Okay, we know where it came from. Look it up, man. We know where it came from. And so I called Jesse Mr. Denver Black Tangibles. Real shit. I got flyers with it for it. It really says it. You know what I mean? I did the work. I got little logos and everything, right? So right now to hear that is like, I'm thankful Jesse isn't awake right now, because he'd probably be going the fuck off. He'd probably be so fucking mad, like, you know what I mean? Because he would feel robbed. You know what I mean? Really, legitimately, he would feel robbed. He would feel like these motherfuckers, the fucking audacity. You know what I mean? Because they so much happened. You know what I mean? You've been watching Front Line Blacc news for like the last couple of years. You know what happened. If you pay attention, you really fucking know what happened. Because he would not let it go. You know what I mean? And he shouldn't have to. I was like, man, maybe you should just, after a while, I started to see his point. I started seeing his motherfucking point. So this is like, oh my fucking God. We're lucky he's not.
As me. And with y'all. And he has to hear from the community directly. and he's tough enough to take it. One of the things about Bobby that is interesting, right? This is super interesting about Bobby, because one of his greatest gifts is also a curse, but it's also a gift. He believes something until he don't. You understand what I'm saying? It on the line.
Does this fit? If it doesn't fit, then you're next, right? Like, again, there's this capture that has to happen. So I just think that, you know, as whatever, I typically, my vote is.
Okay, start right there.
Whatever you think about Bobby feels that he is threatening enough that they don't want to give him Secret Service.
What do you think, Nadia? What do you hear? What do you think? What are you hearing? Pull that microphone down just a little bit. But first, Theo.
Always appreciate you.
Go there.
Always appreciate it. So if folks, you know me when it comes into this political realm, I am the one that does not yield or concede to anything that I see as performative or like a moment in time. You don't have to capture me.
That's
like
cap.
My vote is not to be earned, it's to be.
That's cap. That's cap. That's all fucking cap, and I can roll the motherfucking footage. That's cap. That's all fucking cap right there. Whatever she just said, and she let her say get tokenized by a white lady. Cause just stop. That's all cap. That's all cap. Big C on the crib. That's all cap. Real shit, man. You see me throwing C's like the Lokes, man. Right now, it's like big C's.
Captured, because I typically, my vote is constantly moving in this space to see who is it that I see in leadership that I can get behind, and it's those that can come capture it that will get it. So,
oh my God,
it's captured through a lot of different ways. And I kind of go back to what you were saying, Anubis, about the Black agenda, like looking to see what is the Black agenda of these political figures. And for me, I typically am not looking for their Black agenda. I'm bringing my Black agenda to you to say, does this fit? If it doesn't fit, then you're next, right? Like, again, there's this capture that has to happen. So I just think that, as we continue to consider who it is that we are going to get behind, or who it is that we will decide to vote for,
all cap. Like
we have an opportunity and we have a responsibility to ensure that when moments like this happen, that there is a collective opportunity for countless voices to be heard, for questions to be asked, and making sure that we are giving access to the broader community to being able to be in a part of the conversation. It's so important, because we can find ourselves caught in narrative. We can find ourselves caught in a lot of different spaces. And so I just think that as we continue as a community to navigate being in Denver, being very minimal population and demographic in Denver, when opportunities like this come, definitely making sure that they continue to come and allowing this space to be an entry point for the community at large. That's really, really important.
I think Theo is excellent with that in terms of bringing.
I brought back that mayoral footage.
He brought it. You all are bringing it. You know,
telling lies, big tall tales.
Are having these conversations. I think that it's not only patronizing, but it's you know how parents try to tell you what you can't hear and what you can't see. And then you have a whole society that tell Black folks who you can't listen to or what you can't see, or because there was this narrative that we can't think, right? You know, and so for someone to come in and say, "This is who I am. This is what I think," I get to process that. You know what I mean?
He told you. I was just saying, I'm cut in.
Bullshit, cuz you know.
He kept it a buck about what he feel.
Yeah,
you feel me?
No, isn't that what you want?
He kept it a buck. I don't agree with all the sense within that now.
Not even coached well.
But he kept it a buck. And when it comes to that kind of authenticity, the system actually fears that. And that's something to also be taken note of.
Can I give you guys, if I go back right to you, Median, I want to give you the underpinning of my thoughts around a particular question. It had nothing to do, like Israel was the setting and Palestine was the setting. but I was looking for just the human rights component of the question. I could have placed that question anywhere on the planet. I'm just trying to feel, and if you heard, I kept saying, I'm not talking about the Jews. I'm not talking about the this or the politics or whatever. And because folks are so locked into what Theo said in terms of their echo chambers, and I'm not saying that's what the candidate was saying or anyone else is saying.
Yes, he is.
When you talk to me, I'm telling you, I'm a humanitarian. That's who you're talking to.
That's the kid.
And regardless of whatever the reasons are around that, what is your idea to save lives? Not destroy lives on the journey to save lives. You know what I mean? I'm saying,
and this,
I don't care whose child it is on the planet that's hungry.
I would not.
I don't care whose child it is that's being murdered or kidnapped. There's not one place on the planet I think is more important.
Right, exactly.
And I want to.
Saddens me, and I'm looking at this as somebody who wants freedom for my folks. It's instructional looking at what's happening in Israel right now. It's
we couldn't think high enough to you really to be like, here's where I'm chiming in. Polls are coming from different places
to keep pounding that pavement and getting out the message to
say, hold on.
Hold on just a second, because I want to ask the Young Bull and Topaz and the Hashim, and I want to ask you all to come up too, because I want to hear all of these positions. But go.
Let me finish this thought, and I ain't gonna be long for real.
Okay, cause like I'm glad that's over. Okay. Let's just say that I'm glad that that's over right there, and it just caused me to want to look into see if there was any more, because we didn't even know that was even remotely out there like that. Like we didn't even know that was even out there like that, So I'm gonna do some further digging, and because I want to know, I really want to know. So I gotta ask Jesse where. I gotta ask Jesse. Let me just look real fast. I gotta ask Jesse where he got that shit from. Because I don't know. I don't know where he got it from. I know he got it from Gerald, but I don't know where. I don't know if there was more to that. So I don't really know. I'll have to figure that part out. Okay, so let's see where we were at with this. Okay. Let's see. Hold on one second, Felly. Let's see real quick. Okay. There was I think we started recording like two videos at that time. What the fuck is going on right here? Hold on a second. Let me back this train up so I can exit out of people are trying to talk to me, you know what I mean? Earlier during the broadcast, I was ignoring them, so I was ignoring them. Let me see if I can find Jesse's video, because we were at city council today, so we were over there, heavy. We were in there heavy, and a lot of shit happened. I decided to change. Let me just back that up. I'm now moving forward until I find the rest of that shit. I'm moving forward to to the last topic, which is me and Jesse at city council today. And what happened with that, okay? I'm moving forward. Let me get over here real quick. I'm gonna pull up the video. I thought he sent it to me, but he did not. So now I gotta look for it. Okay, here we go. One moment. see real quick. It was kind of choppy where we were. Right. I was whispering, I was talking shit. I was whispering, talking shit. Give me 1 second. Let me get this. Let me get this to share real fast. Needed the comb, right? It's because it's late and I take my glasses and I forgot to turn off the camera. But yeah, no makeup on that shit. I don't care. It's late and we're like 5 hours in. That was a long ass motherfucking video, but I felt like it was important to listen to. Everybody was there, and it even made me feel really upset. So I'm glad that is over. So let me get into this real fast. Me and Jesse go to city council. I had to go to the doctor's. Finally got a way to get out that motherfucking house. So I was out there, and knowing that I wish I could blow it up so y'all can't see everything on on the other side of the screen, but it can't. So you're stuck. You're stuck. Let me see. Where is it? Right here. Let me move this right there. Okay. This is right here. Enter full screen. Okay. All right. Well, that was smart. So we went to city council. I went to the doctor. I've been on one since earlier today, so it doesn't matter. I've been talking shit to everybody. Like, I don't really have no love for motherfucking immigrants. I don't have no love for people talking about Palestine Lives Matter. I definitely have no love for the whites. I ain't got no love for none of this shit. I can't be talked to. I have no understanding on purpose, intentionally. I don't want to. You know what I mean? Only because this is stupid. Like, there's nothing that right now, whatever the fuck everybody's talking about is not what the fuck we're talking about. So I want to talk to like-minded individuals. You know what I mean? Simple as that. I'm on a mission. We're on a mission. We're on a mission, family. Seriously, FBA is on a mission. It's not a game. So I'm gonna say this though. God. Because of the shit that happened at the cultural center, a lot of shit was kind of disrespectful to Jesse. So, in the street, it's not like we were getting a lot of respect or love, but it was something that was really not jiving right amongst the unhoused and shit like that. It's almost like they don't see him enough to really remember all the hard motherfucking work he did. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, and I felt like compelled to stress to him how that's going to change. You know what I mean? But once we got in the city building, in the building, man, it was different because he knows everybody and family right there working and whatnot. So I said roots, right? Roots. So I go through the security, whatnot. We mobbing through like little celebrities because we're on city council all the time. Well, over the last couple of weeks, we haven't been allowed to speak because they've been taking over the chambers. Different shit, Palestine shit, immigrant shit, motherfucking Jewish shit at one point. Every type of other thing other than black things, you know what I mean? And then we just had, like last week, there's a proclamation given to that motherfucking center for fucking Black History Month. And I thought that was for show too. So I made sure I said that. So, but go up to be in there. I haven't been in there in a while. And he's been helping me, so he really hasn't been there either. We're doing Zooms. So going up in there, it's like, yeah, of course, you know what I mean? So I was pussy blocking and bitch, like white bitches try to just so fucking, like I was pussy blocking. I just was not gonna handle any of that, right? Especially when we're walking together, we just chummy and shit. It's stupid. However, we just try to sit up in the front and do what we do. So this is gonna be a video of what happened. And once you just hear what the people were talking about before, it was only really like 6 speakers, okay? And when we got in there was really only like 3 police officers. But as soon as I go, it's me, man. As soon as I go in anywhere, or it's him by himself, but it was us together. There seems to be multiple police officers. The time we left, there was like 6 or 7 fucking officers in there. Okay, and there was hardly anybody there. So let's get to it.
Good afternoon, grand evening. As you can see, me and Lady Che are both in the council chambers. Say hi to the people, Lady Che.
Look, I'm very sick, family. So I had my hair pulled up in a motherfucking in a beanie, and my heart and kidneys and everything is working, so I'm like super fucking swollen. So what you're seeing is a motherfucker that's been wearing sunglasses. It's cold as fuck outside, and I'm swollen. So everything is just super big. Like as soon as I take my medicine in a little while, like you'll see by the time I come out on tomorrow afternoon, all this is gonna be all gone because it's all water. Okay, but I was feeling I wasn't even caring because I was whispering the shit I had just witnessed. You know what I mean? I was like, oh my God. Because we're in the chambers and I'm loud. I kind of talk a little loud.
Yeah, right in front of Lady Che.
I was whispering. I was like, some white bitch trying to throw her panties at Jesse. That's what I was whispering. I was laughing. I felt like he said that didn't happen, but I felt like she was sneak dissing and made some fucking comment and called me a degenerate. Like, oh yeah, I keep myself off camera too, so I can do degenerative things. I was like, bitch, who the fuck you talking to? In my mind, that's what I was thinking. Hey, bitch, calling me a motherfucking degenerate is like you don't know me like that. That's what I was thinking in my mind. And when I'm sitting here laughing, talking to him about it, right? Because I was clowning. Because this bitch came from all the way across the motherfucking room. It's like church pews in there. All the way across the room. We came in one entrance. She was all the way on the other side. And was literally jumping over pews just to get to Jesse to throw her panties at her. Like, I'm such a fan type shit. Karen goes against everything we believe in. So, but I mean, I speak on city council too with them when we get a chance down there every week. And 90% of the time I'll be for him, right? Where she's like, I never thought it was like it was so bad. Like, oh my God. And I was like, what about me, man? Like, just pussy blocking. I was pussy blocking.
No, she said she was in the jury on the low.
I was planning. I was like,
you can't chain me with no.
I was cloudy. I was talking shit and laughing because that shit was funny to us.
Oh, there's our councilwoman.
So I was kind of disappointed in our councilwoman, right? I was disappointed in, we call him gay and black, but I was disappointed, really.
That's our councilwoman, y'all, Chantel Lewis.
Only because of how it happened afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Here comes Purple Rain.
Everybody was coming in late. This is where I kind of almost lost it. Like in the chambers, you're not supposed to be, making side comments and talking shit and behind a motherfucker, right? You're not supposed to be. You're supposed to have some sort of decorum, and I know how to behave. I know how to behave. Okay, I know how to behave. I have manners, home training. I'm very polite when I want to be. You know what I mean? I'm not really a rude individual. I just lately have lost a lot of tact, I guess, on purpose. It's not even lost it. I just been doing it on purpose because I don't. I feel like I don't understand why I'm the only person that's angry, and that it will be intentional about the shit. So I don't understand why it's just me. It seems like always, And I understand. I embraced villainy since I was a small child, so I could get it. I get it. But so you're just supposed to be quiet, right? You're not supposed to be making these motherfucking comments. Like I was like the audacity. Oh boy, shit like that. I was making these comments out loud, not really loud, but loud enough that I knew I was saying it, and Jesse could hear it, and the mic probably picked it up. You know what I mean? Because we're right by the mic.
Relates to Palestine.
I'm on the edge.
We got there. Reproductive justice. Now I digress. when you are denied basic human rights essentials such as food, water, electricity, and freedom of movement. Reproductive justice cannot exist when you're being bombed and massacred in your home, in your streets, in your schools. Reproductive justice cannot.
Okay, so this what this broad is really saying is kind of like a whole bunch of shit. It's convoluted to me. I felt like it's like a whole bunch of shit, and she just happened to throw in you know, I want to say some black shit, but she had to throw in some George Floyd shit. You know what I mean? I'm in the midst of her motherfucking women's feminist shit, Palestine, abortion rights, motherfucking, and here in tear gas and I don't know some other shit. So, and I was like, oh my god. And we're kind of like hugged up. You know, this is hugged up, like it's just chilling. This is just what we do when we're like, you know, normal. So we're kind of, and these motherfuckers are looking at us because we're right in the front. You know, we weren't really giving a fuck. We were just doing us, you know, as usual.
Your schools, reproductive justice cannot exist. When medical supplies are being withheld, hospitals are being targeted, paramedics and doctors slaughtered. Women are having to decide between C-sections. Now, Mother's babies are still viable. And we talk about why it matters here. We color code a lot of things right from the identity politics. We talk about why should it matter. I have the luxury of sitting before you at 36. I got my tubes tied at 28. I fought with my history, my genetics, and I got to make a choice for myself that I never regretted. It may have canceled out some dates for me, but those people were not for me. So I want to implore you as we think about it, as we talk about reproductive justice, as we think of ourselves as champions, we need to be champions for those here and abroad. And what is happening is absolutely a feminist issue. It is a reproductive justice issue. It is a humanity issue. And I'm sorry if this hasn't woken you yet. And I want to bring it local again.
She said, if this hasn't woken you yet. And I was like, oh my God.
This is also a problem of privacy and freedom, right? A few weeks ago, there was a tether almost connected between George Floyd and Palestine.
Okay, look. I don't remember when that happened. Okay, that sounds like some made up shit. But when we look at this video from the city council view, you're gonna see me making all kind of motherfucking faces, rolling my eyes, and like looking at Jess like this fucking shit really happening. You know what I mean? Hey, we're recording this. This is from our perspective. You know what I mean? But there, I don't remember this you know, this intersection between George Floyd and the Palestine.
I want to bring you back further.
It's very disrespectful.
Right.
I want to bring you back further.
It's very disrespectful.
And Palestine. And who was telling the protesters how to get the tear gas from their eyes?
Oh my God! Like really bad.
It's very disrespectful.
And Palestine. And the tether almost connected between George Floyd and Palestine. I want to bring you back further.
It's very disrespectful.
And Palestine. And who was telling the protesters how to get the tear gas from their eyes? These Palestinian protesters through Twitter telling us running into the rain, use milk, don't use water, it will fade. They saw the struggle of Black youth. And they're all afraid of devastating violence. So I implore you to see that thread today. When we talk about reproductive justice, we absolutely need to be talking about Palestine.
She said, and we're talking about Black youth, and then she went into Palestine and then reproductive justice. She was like, I was like, what the fuck does any of that? What the fuck does this have to do with any of that? Like, what? Like, this was a lot, and she was all animated. She was all past.
White tears matter.
I was like, white tears matter.
Definitely white tears right there. Reproductive justice is what? What the fuck?
I ain't gonna lie. This is what we do usually when we're by ourselves in public. We act like nobody else is chopping it up.
I just wanted to come and give you an update on some things that are happening from a street.
She's talking about the homeless shit.
I want to talk about what's happening with enforcement on our knees We still have not come back to an amendment on the co-bill from last April. I would like to do that. The city is impounding our liens at a record rate. And where do you think the folks are going that are living in those RVs? They're going into a tent. I'm not sure what space. I'd like to come back amendment to that bill. The other thing I'm exits from the migrant shelter. We are.
She's talking about migrant.
All I've done all day is coordinate families that have fallen.
I know, like I'm so swollen. Like, how could he take me anywhere, right? But he had to take me because I was like, I had to go to the doctor. I needed his help.
Sitting in the camp right now, we don't allow families to stay at the camp. So anytime there are kids at the camp, we push those families right back indoors. But we have a lot of families on the street right now.
Yeah,
we need to do something different. Management in the encampment. Thank you.
I was like, oh, good. Talking about psychedelics. Cool. I was so swollen, man. I was like so heavy. I felt like I couldn't breathe, man. I think it's going down a little bit.
It's gonna talk like it to your ears.
Like, this is not normal, really. What used to be is when I built up in my heart. Water. The dude next to me was an immigrant, and he thought he was tight with his little checkered glasses. And I had my little blue looks on. I was like, man, I ain't feeling it. I didn't give 2 fucks about this shit. We're talking about how many more police are in the building. Like, you can see the dude in the back. He's sitting right behind, like right there. The checkered glasses, he kept mugging me. And the city council people kept mugging me. Like, it was so ugly. They had a feeling it was about to happen. Right.
10 billion in debts.
It's my favorite.
But they never mentioned that 40% of all the revenue at that
Hey, Robert Bailey come. He was pulling it. Was really intentional.
Sufficient money to cover the cost of construction and operations at that airport.
I do the level of anger, dude. Sometimes
when the airport people show up to this chamber to promote a transfer of money from a randomly selected.
Yeah, you know, giving
Vice President of Sustainability at that airport, Scott Morris. Member City Council, you do not need to placate that airport.
Right. Okay, look, I was leading on the thing, and I
show up with 10, 20 people.
Really sick, family. So I know he catch you. I know he catch me for the bad angles, but I'm really fucking sick. So this is like I'm swollen like a water, like a fucking. But I was leaning on the podium like I didn't give a fuck.
I don't speak for that. I'm not here for that. I'm here for specific stuff. You know,
It's got to get real.
It's been a long time since I had a chance to speak, being that it's usually on Zoom, and over the last 3-4 weeks, we've been overwhelmed with illegals and people talking about this Palestine stuff. You know, I have something to say about that real quick. I don't speak for that. I'm not here for that. I'm here for specifically one group of people. However, I will say this. It does not matter to me. You can say all the ceasefire stuff, but we're here in the United States, and that's abroad. Can't make them do nothing. We can't control them. We can't make them stop doing anything. They haven't stopped already. You know, this is a big waste of time. Always protesting when you keep people on the back burner, waiting to speak over vital Denver right issues. It really bothers me. You know, that I have to come all the way here, sick as I am, to make this very important comment. Now, the illegal immigrants, look, let me take it out. You have half the administration from the last mayor still messing around. the cronyism, the corruption, the money. How does one sentence go from 180 to 120 and you still got to close shop for these illegals, right? Not newcomers, illegals, right? Not to mention we have all these things where we're trying to push them to go forward. When everybody who has been waiting to get visas and stuff like that waited over 10 years, but we could just force something on us, right? Not to mention you're taking away from actual Black Denverites. Yes, I'm saying it. Somebody has to say it. There are Black men and women and children, elders outside in the cold while they get first of everything and they still want to force and demand. I can't even go to the doctor right now without some lady speaking in Spanish and hollering at another nurse because she can't do a simple urine drop and then want to complain about not eating. But isn't that simple basic maintenance when you do before you go to the doctor? You know, I'm an actual Denverite from Los Angeles, the actual Denverite. And nobody speaks on Black issues here. I don't care what happened last weekend, that was a shame, that was a show. Right? But we actually have serious issues. We are actually losing our home because of policies that are made here. Right? Voucher systems, things like that. We, in the middle, can't get a job, can't feed or support ourselves. We are part of the community and can't get the assistance of our community, right? Because we're treated like we're not part of the community. When as Black people here, don't let the shade deflect the message, we need help. But we're getting pushed aside for everyone else. And no, that's another problem with you. You all never want to listen to anybody. No, I understand what you're saying, but you never want to listen to nobody. You always want to just keep pushing it aside. That's enough, right? But you'll let the Palestine and the Jewish people and the immigrants go, but you won't let us speak. That's wrong of you.
I had to calm down because I was like, just I had to calm down. Get ready. I didn't give a fuck. But that's the reality. They always try to stop us from chopping it up, and letting them know. You know what I mean? And don't let the shit deflect the message. I'm speaking exactly how the fuck I'm speaking. And you can run this fucking footage back. It's like, that's what I say every time we have city council. I was just praying that it made sense because I was it's quite intimidating to get up there, right? Because I'm not even looking at them. I was looking at myself leading on the podium, like, and just catching me at all. Like I look like a giant beach ball. I leaned on the podium and it looked kind of tight the way I was leaning on the podium. I was watching it in the TV. You know what I mean? But here we go. This is part 2. I went off. I was like, and then I think that's when the extra police came in from behind. But they thought they were sitting there smiling and shit. And you hear it. Watch.
Good evening, council. Long time no see. Yesterday, Sean Paris represented for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense. Population commitment for social change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado.
Oh, he was gonna stop
the Northeast Denver Residents Council, Front Line Blacc, shoccing Black Experience in Japan.
Breathing really. Sorry, fellas.
My turn. So every time you use that term,
we get to it. Just.
I told you so. I told you this was gonna happen. But y'all laugh, caca, out of anything. So before the illegal.
My heart was like really, really fucking up right then and there because it was a little walk right here, wasn't it? Was because I like when I get really upset like that and I'm hollering at OTBs, it does take a toll, especially when you're carrying so much fluid on your heart and your lungs and stuff isn't really working because they're overwhelmed with fluid. I can't get the fluid off right now consistently. That's because I'm in an active heart failure. It was taking its toll. So I apologize for the heavy breathing because I was really upset. And I kind of was thinking like, damn, did I go too far? I was like, nah, fuck it, let's keep it rolling. Because I already knew what's gonna happen. Anytime you do some wild ass shit or even remotely close to wild ass shit, yeah, you run a risk of fucking them arresting you. But we sit on like 3 of the boards behind the city. So, it's not really like it was a big situation. And even if it was really in a big thing for me, it's like, been there, done that 100 motherfucking times. Ain't no fucking thing.
Not a crisis. You know what that crisis
Ain't no thing. I know.
is? The unhoused neighbor crisis. By the way, that's my term. So every time you use that term, I would really appreciate if you gave credit where credit is due. Along with several other terminology that white liberals love to steal and tokenize from Black activists and revolutionaries such as myself. So I ran for mayor on a Black versus Virginia, the only candidate to do so, was laughed at, mocked at, ridiculed, had a plan that was going to alleviate with 80% of our problems as a city. So it was shadow banned by my own people, such as Brother Jeff, cultural centers. Yeah, y'all had the audacity to give them a proclamation last week. They do not speak for us. I'm literally the only ones that speak on behalf of Black people first. Our issues first. It is documented. It is not hearsay. It is not delusions of grandeur. It is the reality.
I don't know why this is so amusing.
That you are prioritizing people that aren't even citizens.
The councilwoman.
Over actual citizens that have been unhoused for decades, have been gentrified, ethnically cleansed out of our communities for decades. So y'all, as usual, like you did during the first civil rights movement, the second civil rights movement.
Yeah, I don't really get to see Jesse really out of the square, but he just be moving around like time base.
The second civil rights movement, y'all use us for our numerical value, and then you abandon us in our time of need. And that is what you continue to do. There is no coalition. There is no minority coalition. There is no people of color coalition. There is nothing. It's FBA, Foundational Black Americans, versus everyone. And I was the only candidate that had a solution to all of these problems. So maybe I might run again in 2027. Only time will tell. But we can do better as a city. You had your opportunity. I hope next election cycle, y'all all lose your job. Y'all all recall Mayor Johnston. Stop prioritizing non-citizens over actual citizens.
We can't both go to jail, right? One of us gotta get out and make the call. I'm going to take one for the team. This is no big deal. I've been there 100 times. It's not a big deal. Matter of fact, it really is. Probably get some rest.
Because I didn't even get to sign up for the damn shit that they're speaking on.
We had to calm down. Oh, well, this is why they don't take. This is why they don't take us out. None of this is funny. You say this probably you're laughing.
Ain't nothing funny about none of it.
Everywhere I turned, white people were laughing at us. I didn't really understand. Like, it's not like we were dressed like, granted, I'm in my plus size sickness right now, but it's not like we were dressed fucked up or anything like that. This is really, what we be doing all the time. So it's not really, I couldn't understand. And I've had this question. I've had this happen a few times recently. Like, why the fuck, when you look at us and we talking this seriously, what the fuck is so funny? Why is it so amusing? And I really want somebody to explain it to me, because I don't see anything amusing. I don't see, like, granted, if you're laughing because, I got up there and I fucking said what I said and I fucking, I'm breathing on, hey, like, whatever, right? If you're laughing about that, I mean, that's the most immature shit. But why the fuck are you really laughing at us? And it was like the white lady up there with the purple hair, motherfucking Hispanic broad over there that's usually crying. She's mugging me and giving me dirty motherfucking looks like, how dare I? That lady in the front that I cussed out and pointed at, the white lady that tried to throw her panties at Jesse, she was laughing. She was so fucking amused. Everybody, their fucking mama was fucking amused, laughing. What the fuck was so funny? Like, why is this funny? Because when it comes to everybody else's motherfucking issues, you're supposed to stand up and take notice. But when it comes to something like we're talking about, it's funny. Like, I just need to understand, because I didn't think we were amusing. You know what I mean? Me talking shit to Jesse privately, like, you know, not even privately, he probably got picked up on. I'm like, I get fucked that, you know, it's whatever. I was clowning around before we got serious. You know what I mean? Clowning around. Although, even talking shit behind a motherfucking Caucasian's back, getting off, trying to fucking throw in black shit, which you really try to make fucking feminist statements and try to try to steal some shit and then throw in their real agenda, right? Even then, you know what I mean? So what the fuck was funny about what the fuck we were saying? And I was like, what are you smiling about? I said that to the city council lady on the thing real loud, and she didn't even stop. It's like a joke. So I, you know, somebody could explain that. That would be a rip. I would really like to know. It's almost over. We're almost done. We're not gonna go through it. It was done because me and him were sitting there trying to calm down. I was trying to calm down really because I was like, I was trying to get my heart under control. And we really went in. And plus, once we get started, there's really kind of need to take a break.
Yeah, that I make them late for. Yeah.
You're so smart. You're always on point. Look, they really didn't even stop and even think about it. And it's easy when you got people throwing around privilege and talk about feminists and this and that. When somebody got to be the fucking villain. So we got to do the work, and this is what the work is. You know what I mean? I got to come all this way out, sick as fuck.
Like I said, I told you so. I was the only candidate that ran on a Black first agenda. Not a black and nothing. It was Black first. And I was literally, I'm just so disappointed in this council. They literally prioritizing non-citizens over actual citizens.
They really didn't even stop and even think about it.
And they sitting up there smirking and laughing like shit is funny. Ain't nothing funny about nothing that we said.
Like it just kind of jumped for a quick second, right? Let me see real quick. See.
Yeah.
When they were leaving, I was like really upset. Like, yeah, we're talking about it, Yuri. I was just quoting the councilwoman. Well, Black family, we did our thing. I kind of feel bad a little bit because I know how to behave, but the moment got ahead of me, man, because, you know, they don't understand. It's a video. I don't understand. It's easy when you got people throwing around privilege and talk about feminists and this and that. When somebody got to be the fucking villain. So we got to do the work, and this is what the work is. You know what I mean? I got to come all this way out, sick as fuck. About that. We'll talk about it in a minute, but
I'm so disappointed in this country. They literally prioritizing non-citizens over actual citizens.
They really didn't even stop and even think about it.
And they sitting up there smirking and laughing like shit is.
Jesse had that
Yeah,
that I make them late for. Yeah.
You're so smart. You're always on point. You're giving them the business, man. That's what we love about you.
Yeah.
The only one like I was talking about, that's the only white man I give a pass. Because he gives them the, you know, we really love that. Like I've been a fan forever. I said fan, but I mean I really appreciate the work you do.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
It's a shame how much money they throw away at that goddamn airport.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Of taxpayer dollars, yeah.
Where's there? These like constantly shit.
You too. That was Robert Bailey.
I love Robert Bailey. He's probably the only white man to get a pass in my world.
He uses white privilege for good.
He was talking that real shit. Over the child.
Hello.
I can't believe you were here. I was like, I have not seen him in this building since before COVID.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
As soon as you went through security, I got like 2 phone calls. I was like, he's in the building. You guys are officially celebrities.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he was like, I swear I thought I saw someone who looked like Brandy going through security. And I was like, it's them.
It is.
Yeah. Are you coming on Mondays from now on? Or
We're trying to get back in the habit of doing it. It's been hard.
It's been really sick.
It's really hard to get down here.
I don't remember you being in the thing last time.
No, I was in a bigger one, but I have heart failure, so.
I don't remember you called in from a hospital bed once, and we were like, that feels like extra.
Yeah.
But it's
you ain't gotta be that dedicated.
Extra, man. That's dedication, dude. Like we weren't gonna let one motherfucker.
I know, we remember you called them
getting at him.
once, and we were like, that feels like extra.
Yeah, but it's
You ain't gotta be that dedicated
We're
to
so
the city.
serious.
It's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
I thought you guys would like knowing. You're basically local celebrities.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We were all very excited.
Appreciate it. That made me feel better about going off. Let's go before we get kicked out.
Yeah.
Let's go before we get kicked out. Yeah, I think.
That's still live. So
Oh, hold it.
people know something.
All right, family, we're about to get out of here before they really arrest the doll and Jesse Ferris. Then we talk on the way to the bus stop where it's cold as hell. Maybe we'll be able to get a chili bowl and a burrito on the way out. They were handing out burritos and chili bowls, cuz. They were serving food outside late. That's what I was talking. Yeah, no. I was trying to be composed, but I don't like that. I don't like white privilege. Motherfuckers think they can just laugh in our face and shit and it's gonna be okay. Well, it ain't okay. It ain't okay. So they got told to business. Watch, they're gonna read a news article about this shit. Eventually be pointing at everybody, telling everybody they stop and listen and shit. So this ain't no fucking game. Pointing at illegals and shit, talking about this is what they don't like to talk about illegal immigrants, and Jesse gave them a whole history lesson. So hold on a second, I gotta get in the whip. Came over this way. I'm like literally like I have 80 pounds of water on me currently. Yeah, I mean probably more. Okay.
Yeah, it's just the water, baby.
You're mobbing around, shit talking, didn't you?
You'll be live.
Because I'm fucking mad. Like, don't let the shade reflect the message. I don't give a fuck about one thing only.
Right.
I was so mad.
We Black first all the time. This ain't just for 1 month.
This is not a game. You can see us without the cameras. This ain't for. We're not always on camera.
Right.
So when you see us off camera, we're just like this. They said liver because we're at home.
Mm-hmm.
And here, I had to control myself, but I kind of felt like maybe I went a little too far. Got the white folk upset. I don't really give a fuck.
Right.
I think that they needed here. They always try to stop us to shit from speaking.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do it to nobody else.
Yeah, they don't do it to nobody else.
I was holding everything with my legs. I was not trying to do it like that. Do that to Palestine folk, the Jewish folk, the motherfucking aliens, the illegal immigrants and shit.
Yeah.
They do that to nobody else. And if they want to do it to black folk, they're gonna do it to. Don't let the shit reflect the motherfucking message. Like first, you're gonna do it to us. Not on my motherfucking watch, man. I gotta calm down.
Yeah.
Me and Jesse had to sit down for a minute and just thought.
Mm-hmm.
And I was pointing at this old girl, Purple Rain. I'm like, what you laughing about? What are you talking? What are you talking?
Right.
Like, what's so fucking funny?
Hey, Vernon, appreciate you tapping in. We're about to end this live. Lady Tay just gonna give her a little
I
closing.
was like, what's so funny with the old girl with the purple motherfucking hair laughing?
Oh, Purple Rain.
Daryl
Yeah.
smiling.
Hold
I'm
on.
talking about community. Where's the hell?
Nowhere. Nowhere.
Yeah, so this is reality, right? So, all right, I gotta end it right there. So we're gonna end it right there. That was our city council adventure today, and I feel like after a little bit of perspective, temperature just dropped. Excuse me. Excuse me. After that, I felt like this light is in my eyes. I felt like yeah, we did all right. If I'm allowed to lead out again on Monday, I'm not, that's just, this is not a show. This is how it is all day without the cameras and all that extra shit. We literally talk about racism, white supremacy, and all this shit all day long, from morning to noon, or morning till we go to sleep. I mean, we're heavily, I'm on Black vacation intentionally because I'm trying to get well. However, not really, because obviously I'm staying in the loop. You know what I mean? And I feels kind of slight a little bit. It was a heavy day, family. Well, anyway, more on that later. Today is Tuesday, and so please join us for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced later on this evening on the Blog Talk, and we'll be streaming it from here this evening. Let me see where it's at. Call in number in case you want to call in. It's right there. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Tuesdays on Blog Talk. You can call in or you can just tap in. Either way, somebody will be around to pass the message along. It's been pretty lit, pretty jam-packed with all kinds of twists and turns and shit going on for the last couple of months. So we've been working really hard. So that's tonight. The Revolutionary Agenda will probably run a little couple hour little show here in a few hours. I gotta take care of some vital. I gotta make some very serious phone calls before I get some stuff going on. Before I could actually settle down to do it. However, I do have a queue ready. So I'm thankful that I don't know if my test was up from yesterday. So we'll do a little show or whatever. Sometime this afternoon, probably before Shabaka's. Just because I'm trying to get them out of my system, and they already deleted 7, so I really don't know what number I'm actually on. So I want to end that in my season really on an even number, and then start fresh because I got a lot of new things that are on my mind. I kind of want to delve into, and stay consistent. Plus, Jesse covers pretty much damn near everything, so I gotta find different things to cover, so it's different, And hopefully YouTube will let my shit stay up because I'm the one that gets punished the most. I don't know what that's about. I don't really care what anybody's opinion is about that, what that's about, but I keep putting in the work, so we keep staying consistent. Thank you for watching Front Line Blacc News. Thank you for staying and putting up with that the long ass motherfucking video with RFK. I didn't know. So I'm glad we got to watch it and really actually hear. So I'm glad that, actual B1 FBA Black folk, if you are listening here in the city of Denver, you got to really see that so you can really be informed of what not to choose and where not to go. You know what I mean? So I'm glad that happened. I'm going to look for the second part because I guess there was more. And what else? Darvier and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Yep. That's pretty much it for right now. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chiming in. Thank you to all the people that are in the chat. Jay, Twin, thank you. Thank you to Brother Shabazz for popping through. And thank you always to Shabaka for being the West Coast correspondent. giving us thorough accounts. So stay tuned. We have more to come. Stay black, stay dangerous, stay favored, and stay consistent. Thank you.